Preface to The Wrong of Slavery. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Wrong of Slavery, The Right of Emancipation and the Future of the African Race in the United States by Robert Dale Owen. Preface. It is a little more than 3 years since the first insurgent gun was fired against Fort Sumter. 3 years as we reckon time, a generation if we calculate by the stirring events and far-reaching upheavals that have been crowded into the eventful months. Things move fast in days like these. War changes the legal relations of the combatants. War in its progress presents unlooked-for aspects of affairs, brings upon us necessities, opens up obligations. The rebellion, creator and teacher as well as scourge and destroyer, confers new rights, discharges from old bonds, imposes bounden duties. Great questions come to the surface, questions of national policy, demanding solution. In deciding some of these, we find little aid from precedent, for our condition as a nation is, to a certain extent, unprecedented. We have been trying an experiment that never was tried in the world before. We've been trying to maintain a democratic government over 30 millions of people, of whom 20 millions existed under one system, industrial and social, 10 millions under another. The 20 millions, chiefly of one race, carried out among themselves a declaration made 88 years ago, touching the equal creation and the inalienable rights of man. The 10 millions consisted, in nearly equal portions, of two races: one, the descendants of voluntary emigrants, who came hither seeking freedom and happiness in a foreign land; the other deriving their blood from ancestors against whom was perpetrated a terrible wrong, who came in chains and were sold as chattels. From these forced emigrants and their descendants were taken away almost all human rights, the right of life and of perpetuating a race of bondsmen excepted. Laws denied to them the rights of property, of marriage, of family, of education, of self-defense. The master race sought to live by their labor. The experiment we have been trying for more than 3/4 of a century was whether, over social and industrial elements thus discordant, a republican government, asserting freedom in thought and speech and action, can be peacefully maintained. Grave doubts, gloomy apprehensions touching the nation's future have clouded the hopes of our wisest public men in days past. Even the statesmen of the Revolution saw on the horizon the cloud no bigger than a man's hand. Gradually it rose and spread and darkened. The tempest burst upon us at last. Then some, faint-hearted and despairing of the Republic, prophesied that the good old days were gone, never to return. Others, stronger in hope and faith, recognized through the gloom the correcting and reforming hand of God. They acknowledged that the experiment had failed, but they confessed also that it ought never to have succeeded. In adversity men look into their hearts, there to read lessons which prosperity had failed to teach them. The experiment ought never to have succeeded, because it involved a grievous offense against humanity and civilization. In peace, before the act of slaveholders made them public enemies, we scrupled to look this offense in the face, seeing no remedy. But war, which has its mission, opened our eyes and released our hands. Times, disturbed and revolutionary, bring their good as well as their evil. In such times abuses ripen rapidly. Their consequences mature, their ultimate results become apparent. We are reminded of their transitory character. We are reminded that, although for the time and in a certain stage of human progress some abuses may have had their temporary use, and for this, under God's economy, may have been suffered to continue, yet all abuses have but a limited life. The right only is eternal. Great under such circumstances are our responsibilities. Momentous are the issues, for good or for evil, that hang upon our decisions. In this small volume, which busy men may read in a few hours, I have sought to bring together in condensed form the facts and the law which bear upon our present condition as a nation. My task has led me over a vast field, in briefly tracing from its inception in this hemisphere the rise and progress of the great wrong which still threatens the real life of the nation. I have followed the fortunes of a vast multitude, equal in number to the population, loyal and disloyal, black and white, of these United States. I have sketched by the light of authentic documents the dismal history of that multitude through 3 centuries and a half, seeking out their representatives and inquiring into the numbers and the condition of these at the present day. In so doing, I have arrived at conclusions which, to those who have never looked closely into the subject, may seem too marvelous for belief. I invite a critical examination of my narrative and of the documents and statistics upon which rest its details and conclusions, not doubting that the candid reader will become convinced of its substantial truth. I have spared no pains to attain accuracy, well knowing that thus only can I expect to bring home the great lesson which such an episode in human history is eminently fitted to teach. Passing then from the story of the wrong to look into its remedy, I have touched upon that inquiry in its various legal and constitutional aspects, as the connection of slavery with the Constitution, how far that instrument admits, and how far it abstains from admitting, the existence of such a system. Further, the character of what is termed slave property, the right of emancipation in the insurrectionary states, the right of emancipation in the loyal slave states, the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court in the premises, the effect of the President's Emancipation Proclamation, as well upon slaves within our lines as upon slaves still in the enemy's hands, and the force of that proclamation both during war and after its conclusion. In the same connection, I have treated of emancipation as a great measure of national policy, essential to the preservation inviolate of the Constitution, indispensable to the re-establishment of peace, inseparable from the future maintenance, North and South, of domestic tranquility. In concluding this branch of the subject, I have spoken of emancipation as a solemn national duty which, now that the constitutional obstacle has been removed, we cannot, consistently with what we owe to God and man, neglect or postpone. I have shown that our faith is pledged and cannot be broken without bringing upon us the contempt of the civilized world. Finally, after having traced the connection of the two races in the past, and set forth the duty of one race towards the other in the present, I have sought to look forward and inquire how they are likely, when both shall be free, to live together in the future, whether we shall have a race among us unwilling or unable to support itself, whether admixture of the races, both being free, is probable or desirable, whether, without admixture, the reciprocal social influence of the races on each other promises good or evil. What are the chances that a base prejudice of race shall diminish and disappear? And lastly, whether, in case the colored man shall outlive that prejudice, disgraceful to us and depressing to him, and shall be clothed by law with the same rights in search of which we sought this Western world, there will be anything in connection with his future in these United States to excite regret or inspire apprehension. If to the lovers of the Union, to the friends of peace, to the adherents of lawful authority, I shall have supplied in authentic form facts and arguments such as may be employed to arouse the listless, to encourage the desponding, and to strengthen our country's cause, I shall ever be grateful for the opportunity that has been afforded me to bring these pages before the public. It is proper I should here state that in March 1863, a commission consisting of Colonel James Mackay of New York, Dr. Samuel G. Howe of Boston, and myself, was appointed by the Secretary of War to examine and report upon the condition of the recently emancipated freedmen of the United States, and that many of the materials for this volume are due to the joint investigations of that commission, and were embodied in the final report, prepared by myself as chairman of the commission in question. I have to add my acknowledgments to the Secretary of War for the permission kindly accorded to me to use and publish these in such form as I might judge proper. To my colleagues I am indebted for valuable emendations and corrections. To Mr. Benjamin B. Hunt of Philadelphia for the loan of part of his valuable library, rich in works on West Indian history and emancipation, and to the Secretary of the Commission, Mr. George T. Chapman, for important aid in the task of collecting and collating the historical and statistical data upon which are based some of the most important deductions set forth in the pages which follow. End of Preface.
Introduction of the Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States by Robert Dale Owen. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States by Robert Dale Owen. Part 1. Introduction. Slavery. There is one calamity which penetrated furtively into the world, and which was at first scarcely distinguishable amidst the ordinary abuses of power. It originated with an individual whose name history has not preserved. It was wafted like some accursed germ upon a portion of the soil, but it afterwards nurtured itself, grew without effort, and spread naturally with the society to which it belonged. This calamity is slavery. Christianity suppressed slavery, but the Christians of the 16th century re-established it, as an exception, indeed, to their social system, and restricted to one of the races of mankind. De Tocqueville. End of introduction. Part 1. Chapter 1. Of the Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States by Robert Dale Owen. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States by Robert Dale Owen. Part 1. Chapter 1. As a Labor System. The greatest social and political problems of the world connect themselves, more or less intimately, with the subject of labor. A people who regard work as degradation, though arts and letters flourish among them, are but emerging from barbarism. It has been sometimes said, with much truth, that the grade of civilization in a nation may be measured by the position which it accords to woman. A stricter test is the degree of estimation in which labor is held there. Our race, in its gradual advance from ignorance and evil to comparative knowledge and good, has not yet, even in countries the most favored, outlived an error fatal to true progress. Sometimes avowedly, more often practically, a certain stigma still attaches to human labor, to that labor from which, in one shape or another, the world receives everything of good, of useful, of beautiful, that charms the senses or ministers to the wants of man, to which we owe life and everything that makes life desirable. According to the structure of society in each country, this error is modified in form. In certain nations of continental Europe, the great line of social demarcation is drawn between the titled classes, whether noble by birth or ennobled by royal creation, constituting the privileged, and all other persons, including merchants, though wealthy, and lawyers, though eminent, and authors, though popular, constituting the unprivileged. More liberal England begins to admit within the pale, the distinguished, and successful among the professional classes, and from the mercantile and literary ranks. We ourselves, professing to honor industry and talking occasionally of the nobility of labor, have opened somewhat wider, but only throughout a portion of our republic, the door which admits within the precincts of respectability. Only throughout a portion of our republic. In 15 of these United States, the opinions, the feelings, the practice of the inhabitants as regards laborers and labor itself have been more perverted, have been less civilized than in the most despotic countries of Europe. In these states, the class of working husbandmen has been degraded, both as regards civil rights and social position, below the pariahs of India. This cannot happen in any nation without producing results fatal, alike to its prosperity and to the moral worth and essential dignity of its population. The only doubt as to these results is whether their influence has been more pernicious on the enslavers or on the enslaved. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of The Wrong of Slavery. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Matt Borden. The Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States by Robert Dale Owen. Part 1, Chapter 2, Enslavement of Indians. The introduction into our hemisphere of this terrible element of social demoralization was almost coeval with its discovery by Europeans. It was in October of the year 1492 that Columbus first landed, and it was just 8 years afterward, in the month of October 1500, that Francis de Bovadilla was guilty of 2 outrages. One, the sending home in chains of the great discoverer; the other, the reducing to bondage of the gentle islanders whose fair land he discovered. Bovadilla, quote, granted liberal donations of Indians to all who applied for them. Footnote: Robertson's History of America, London, 1792, Volume 1, Book 2, page 222. Herrera, General History of the Vast Continent and Islands of America. Stevens translation. London, 1725, Volume 1, page 244. The first year of the 16th century saw introduced into America that baneful system, abhorrent to Christian civilization, which was to spread and gather numbers and strength and influence until, after more than 3 centuries and a half of evil growth, it was to bring 1 million of combatants into the field, to sacrifice on the field of battle hundreds of thousands of lives and thousands of millions of treasure. There is scarcely a page in history so replete with horrors as that which records the inception of slavery in this hemisphere. That terrible abuse caused, in an incredibly short period, the extinction of a race whom all the historians of that day concur in representing as the most kind and inoffensive and hospitable of mankind. Gold must be had. Columbus had been disgraced because he had failed to send home a sufficiency of it. His successors resolved to escape that imputation. The mines must be worked, and the forced labor of the feeble natives was employed to work them. After a time, royal sanction was obtained for the act. Isabella, just if severe, who had issued orders that the Indians should be freed from servitude and from molestation, footnote, Ovando, quote, was particularly charged by the Queen that all the Indians of Hispaniola should be free from servitude and that none should molest them. End quote. Herrera, Volume 1, page 247. Died in 1504. And in 1511, Ferdinand issued a decree of his Privy Council declaring that, quote, after mature consideration of the apostolic bull and other titles by which the crown of Castile claimed the right to its possessions in the New World, the servitude of the Indians was warranted both by the laws of God and man. Footnote: Robertson's History of America, Volume 1, page 307. This decree was passed against the protest of the Dominicans, the abolitionists of those days. Thus was legalized that system of repartimientos, under which there had been previously assigned to each Spaniard, by an order on some cacique, a certain number of natives who were to be instructed in the Catholic faith. What the character of their masters and teachers was may be gathered from the fact that Columbus himself, misled by his eagerness to people the continent he had discovered, had recommended the transportation to Hispaniola of malefactors convicted of the less atrocious capital crimes. Quote, the prisons of Spain, says Robertson, were drained to collect members for the intended colony. Footnote: Robertson, Volume 1, page 192-193. Herrera, Dec 1, Lib 3, C2. We are not left to imagine the fate of the helpless wretches confided to such hands. Irving tells us, they, the Indians, were separated the distance of several days' journey from their wives and children, and doomed to intolerable labor of all kinds, extorted by the cruel infliction of the lash. Quote, when the Spaniards who superintended the mines were at their repasts, says Las Casas, the famished Indians scrambled like dogs for any bone thrown to them. If they fled from this incessant toil and barbarous coercion, and took refuge in the mountains, they were hunted like wild beasts. scourged in the most inhumane manner and laden with chains to prevent a second escape." Close quote. Las Casas' terrible history is full of horrors, of which he himself was eyewitness. "I have found," says he, "many dead in the road, others gasping under the trees, and others again in the pangs of death, faintly crying, 'Hunger, hunger.'" Footnote: Las Casas, History of the Indies, Lib 2, Cap 14, MS, quoted by Irving. "So intolerable," says Washington Irving, "were the toils and suffering inflicted upon this weak and unoffending race, that they sank under them, dissolving, as it were, from the face of the earth." Footnote: Irving's Columbus, Volume 2, page 428. There is no exaggeration in this statement, incredible if it seem. Robertson confirms it, giving some general statistics on the subject. His words are, quote, "The original inhabitants on whose labor the Spaniards in Hispaniola depended for their prosperity and even their existence, wasted so fast that the extinction of the whole race seemed to be inevitable. When Columbus discovered Hispaniola, the number of its inhabitants was computed to be at least 1,000,000. They were reduced to 60,000 in 15 years. Footnote: Robertson's America, Volume 1, page 262. It is from Herrera, the most correct and intelligent of the Spanish historians of that period, that Robertson's calculation is taken. There seems no reason to discredit it. Other historians estimate the number of original inhabitants much higher. Benzoni puts it at 2 millions. This was 1507. Scarcely half a generation had elapsed since Europeans had found these people, weak and ignorant indeed, but simple, cheerful, and happy, and, in that brief period, so atrocious had been the cruelty of their treatment that 94 out of every 100 of the victims sank and perished under it. But the picture, in all its blackness, is not yet filled up. The deaths had increased with such frightful rapidity that the common operations of life were arrested thereby. The dead laborers had to be replaced by fresh victims. And then it was that, as the culmination of enormities that have left an indelible stain on the Spanish name, an expedient was resorted to, into the conception of which there entered not inhumane barbarity alone, but treachery and blasphemy also. This infamous expedient is ascribed to Ovando, at all events under his governorship in 1508. The king, Ferdinand, quote, was advised, says Herrera, that the Lucano Islands, footnote, now the Bahama Islands, being full of people, it would be convenient to carry them over to Hispaniola, that they might be instructed in the Christian religion and civilized. End quote. Ferdinand, perhaps deceived by this artifice, more probably willing to connive at an act of violence, which policy represented as necessary, gave his assent to the proposal. Herrera informs us in what manner it was carried into effect. Quote, "The Spaniards who went in those first ships told those people that they came from Hispaniola, where the souls of their parents, kindred, and friends lived at their ease, and if they would go see them, they should be carried over in these ships. For it is certain that the Indian nations believed that the soul is immortal, and that, when the body was dead, it went to certain places of delight, where it wanted for nothing that might give it satisfaction." Footnote: Herrera, Volume 1, page 325. That simple people, says Robertson, listened with wonder and credulity, and, fond of visiting their relatives and friends in that happy region, followed the Spaniards with eagerness. By this artifice over 40,000 were decoyed into Hispaniola to share in the sufferings which were the lot of the inhabitants of that island, and to mingle their groans and tears with that wretched race of men. Footnote: Robertson, History of America, Volume 1, page 263. By this expedient the number of Indians in Hispaniola was raised to 100,000. But the work of human destruction went on. 9 years later, to wit, in 1517, Rodrigo Albuquerque, being appointed principal officer to distribute the repartimientos, caused an enumeration of the Indians to be made. The number was found to be reduced to 14,000. 6/7 had perished in 9 years. The survivors were put up for sale in different lots. The secrets of their prison house what tongue can ever reveal? Such was the first advent in this hemisphere of that system under which human labor is stigmatized as a degradation. The mind cannot realize, the imagination shrinks from conceiving, the atrocious barbarities to which a system must have given birth ere a race of men could have perished in a single generation before it. a terrible attestation to the immeasurable sufferings that may result from a single great crime. Well has de Tocqueville said, quote, "There is one calamity which penetrated furtively into the world, and which was at first scarcely distinguishable amidst the ordinary abuses of power. It originated with an individual whose name history has not preserved. It was wafted like some accursed germ upon a portion of the soil, but it afterwards nurtured itself, grew without effort, and spread naturally with the society to which it belonged. This calamity is slavery. Christianity suppressed slavery, but the Christians of the 16th century re-established it, as an exception, indeed, to their social system, and restricted to one of the races of mankind." Footnote, Democracy in America, by de Tocqueville, Cambridge edition, 1862, Volume 1, page 457. That another race was not subjected to it, that the Indians of Hispaniola and of the adjacent islands escaped perpetual servitude, is due not to the forbearance of their oppressors, but to the tender mercies of death, the great liberator. End of Chapter 2. Recording by Matt Borden, plantdoc.org.
Chapter 3 of The Wrong of Slavery. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio, interfaceaudio.com. The Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States, by Robert Dale Owen. Chapter 3. Substitution of the African for the Indian. An incident to which is popularly ascribed to the first substitution of the African Negro from the native of Hispaniola, the first introduction, therefore, among us of that race who were to be thenceforth for centuries branded with the mark of Cain, may teach us how humanity in her aberrations, sometimes with the best intentions, aids in laying broad the foundations of misery and of crime. Bartolomeo de las Casas, a Dominican monk, had accompanied Columbus on his second voyage. A man of eminent benevolence and quick sensibilities, the sufferings of the downtrodden Indians produced upon him a profound impression. After spending many years in Hispaniola, in fruitless efforts to ameliorate the conditions of the natives, he returned to Spain previous to the death of Ferdinand, and was favorably received by that monarch and by his minister, the Cardinal Ximenes, and succeeded in procuring the appointment of 3 superintendents of the colonies, to whom he himself was joined, with the well-earned title of Protector of the Indians. The mission, however, was of small avail. The Spaniards of Hispaniola opposed every obstacle, representing that without compulsion the Indians would not labor, and that without their labor the colony could not subsist. Finding no countenance in the island, Las Casas again returned to Spain, where he arrived shortly before the death of Ximenes, and found Charles V, successor of Ferdinand. Then it was, after a vain endeavor to procure the freedom of the aborigines, that Las Casas, thinking that a hardier race than they would suffer less as slaves, recommended to Ximenes the policy of supplying the labor market of Hispaniola with Negroes from the Portuguese settlements on the African coast. This, though affirmed by Robertson, followed by Herrera, is denied by several modern authors of repute. But the simple fact that Las Casas did make such a proposal, though not until after a certain number of African slaves had been imported into the New World, is beyond denial, seeing that it has been stated and notably atoned for, so far as frank acknowledgment of error can atone, by Las Casas himself, writing his own history shortly before his death, in that retirement to which, after years of fruitless exertion in behalf of the suffering natives, he betook himself. These, literally translated, are his words. This advice, that license be given to bring Negro slaves to these lands, the ecclesiastic Casas first gave, not taking note of the injustice with which the Portuguese seize them and make them slaves, which advice, after he had reflected on the matter, he would not have given for all he possessed in the world. For he always held that they were made slaves unjustly, and tyrannically seeing the same rule applies in their case as in that of the Indians. Ximenes, whether from motives of policy or humanity, rejected Las Casas' proposal, dying soon after. Las Casas renewed the proposal after Ximenes' death to the ministers of Charles, by whom it was more favorably received, and the officers of the India House of Seville having recommended 4,000 as the proper number to be sent, the young king acted upon the recommendation. In accordance with the monopoly-favoring policy of that age, Charles granted to one of his Flemish favorites a patent for the importation into the colonies of 4,000 Negro slaves. That patent was sold to a company of Genoese merchants, who, about the year 1517, carried it into effect. This regards America, was the germ of a traffic, the foulest blot on the history of Christendom, a traffic carried on, in defiance of law, human and divine, to exempt from labor one race of men at expense of brutal degradation to another, a traffic that has brought upon the American hemisphere a moral curse worse than war, pestilence, or famine, and which, as to every nation that persists in it, leads, ever must lead, sooner or later, by one way or another, to national ruin. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio. InterfaceAudio.com.
Part 1, Chapter 4, of the Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States, by Robert Dale Owen. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States, by Robert Dale Owen. Part 1, Chapter 4, Number of Slaves Shipped from Africa. The statistical details are lacking which might enable us to form a strictly accurate numerical estimate of the victims of this detestable trade, the operations of which extended through 3 centuries and a half, diminishing, however, during the last quarter of a century, and soon, we may confidently hope, to cease forever. An approximating estimate of the number of Negroes transported to America is all that can now be obtained. The asientos, treaties, or contracts of the Spanish government for the supply of its American colonies with slaves, commencing in 1517, were occasionally granted throughout the 16th century and multiplied in the 17th and 18th. Some were to individuals, some to companies, some to governments. Nothing more strongly marks the character of these treaties for the delivery of human beings than the terms employed in wording them. An asiento was granted in 1696 to the Portuguese Guinea Company, by which that company bound itself to deliver to Spain, in her transatlantic colonies, 10,000 tons of Negroes. Footnote, 10,000 toneladas de Negros is the expression in the original. The text can be found in the Cantillo collection, page 32. England, to designate the human chattels she agreed to supply, employed a term such as vendors of broadcloth or calico might use. By treaty with Spain, March 26, 1713, His Britannic Majesty undertook to introduce into Spanish America 114,000 pieces of India, of both sexes and all ages. Footnote, piezas de Indias are the words in the Spanish text. Abolition de Esclavage, par Cochin, Tome 2, page 286. This treaty gave England a monopoly of the slave trade to Spanish colonies for 30 years, namely, from 1713 to 1744. These various treaties, concluded in the name of the Most Holy Trinity, footnote, El Nombre del Santísima Trinidad, contained not one article, not a single provision of any kind, for the humane treatment or for the protection from outrage of the human merchandise therein stipulated to be delivered. Footnote, after enumerating the various asientos made by Spain, Cochin says,
Dans tous ces traités, pas une disposition, pas une syllabe destinée à défendre ces malheureux contre les abus et les souffrances.
Works cited, Volume 2, page 288. The extent of these treaties, and their lucrative character to the Spanish crown, may be gathered from the following. A single government, Spain, which assumes the name of Catholic, concluded in less than 2 centuries more than 10 treaties to authorize, protect, and profit by the transportation of more than 500,000 of human beings. It levied on each of these human heads, reckoning them by the piece or by the ton, a tax which amounted in the aggregate of upwards of 50 millions of francs, say, $10 millions. Footnote, work cited, Volume 2, page 288. The above treaties were with England, France, and Portugal, the grants to individuals and to companies not being included. In the middle of the 18th century, the English slave trade, which up to that time had been more or less of a monopoly, was thrown open. Statute 23, George II, that is, in 1750, Chapter 31, after reciting that the African slave trade is very advantageous to Great Britain, enacts that it shall be lawful for all his Majesty's subjects to trade and traffic to and from any port or place in Africa between the Port of Salé, in South Barbary, and the Cape of Good Hope. Great Britain, the first to abolish this infamous traffic, was, previous to its abolition, the most extensively engaged in it. Her connection with it, the manner and extent to which it was conducted, together with many statistical details, imperfect indeed, but instructive as far as they go, are set forth in a ponderous folio volume, published by official authority in the year 1789, being a Report of the Lords of the Committee of Council, appointed for the consideration of all matters relating to trade and foreign plantations, submitting to His Majesty's consideration the evidence and information they have collected in consequence of His Majesty's order in Council, dated February 11th, 1788, concerning the present state of the trade to Africa, and particularly the trade in slaves, and concerning the effects and consequences of this trade, as well in Africa and the West Indies, as to the general commerce of this kingdom. There can be no safer document than this, from which to draw information such as it contains. The lords composing this committee of council gave the slaveholders ample opportunity to state their case, both by testimony and argument. 3/4, at least, of the witnesses examined are slave dealers or captains of slavers. They admit also, it is true, testimony and documentary evidence, especially as to deaths of sailors on slave ships, offered by the celebrated Thomas Clarkson. But they scrupulously abstain from all opinions in regard to the slave trade, and from all recommendations or suggestions touching on its abolition. In this volume we find 2 estimates as to the number of Negroes then, namely in 1788, annually carried to the American colonies. The first puts it at 80,000 annually. The second, containing a detailed estimate of slaves annually sold, at 16 different points on the African coast, sums up 74,000. Footnote. The first is contained in the testimony of Mr. Penny, Report, Part 1, Sheet 1. The second in that of Mr. Norris, Report, Part 1, Sheet K. The table in detail is given Part 4, Number 14. The volume not being paged, except as to a single brief document contained in it, to wit, minutes of evidence before a committee of the whole House, more exact references cannot be given. Of these, 1/2 are said to be procured on the Gold Coast, at Bonny and New Calabar, and at Loango, Malimba, and Cabenda. About 38,000 set down as purchased by the British, 20,000 by the French, 10,000 by the Portuguese, and the rest by the Danes and Dutch. It would appear, from a statistical table given in another part of the same volume, that these estimates fall short of the truth. This table gives the total number of vessels sailing annually from Liverpool, from the year 1751 to the year 1787, distinguishing the slavers and giving their tonnage. From which it appears that about 1/10 of all the vessels that sailed from that port during the above 36 years were engaged in the slave trade, and that their tonnage ran up from a little over 5,000 tons in 1751 to about 15,000 in 1786 and 1787. Footnote. Lords of Council Report. Minutes of Evidence before Committee of the Whole House, page 49. But, as we shall show hereafter, the number of slaves carried average over 2 to a ton. Consequently, British ships from the port of Liverpool alone carried upwards of 30,000 annually. Another table, footnote, Lords of Council Report, Part 4, Number 1, shows that the tonnage of African slavers from all the ports of Great Britain was, in 1787, 22,263 tons. Consequently, the annual number of slaves transported to America, at that time, in British bottoms, was upward of 45,000 instead of 38,000 as estimated. In this proportion, the total estimate, including vessels of all countries, would be run up to nearly 90,000 slaves a year. It would appear from other evidence that even this is below the actual number. The calculations produced before the French Committee of Inquiry of 1848 placed the number of slaves exported from 1788 to 1840 at from 100,000 to 140,000 a year, and from 1840 to 1848 at from 50,000 to 80,000. Footnote: see Cochin, Volume 2, page 310. Lord Palmerston, from his place in the House of Lords, July 26, 1844, said, according to the report of Messrs. Vanderbilt and Buxton, from 120,000 to 150,000 slaves are landed annually in America. This calculation applied to the early years of the present century. The rate after 1848 continued to diminish. Nevertheless, in 1860 it was still nearly 30,000 a year. Footnote: when we remember that 140,000 were yearly carried away from Africa, while this year the number has not reached 30,000, we should neither deny the progress nor abandon the hope of a complete suppression of this traffic. Speech of Lord John Russell, in Parliament, June 8, 1860. At least 30,000 slaves are annually imported into Cuba. Speech of Mr. Cave, in Parliament, June 8, 1860. These figures enable us to calculate, with approximate accuracy, the extent of the slave trade from 1788 to 1860, that is to say, for the 72 last years of its course. Thus, annual deportation of slaves from the year 1788 to the year 1840, say 52 years, at an average of 120,000 a year, 6,240,000. Annual deportation from 1840 to 1848, say 8 years, at an average of 65,000 a year, 520,000. Annual deportation from 1848 to 1860, say 12 years, at an average of 30,000 a year, 360,000. Total in 72 years, 7,120,000. What annual rate we ought to assume as a fair average for the 2 centuries preceding 1788, during which, as Cochin reminds us, all Europe abandoned itself openly to the Negro slave trade. Footnote:
Au XVIIe et au XVIIIe siècle, l'Europe entière se livre ouvertement à la traite des Noirs. Cochin, l'abolition de l'esclavage.
Tome 2, page 281. It is somewhat difficult to determine. In the report by the Lords of the Committee of Council, already referred to, is a table, footnote, Lords of Council Report, Jamaica, Appendix, Part 3, Sheet P, showing the annual importation of slaves throughout 74 years of that period, namely, from 1702 to 1775 both inclusive, into a single English colony, to wit, the island of Jamaica. The total is 497,736, being an average of 6,726 a year. Nor is there a regular increase, for in the decade from 1720 to 1730, there were as many imported as in the last 10 years of the term, the average for each of the years in either decade being about 7,700. But I shall hereafter furnish proof that to the number of slaves delivered in the colonies, we must add at least 25% to obtain the number shipped on the African coast. This would bring up the annual average exported from Africa to Jamaica to 8,407. If we assume the total deportation of slaves from Africa in the year 1788 to have been 100,000, which is the French Committee's lowest estimate for any year from 1788 to 1840, and if we suppose that there were annually exported, during each year of the 2 centuries preceding 1788, 2/5 only of that number, say 40,000, we shall be assuming the annual total throughout these 2 centuries at less than 5 times the number that we know to have been annually exported during 74 years of that period to supply the single island of Jamaica. So far as at this distance of time, and with the scanty materials before us, one can judge, the estimate is a moderate one. Footnote, by a table already referred to, Part 4, Number 1. In the report of the Lords of Council, it appears that as early as 1701, 104 British vessels were employed in the slave trade. The number, however, varied very widely in different years, the lowest number in 1715 being but 24, and the highest in 1771 being 192. The table was obtained from the Inspector General of Imports and Exports. Previous to the year 1588, that is to say, for 80 years after the beginning of the Negro slave trade, probably about 1508, the true average is still more uncertain. The Spanish asientos of the 16th century were usually for the delivery of from 3,000 to 5,000 Negroes annually. Let us assume the entire slave trade by all nations during that period at 5,000 Negroes only for each year. Adopting the data above suggested, we obtain the following general results. Total deportation of Negroes by the slave trade from the year 1508 to the year 1860. From 1508 to 1588, 80 years, at an average of 5,000 a year, 400,000. From 1588 to 1788, 200 years, at an average of 40,000 a year, 8 million. From 1788 to 1860, 72 years, as already estimated, 7,120,000. Total in 352 years, 15,520,000. Upwards of 15 millions and a half of human beings, forcibly torn from their native country and doomed to perpetual slavery, themselves and their offspring, in a foreign land. Footnote, I have endeavored, in the above estimate, to avoid error, except it be on the side of moderation. Very reputable authorities put the importations in the 17th and 18th centuries considerably higher than I have assumed them. Bancroft, who appears to have carefully investigated the matter, says, the English slave trade began to attain its great activity after the Asiento Treaty. That treaty was dated March 26, 1713. From 1680 to 1700, the English took from Africa about 300,000 Negroes, or about 15,000 a year. The number, during the continuance of the Asiento, may be averaged not far from 30,000. It continued for 30 years, to wit, from 1713 to 1744. Raynal considers the number of Negroes exported by all European nations from Africa before 1776 to have been 9 millions, and the considerate German historian of the slave trade, Albert Huhn, deems his statement too small. A careful analysis of the colored population of America at different periods, and the inference to be deduced from the few authentic records of the numbers imported, corrected by a comparison with the authentic products of slave labor, as appearing in the annals of English commerce, seem to prove, beyond a doubt, that even the estimate of Raynal is larger than the reality. Bancroft's History of the United States, Volume 3, page 412. Raynal's estimate, thought too low by Huhn, is 9 millions up to 1776. And as the exportations averaged about 80,000 a year from 1776 to 1778, that would give 1 million more, bringing his calculation up to 10 millions if extended to 1788. But my estimate, as above, up to that year, is but 8,400,000. That is, upwards of 1.5 million, or just 16% below Raynal's. Bancroft thinks that we shall not err much if in the century previous to 1776 we assume the number imported by the English to have been 3 millions. But I have assumed the total imported by all nations in the 2 centuries preceding 1788 to have been 8 millions. Bancroft estimates importation in a single century by one nation only at 3 millions. I estimate importation in 2 centuries by all nations at 8 millions. The probability will be conceded that the former estimate is at a higher rate in proportion than the latter. End of Part 1, Chapter 4.
Part 1, Chapter 5 of The Wrong of Slavery. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States by Robert Dale Owen. How Slaves Were Obtained in Africa. But we cannot attain to a just conception of the aggregate of evil and suffering produced by this gigantic outrage upon human rights, nor of the loss of life attendant thereon, without considering, first, the mode in which slaves were supplied to the European traders; secondly, the manner in which they were transported to their destination; and thirdly, the result, especially in its influence on population in the slave colonies. As to the two first subjects, the report of the Lords of Council, unimpeachable testimony, furnishes many suggestive particulars. It is proved in the first place that the sources whence slaves were obtained on the African coast were first as prisoners of war. The evidence as to this source of supply was obtained from almost all the witnesses who had visited the African coast. Major General Rooke said when a ship arrived to purchase slaves, the King of Daimel sent to the chiefs of the villages in his dominions to send them a given number, but if they were not to be procured on this requisition, the king went to war till he got as many as he wanted. During his stay at Gorée of 4 or 5 months, he heard of 2 battles being fought for slaves. Captain T. Wilson, employed on the business of government in 1783 and 1784, states as to the kingdom of Daimel, when they were at war they made prisoners and sold them, and when they were not at war they made no scruple of taking any of their own subjects and selling them, even whole villages, at once. He has been told that the king of Daimel can bring 70,000 or 80,000 men into the field. Captain Hills: there was scarcely an evening in which we did not see people go out in war dresses to obtain slaves from the neighboring villages. This was at Gorée. The manner in which Sir George Young understood that slaves became so is first as prisoners of war, and these he thinks are the greatest number. This was in Senegal and Gambia, but the same account was given to him all along the coast. The Reverend Mr. Newton: the greater number of slaves are captives made in war. Mr. Dalrymple says one of the modes of making slaves adopted by the kings and great men is by breaking up a village, that is, setting fire to it, and seizing the people as they escape. This occurs sometimes in a neighbor's territory, more frequently in their own. The practice is notorious. The witness speaks of Gambia and countries adjoining. Another mode of procuring slaves is akin to this. They are pangered, to employ the phrase of the country, that is, kidnapped by individuals. Dr. A. Sparman, inspector of the Royal Museum at Stockholm, and a traveler in the interior of Africa, deposed, they seize one another in the night when they have an opportunity, and sometimes invite each other to their houses, and there detain and sell them to the European traders. The number of persons so kidnapped is considerable. He himself witnessed 2 instances. Mr. Falconbridge, surgeon of Slaver, testifies on the windward coast the negroes are afraid of stirring out at night lest they be kidnapped. A woman, big with child, told him she was caught as she was returning from a neighbor's house. Mr. Devoyne says, speaking of the Gold Coast, the greater part of the slaves are brought from the interior. They are sold from hand to hand, and many of them come a great distance, it is said from 800 to 900 miles. The next source of supply is the selling of criminals. The universal testimony is that the chief crimes for which they are sold are adultery, theft, and witchcraft, sometimes for murder. Occasionally they are sold for debt. Some stake their liberty in gambling, and are sold if they lose. Admiral Edwards said adultery is the crime for which they are most usually sold. In this case the person offended has a claim not only to the man and woman offending, and to all their property, but also to their family and slaves. Theft is common among them. One witness, Mr. Dalzell, testifies that he purchased a son of his father, who sold him to avoid the punishment which the son had incurred for stealing from a white man, which, the witness adds, is never pardoned. This was in the kingdom of Dahomey. A witness, Mr. Weaver, explained that they understand by witchcraft the power of doing mischief by supernatural means. Another witness, Mr. Matthews, testifies that, having refused to purchase a man suspected of witchcraft, who was offered to him for sale, they tied a stone around his neck and threw him into the sea. The Reverend Mr. Baggs, chaplain of Commodore Thompson during 2 voyages, in 1783 and 1784, says of the African coast generally, "The revenue of the kings of the country depends on the sale of slaves. They therefore strain every nerve to accuse and condemn. Their codes of law are made subservient to the slave trade." Mr. Penny deposes, "Some are made slaves in consequence of gaming, of which they are very fond. They stake themselves, first a leg, then an arm, lastly the head, and when they have lost that they surrender themselves as slaves. If a man stake and lose a leg only, he continues gambling until he has lost the whole of himself or is cleared." There is no evidence that slaves were bred for sale, but concurrent testimony is against it. There is abundant testimony and proof that as to Negroes offered for sale as slaves and rejected by the slave dealers on account of their state of health or otherwise, their fate is usually a sad one. Even delay in the market may cause their death. The Reverend Mr. Baggs said, he had proof that when marauding parties came with their booty and slaves to the coast and find no vessel, they killed the slaves because of the expense of sending them back. Mr. Falconbridge said, he has seen slaves who were offered for sale and refused, cruelly beaten. Mr. Penny, who has made 11 voyages as captain of slavers, deposes, he has been repeatedly informed that slaves bought for sale and rejected by the slave dealers on account of disease or otherwise are destroyed as not worth their food. Sir George Young saw a beautiful child about 5 years old, brought from the Boolham shore, opposite Sierra Leone. As the child was too young to be an object of trade, the persons who had him to sell gave him no food and threatened to throw him into the water. Sir George, to save his life, offered a quarter cask of Madeira for him, which was accepted, brought him to England, and made a present of him to the Marquis of Lansdowne. He understood this child had been kidnapped. Mr. Arnold, surgeon on board a slaver, testified, one day a woman with a child in her arms was brought to us to be sold. The captain refused to purchase her, not wishing to be plagued with the child on board, so she was taken back to shore. On the following morning she was again brought to us, but without the child, and apparently in great sorrow. The black trader admitted that the child had been killed in the night to accommodate the sale. What a lifting of the veil upon a terrible series of atrocities is there, even in these brief extracts, coldly and dispassionately worded as they are. For what a catalogue of crimes were they responsible who sent slavers to the African coast? What wars have they not stirred up? What murders instigated? What temptations have they not presented to the cupidity of savage sovereign and subject alike? If the king of Dahomey or some other royal barbarian perverted criminal law to obtain convictions as a source of revenue, if a black trader put to death the infant that the mother might be salable, who were the tempters to such acts? Who were the original authors of this wickedness? The horrors of the Middle Passage were surpassed by those that necessarily preceded it. The ministers of the British Crown cannot be accused of sentimentalism. They are no declaimers, no propagandists, no extremists in speculative philanthropy. Their humanity is tempered with moderation and suggested by official evidence. Yet with what perseverance have they labored, even to the present day, after themselves abolishing the slave trade in 1807, to procure its subsequent abolition by all civilized nations. Within 25 years, to wit, between 1818 and 1842, they concluded 23 treaties on the subject, with Holland, Sweden, Denmark, Russia, Austria, Prussia, Naples, Tuscany, Sardinia, the Hanse Towns, the United States, Haiti, Texas, Mexico, Colombia, New Granada, Venezuela, Ecuador, Uruguay, Buenos Aires, Chile, Peru, and Bolivia. Lord Palmerston, speaking in the House of Lords in 1844, gave some of the reasons which stirred the government to move in this matter. He said, The Negroes destined for the slave trade are not taken from the neighborhood where they are embarked. A great number come from the interior. Many are captives made in wars excited by thirst for the gain procured by the sale of the prisoners, but the greatest number arrives from kidnapping expeditions and an organized system of man-stealing in the interior of Africa. When the time approaches to set out with the slave caravans for the coast, the kidnappers surround a peaceful village at night, set it on fire, and seize on the inhabitants, killing all who resist. The village attacked is situated on a mountain, offering facilities for flight, and the inhabitants take refuge in the caverns. The kidnappers kindle large fires at the entrance, and those who are sheltered there, placed between death by suffocation and slavery, are forced to give themselves up. If the fugitives take refuge on the heights, the assailants render themselves masters of all the springs and wells, and the unfortunates, devoured by thirst, return to barter liberty for life. The prisoners made, they proceed to the choice. The robust individuals of both sexes and the children of above 6 or 7 years of age are set aside to form part of the caravan which is to be driven to the seashore. They rid themselves of the children under 6 years by killing them on the spot, and abandon the aged and infirm, thus condemning them to die of hunger. The caravan sets out. Men, women, and children traverse the burning sands and rocky defiles of the mountains of Africa barefoot and almost naked. The feeble are stimulated by the whip. The strong are secured by chaining them together or placing them under a yoke. Many fall from exhaustion on the road and die or become the prey of wild beasts. On reaching the seashore, they are penned up and crowded together in buildings called barracoons, where they fall a prey to epidemics. Death often cruelly thins their ranks before the arrival of a slave trader. Lord Palmerston's general deduction from these and other facts connected with the trade is contained in the same speech. It is calculated, he says, that of 3 Negroes seized in the interior of Africa to be sent into slavery, but 1 reaches his destination. The 2 others die in the course of the operations of the slave trade. Whatever may be the number yearly landed, therefore, we must triple it to obtain the true number of human beings which this detestable traffic annually carries off from Africa. A portion of the facts which form the data of such calculation remain to be considered. The manner, namely, of stowing and of treating Negroes in slave ships, and the mortality thence resulting. End of Part 1, Chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of The Wrong of Slavery. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States by Robert Dale Owen. How Slaves Were Transported from Africa. The report of the Lords in Council, from which I have already so copiously quoted, furnishes exact and conclusive evidence as to the space commonly allowed to slaves during their passage. The vessels employed were usually from 100 to 250 or 300 tons burden, averaging in early times little over 100 tons, but towards the end of the 18th century being of the capacity of 150 or 200 tons. The universal testimony is that the average number carried per ton was 2 persons and upwards. John Anderson, master of slaver, conceives that 2 slaves to a ton cannot crowd a ship. Sir George Young of the British Navy says, the usual allowance of space is 2 slaves to a ton, sometimes 3. If 2 were allowed to a ton, he thought there would be room enough. A bill had been introduced into Parliament which proposed to limit the number for each ton. Evidence was taken as to its effect, resulting as follows. James Penny had made 11 voyages as captain of slaver. He was asked, if the blank of the bill is filled with 1.5 to a ton, will it, in your opinion, tend to the abolition of the trade? Answer, I am clearly of opinion that it will. Footnote, Lords of Council's Report, Minutes of Evidence, page 41. End of footnote. This witness handed in a table, of which the accuracy was afterwards endorsed by Mr. Tarleton, a Liverpool merchant extensively engaged in the slave trade, exhibiting the estimate of profit or loss on a vessel of 100 tons at different rates of slaves per ton. Here it is. At 1 man per ton, the loss is 590 pounds, 1 shilling. At 1 man and a half per ton, the loss is 206 pounds, 19 shillings, 9 pence. At 2 men per ton, the profit is 180 pounds, 3 shillings, and 6 pence. At 2 men and a half per ton, the profit is 761 pounds, 5 shillings, 6 pence. Footnote from Lord of Council's Report, Minutes of Evidence, page 21. End of footnote. James Jones, 6 years captain of a slaver, deposed, if a ship of 200 tons does not purchase 400 slaves or more, she must certainly sink the owner's money. He was asked, what measurement do the merchants allow for each slave? Answer, in a ship of 200 tons and under, merchants all carry more than 2 slaves to each ton. Being asked what width was allowed at that rate to each slave when stowed below, he answered, a full-grown slave takes 16 inches in width, smaller slaves 12 to 14 inches. Footnote. Report cited Minutes of Evidence, pages 44 and 45. End of footnote. John Matthews, 17 years in the slave trade, was asked, what space in length and breadth do you consider sufficient for the health and comfort of the Negroes on board? Answer, the space they occupy when they lie on their backs is always considered sufficient for them. When asked for the number of inches, he at first refused to give it, saying he did not know. Afterwards, he gave 14 2/3 inches as a fair average. Footnote. Report cited Minutes of Evidence, pages 24 and 25. End of footnote. Another slave captain, James Bowen, expressed a different opinion. He said the average number of slaves carried is 2 to a ton. He is of opinion that the greatest number of slaves which a ship can carry consistent with the preservation is not above 1 per ton. Footnote. Lords of Council Report, Part 3, Sheet D. End of footnote. James Penny, a part of whose evidence has already been quoted, said, the average allowance of width to a slave is 14 inches and 2/3. Captain Perry was sent to Liverpool by government in 1788 to take the dimensions of ships employed in the African trade. A plan and sections are given of one of these, the Brooks, a ship of 297 tons burden, well known in the trade. The room said by her owners to be allowed for each slave was, for men, each 6 feet by 16 inches. For women, each 5 feet 10 inches by 16 inches. For boys, each 5 feet by 14 inches. For girls, each 4 feet 6 inches by 12 inches. At these rates, Captain Perry found that she could carry 470 slaves. But she did carry 607, being about 2 to a ton. This reduces the width actually allowed to the men to less than 12 inches and a half, and the rest in proportion. Footnote. Mr. William James, who had made 3 voyages on slavers, testified that on board the Britannia the height between decks was about 5 feet and a half. No slave whatever had room to turn himself when the cargo was completed. The chief mate, bosun, and an active young man were employed in stowing or packing them together, as in adjusting their arms and legs and prescribing a fixed space for each. Lord's Report, Part 2, Sheet D, 7. End of footnote. What terrible glimpses of human suffering are furnished by these dry, mathematical details. The slaver, to make money, must stow his human cargo with 12 to 16 inches only aboard for each to lie on. Lord Palmerston, speaking of African slave ships, strikingly says, a Negro has not as much room in them as a corpse in a coffin. Footnote. Speech, already quoted, of July 26, 1844. End of footnote. As the witnesses examined by the Lords in Council were, for the most part, masters or surgeons of slavers, or merchants engaged in the trade, the results of this frightful system only occasionally come to light. The slaves, thus stowed away like so much inanimate cargo, often felt their lives so grievous a burden that they attempted suicide, sometimes by throwing themselves overboard, sometimes by refusing all food. To prevent the first mode of self-destruction, as well as to avoid the dangers of insurrection, the men slaves were always put in irons, fastened 2 and 2, the chains being locked at different intervals to the deck. Footnote. Testimony of John Newton, mate of slaver, Lord's Report, Part 2, Sheet B2. End of footnote. And when released and brought on deck as they were every fine day, were compelled, by fear of the lash, to exercise, to dance, as the phrase of the trade was, in their fetters. Footnote. While the slaves are upon deck, it is thought necessary that they should take exercise, for which purpose the chief mate and bosun are stationed with a cat o' nine tails, to compel them to dance, as it is called. Testimony of William Jones, Lord's Report, Part 2, Sheet D7. End of footnote. As to the second mode of suicide, by self-inflicted starvation, its frequency rendered it an object of suspicion and of punishment. Captain Hall, a slave trader, deposes, has known instances of slaves being punished for not eating, supposed to be from stubbornness, when in reality it was from indisposition, and in some instances the slaves so punished had been found dead next morning. Footnote. Lord's Report, Part 2, Sheet C2. End of footnote. The women and children were not chained, and had usually more liberty than the men. But a surgeon of a slaver, Mr. James Arnold, thus indicates the spirit in which they were sometimes treated. When the women were sitting by themselves below, he had heard them singing, but always at these times in tears. Their songs contained the history of their separation from friends and country. These songs were so disagreeable to the captain that he has taken them up and flogged them in so terrible a manner for no other reason than this, that he, Mr. Arnold, has been a fortnight or 3 weeks in healing the incisions made. Footnote. Lord's Report, Part 2, Sheet D2. End of footnote. In severe weather, when the slaves could not be brought on deck, the mortality was often frightful. An instance is stated of a schooner which carried only 140 slaves, meeting with a gale of wind which lasted 18 hours, and losing in that brief space of time 50 slaves, upwards of 1/3 of the whole number. But worse misfortunes than storms sometimes overtook these poor wretches. Mr. William James testifies as follows. In the year 1779, being master of the Hound, sloop of war, and coming from the Bay of Honduras to Jamaica, he fell in off the Isle of Pines with 2 Liverpool Guineamen on the Middle Passage, commanded by Captains Ringmaiden and Jackson, who had very imprudently, but whether wilfully or not he cannot say, missed the island of Jamaica. Captain Nugent gave them chase and came up with them. Mr. James, upon boarding them, found them in great distress, both on account of provisions and water. He asked the captains, for both of them were on board one ship, why they did not go into the watering place at the west end of the Isle of Pines, near Cuba. They replied that they had attempted to get in, but got into shoal water. He then asked them what they intended to have done with their slaves if they had not fallen in with the Hound. They replied, to make them walk the plank, that is, to jump overboard. Mr. James asked them again why they did not turn a number of the slaves on shore at the Isle of Pines and endeavor to save the rest. They replied again that in such case they could not have recovered the insurance and that the rest would have gotten on shore. Footnote. Lord's Report, Part 2, Sheet D7. End of footnote. The supply of water usually taken appears to have been very scanty. The same witness, speaking of his experience on board the Britannia, says, their rooms were so hot and intolerable that they were continually calling out for water, and they generally came upon deck in a sweat. They were served twice a day with water, which is given them in a pannikin of tin of such dimensions as to hold not quite half a pint. Footnote. Report cited. Part 2, Sheet D7. End of footnote. Dysentery and diseases of a similar character were common among them. The details, as furnished by eyewitnesses who have given their experience, are too loathsome for reproduction. Mr. Falconbridge, a surgeon in this trade, who published a work on this subject in 1789, after giving a minute description of the scene below, adds, the deck or floor of their rooms resembled a slaughterhouse. It is not in the power of the human imagination to picture to itself a situation more dreadful or disgusting. Numbers of the slaves fainted and were carried on deck, where some of them died and the others were with difficulty restored. It had nearly proved fatal to me also. Footnote. Falconbridge's account of the slave trade, page 31. End of footnote. That under such a system the average mortality should be very great can surprise no one. What the true average was is somewhat difficult to determine. That it was chiefly caused by the plan of packing human beings, sometimes for days and nights together, in a width of from 12 to 16 inches each is certain. The Reverend John Newton, who in early life had gone out as mate and a slaver, after stating that on his first voyage they buried 1/3 of the number taken, added that on a subsequent voyage they did not lose one, the only instance of the kind that was ever known, he admits. Being cross-questioned as to the probable cause of this exceptional result, he said it was to be ascribed to the fact that, with room for 220 slaves, the number for which his cargo was calculated, they carried 90 only. The mortality was least from the windward coast, greatest from Bonny, Calabar, Benin, and Gaboon. Individual instances were frequently adduced by the witnesses in which it was about 5%. Occasionally, a witness alleges that to be the average, but this was in the windward trade. From the other points named, they usually admit an average of 10%. Mr. James Penny, 11 years a slave captain, speaking of the trade generally, said, on an average, he estimated, from his own experience and the best information he could collect, that the mortality was 1/12. The only official table on this subject given in the Lord's report indicates a much higher rate of mortality than that admitted by these slave traders. This table is taken from the books of the Board of Trade. It exhibits the number of Negroes shipped and the number delivered throughout 9 years, namely from 1680 to 1688, both inclusive by the African Company, and is from a statement made by the company itself. It is as follows. Table. In 1860, there were 5,190 Negroes shipped, 3,751 Negroes delivered, for a yearly loss of 27 2/3%. In 1681, there were 6,327 Negroes shipped, 4,989 Negroes delivered, for a yearly loss of 21 1/7%. In 1682, there were 6,330 Negroes shipped, 4,494 Negroes delivered, for a yearly loss of 29%. In 1683, there were 9,081 Negroes shipped, 6,488 Negroes delivered, for a yearly loss of 28.5%. In 1684, there were 5,384 Negroes shipped, 3,845 Negroes delivered, for a yearly loss of 28.5%. In 1685, there were 8,658 Negroes shipped, 6,304 Negroes delivered, for a yearly loss of 29.75%. In 1686, there were 8,355 Negroes shipped, 6,812 Negroes delivered, for a yearly loss of 18.25%. In 1687, there were 5,606 Negroes shipped, 4,777 Negroes delivered, for a yearly loss of 14.45%. In 1688, there were 5,852 Negroes shipped, 4,936 Negroes delivered, for a yearly loss of 15.75%. In total, there were 60,783 Negroes shipped, 46,394 Negroes delivered, for an average loss of 23.75%. The mortality, it will be observed, was 14,389 out of 60,783 shipped. That is 23.75%. Footnote: it is worthy of regard in connection with this excessive mortality that it occurred among persons all taken in the very prime of life. End of footnote. The results from an official table like this, presenting an average on so large a scale, are far more reliable than any deductions from isolated cases or individual testimony or opinion. The very witnesses who spoke of 5% as the usual loss, when pressed in cross-questioning, admitted far heavier losses to be of frequent occurrence, as John Newton, Archibald Dalzell, Thomas Eldred. This last admitted that on a single voyage he lost half his slaves and half his crew. The great crime avenged itself on those who aided in its perpetration. The epidemics which prevailed among the slaves were often communicated to the sailors, exposed as they were on deck day and night, and daily employed in occupations the most infectious and revolting, cleansing the lower decks and the like. Sir George Young says, a Guinea ship seldom returns with more than half her complement of sailors, and he believes the annual loss of seamen in that trade is equal to the manning of 2 ships of the line. The celebrated Thomas Clarkson supplied to the Lords Committee evidence on this point. He submitted a table exhibiting the results as to 88 slavers that returned to Liverpool in the years 1786 and 1787. It showed that out of 3,170 sailors shipped, there came home but 1,428, less than one half. 642, about 20%, are recorded as having died. The rest had deserted or were left behind on account of sickness. Of those who returned, many went to the hospital and never recovered their health. Another table shows the deaths of seamen on 24 West Indiamen in a single voyage to have been 6, while in 24 slavers it was 216. The average number of seamen employed on slavers being 36 on each, as 3,170 on 88 vessels in the table just referred to, the above is a mortality of 216 out of 864, or just 25%. Mr. Clarkson shows by other tables that the loss of seamen on board slavers is 20 times as great in proportion to numbers as on board vessels in the Petersburg or Newfoundland or Greenland trade, and he adds an expression of his belief that the annual loss of seamen in the English slave traders is greater than that in all other English trading vessels put together. Footnote: Lords of Council Report, Part 2, Sheet F3. End of footnote. So odious did this service become that seamen could usually be obtained for it only by fraudulent means, through crimson landlords of sailors' boarding houses, though 2 months' wages, instead of the usual month's pay, were offered in advance. Upon the whole, it seems to be sufficiently established that the usual rate of mortality among seamen was not less than 25% for each voyage, that is, during 1 year, for the rule of the African slave trade was 1 round voyage each year. As to the mortality among the slaves, there seems no good reason why we should not adopt the rate of loss shown in the statement of the African Company, as the average on 60,000 slaves shipped in their vessels, namely 23 2/3%. But even to this terrible mortality, a material item may have to be added. Among the documents in the Lord's Report is a report presented December 12, 1788, by a committee of the Jamaica House of Assembly to that House. This committee, desiring to avert the inferences as to ill treatment of slaves, liable to be drawn from the great decrease of the slave population of the island, made inquiry as to the number of new Negroes that have perished in the harbors of the island between the time of their being reported at the Custom House and the day of sale, all of which are reported in official books and returns as Negroes actually imported. They found, from the examination of a Negro factor, Mr. Lindo, that out of 7,873 Negroes consigned to him in the years 1786, 1787, and 1788, and reported at the Custom House, 363 died in the harbor of Kingston before the day of sale. Footnote: Lords of Council's Report, Part 3, Sheet R. End of footnote. This gives a mortality of about 4 2/3% on shipboard after entry and before landing. It does not clearly appear from the table of the African Company whether by Negroes delivered, they mean those entered as arrived in the books of the office, or those actually offered for sale. If the former, then we have 4 2/3% to add to 23 2/3%, furnished in the African countries table, making an aggregate of 28 1/3% as the average mortality incident to the passage. What shall we say of the estimates of those slave dealers who would have us believe that the entire average mortality among slaves on the terrible Middle Passage amounted to about 1/5 of the mortality among the crews of slavers, and only to about the percentage which, by official documents, we find to have taken place after the close of the voyage, during a few days' delay in harbor previous to disembarkation? On the whole, whether this loss in harbor is to be added to the African Company's estimate or not, it may be confidently assumed that the mortality among slaves imported from the Eastern to the Western Hemisphere, estimated from the time of shipping to that of landing, did not fall short of from 20 to 25%. Lest we exaggerate, however, let us put it at 20% only. Footnote: It may not be wholly unnecessary to remind the reader, if he be not familiar with the calculation of percentages, that if 20% of the Negroes received on board be the number lost on the Middle Passage, while we must deduct that percentage from the total ship to ascertain the number landed in the colonies, we must add not 20, but 25% to the number landed if we wish to obtain the number shipped. Thus, if the number of Negroes shipped be 100, we obtain the number landed, namely 80, by deducting 20% from 100. But to these 80, we must add 25% on 80 in order to obtain the original number shipped, namely 100. The term Middle Passage is not to be understood as designating the transoceanic route to the West Indies from any particular portion of the slave coast. Middle Passage, or Mid-Passage, the passage of a slave ship from Africa across the Atlantic Ocean, Worcester's Dictionary. End of footnote. It is considered a bloody battle when 10% of the combatants engaged are killed or wounded. The loss at Gettysburg did not amount to so high a percentage. Nor, even when that proportion of killed and wounded is reached, does the ultimate mortality amount to 5%. Through what a frightful ordeal, then, were those poor wretches during their incarceration of 8 or 10 weeks on board Christian-owned slavers, doomed to pass. Their ranks, twice decimated in that brief period, their numbers, without regard to age or sex, thinned by death as the number of soldiers passing through 4 sanguinary battles seldom are. Not inspired as the soldier may be by zeal in a cause, not sustained as the soldier in battle is by hope of victory, their future dark, purposeless, despairing as the prospect of pitiless slavery, ending only at death, could make it. What people, even under the harrow of pagan victory, were ever made to endure what they endured? And this crime of one portion of God's creatures against another portion was committed Not in the case of thousands, nor even of millions only. It was committed through the persistent barbarities of 3 centuries and a half in the case of tens of millions. When we consider the character of the means employed in Africa to fill up the slave cargoes, the wasting wars waged to procure prisoners, the marauding bands of kidnappers firing villages and killing all who resisted, the slaughter of those who were too young, and the abandonment of those who were too old or infirm to be marketable, the deaths on the long desert journey, and again in the pestilence-invaded barracoons, and yet again in the dungeons of the slave ship. When we reflect upon all these prolific sources of mortality, we shall not be inclined to consider Lord Palmerston guilty of exaggeration when he calculated that we must treble the number of slaves actually landed in the colonies to find the total of persons who were consigned to death or slavery by the various operations of the trade, from its inception in the Old World to its close in the harbors of the New. But lest in this the British Premier should have exaggerated, let us assume that the number of those who perished in Africa by slave wars, marauding murders, pestilence, and the extremity of hardship previous to embarkation was but equal to the number embarked. In other words, let us, to obtain the entire number of victims, lower the estimate to double the number only that were actually received on board slave ships. Then, according to our previous calculation, assuming the number shipped from Africa in the 3.5 centuries through which this traffic lasted to have been 15 millions and a half, we have 31 millions as the total number of Negroes who have been consigned to death or to foreign slavery, that one race of men might live by the labor of another. 31 millions, a portion of mankind equal in number to the entire inhabitants, northern and southern, white and colored, of the United States. Of these 31 millions, upwards of 3 millions, a population equal to that of the United States when independence was declared, were cast into the Atlantic. Footnote. The dead were thrown overboard even in port. Captain Cook, commanding a trade vessel on the east coast of Africa in 1836, 1837, and 1838, informed Mr. Fowell Buxton that slaves who die on board in ports are never interred on shore, but are invariably thrown overboard, when they sometimes float backwards and forwards with the tide for a week, should the sharks and alligators not devour them. The African Slave Trade, by Thomas Fowell Buxton, London, 1839, page 93. End of footnote. While less than 10 millions and a half were landed in colonial ports and distributed to planters from the auction block. Footnote. See, for confirmation of the moderation of these estimates, Appendix Note A. End of footnote. Never in any 3 centuries of man's written history was the violation of a great principle alike in political economy, in national morals, and in the religion of Christ, followed by a succession of outrages against God's creatures, in numbers a vast nation, so openly sanctioned by public law and solemn treaty, so shamelessly countenanced by public opinion, yet so marked at every stage of its progress by those flagrant enormities which usually arouse loud-spoken indignation, even when they do not stir to practical reform among mankind. End of Chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of The Wrong of Slavery. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio, InterfaceAudio.com. The Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States, by Robert Dale Owen. Chapter 7. What Became of the Imported Slaves? We have raised the curtain on but the first 2 acts of the great tragedy, the scene being laid of the first in Africa, of the second in the prison slaver. The third and last opening on colonial plantations remains to be glanced at. We must say a few words as to the treatment of those who survived death to become, in foreign land, slaves, and the progenitors of slaves. The graphic recital of individual barbarities, authentic examples of which can be found without number, are best calculated to stir indignation. But a doubt may obtrude itself in reading these as to how far they constitute the rule and how far they are to be taken as the exception only. Statistical details on a large scale, grave and dispassionate though their language be, addressed not to the heart, but to the reason, carry with them a force of evidence far beyond that of individual example, a force of evidence against which sophistry strives in vain, which compels conviction, except when the mind is closed against all proof by the hermetic influence of prejudice. I select an example of such evidence, based on official tables running through nearly 3/4 of a century, and bearing upon the character of slavery in the principal English colony in the West Indies. The character of England for humanity, as compared with that of other owners of slave colonies, Spain, France, Holland, is not below the average, and on that score the example may be assumed as fair. To the Jamaica House of Assembly, convened by the governor of the colony August 6, 1702, a return was made of the negroes in stock then on the island. The number of slaves was 41,596. In the report of the Lords in Council, from which I have already so copiously extracted, is a table giving the number of negroes annually imported into and exported from the island of Jamaica, from the year 1702 to the year 1775, both inclusive, that is, during 74 years. There were imported 497,736. There were exported 137,014. Leaving an addition, by the importation to the Negro population of the island in 74 years, of 360,722. These two items of 41,596 Negroes in the island in 1702 and of 360,722 imported from Africa from that time up to 1775, together 402,318, give the number of Negroes who would have been in the island in 1775, if the population had neither augmented by natural increase nor diminished by mortality in the previous 74 years. But in point of fact, this population of 402,318 was represented in 1775 by only 192,787 survivors. It had diminished in 3/4 of a century by 209,531, that is, to less than one half. A similar table to that above referred to for Jamaica is given for the British West Indian colony, next in importance, namely the island of Barbados. It extends, however, over 17 years, only, namely, from 1764 to 1780, both inclusive. It indicates a rate of decrease in the slave population far greater than even that in Jamaica. It appears from the table that in 1764 there were in the island 70,706 Negroes, that were imported in the next 17 years, namely, up to 1780, 38,843. No importations of Negroes in the last 7 years of the period, nor any exportations of them throughout the period being recorded. To 70,706, the number in 1764, add 38,843, the number imported in 17 years, and we have 109,549 as the number of Negroes who, if there had been no natural increase or decrease of population, would have been alive in 1780. But in that year there were but 68,270 alive on the island. At this rate of decrease, the population would have diminished to one half in 23 years. But to obtain general results, we must look to more comprehensive estimates than these. Unfortunately, there are to be found no full statistical details which might enable us to calculate, with accuracy, the number of Negroes and their descendants of mixed blood now on the Western Hemisphere. We know that there were, in 1860, 4,435,709 in the United States. We know that in the West Indies, including Guyana, there were emancipated by England, France, Denmark, Sweden, and Holland about 915,000 slaves, and the usual estimate is that to these should be added 1/5 to obtain the present colored population of these colonies. This would give 1,098,000, or say in round numbers 1,100,000, as the entire colored population of the West Indian colonies of England, France, Holland, Denmark, and Sweden, let us say in 1860. The census returns of the Spanish West Indian colonies, still slave, are imperfect, and the several estimates of population in these islands vary widely. The most authentic estimates, based on actual census returns, make the slave and free-colored population of Cuba as late as 1853 a little more than 500,000. With a fair allowance for increase since that date, we may put it in 1860 at 530,000. Puerto Rico, a flourishing and increasing colony, contained by a census return of 1846, 447,914 inhabitants, of whom about 54% were white, leaving about 206,000 colored. The rate of increase for the 16 years preceding was a little upwards of 2% a year. As but 50 or 55,000 of the colored people in this island are slaves, so that the gradual falling off of the slave trade would not very seriously affect the population, we may suppose that some 25%, say 51,500, have been added since, making in all 257,500 for the entire colored population of Puerto Rico. This would give in the Spanish West Indian colonies a colored population in 1860 of 787,500. I have not been able to find any official returns of the populations of Haiti later than 1826. In 1820, in a memoir sur Saint-Dominique by Lieutenant General Baron Pamphile de la Croix, the population of the island is put at 501,000, of whom only 1,000 are set down as white. In 1825, Monsieur Placide Justin estimated the population at 700,000. But in 1826, Charles Mackenzie, British Consul General in Haiti, obtained an official population return, not published, which had recently been made to the Haitian Chamber of Commerce. It gives the population of each commune separately, making the total population of the island at that time 423,042. This return Mr. Mackenzie considers more reliable than any other. It affords proof how little trustworthy are vague estimates of population, which usually overrun the truth, in consequence, probably, of the desire of a nation or its government, in the absence of an undeniable census, to represent its numerical strength as great as possible. Some of the very partial returns of an authentic character, furnished by Mackenzie, give the rate of natural increase in the population in certain communes at about 0.75% only per annum. But no trustworthy deductions can be made from returns so limited. The actual rate of increase from 1836 to 1860, 34 years, is probably double, that is to say, 1.5% a year. Allowing for omissions and for Mackenzie's opinion that the census given, though the most reliable document he could obtain, may be an underestimate, let us, instead of the total of 423,042 there given as the population in 1826, assume the black and colored population of Haiti in 1826 at Baron de la Croix's estimate of 500,000, adding thereto to bring it up to 1860 1.5% a year for 34 years, that is 51%, and we have the total Negro and mulatto population of the island at 755,000. As respects Central and South America, any estimate of the number of Negroes and their descendants of mixed blood must be found on data still uncertain than those which relate to the West Indies. Not only are we without any census of modern date to aid in the research, but an element of uncertainty intervenes which even census returns would fail to dispel. The aboriginal Indian races and their descendants of mixed blood are in large proportion all over this country, and are so blended in some portions of it that it is impossible to distinguish between them and the African mulatto of various shades. Brazil, the only considerable portion of the South American continent in which slavery exists, contains, of course, by far the larger number of Negroes, probably 4/5 or more, of all that are to be found in Central or South America. Into this country slaves were imported from Africa in considerable numbers as late as 15 years ago. A census, spoken of as official, bearing date June 22, 1831, states the entire population at 5,035,000, of which 2 millions are set down as slaves. The free colored population is not given. An estimate in the Penny Cyclopedia puts the Negro population in 1836 at 2 millions, namely 1,600,000 slaves and 400,000 free. If the proportion here given between slave and free be correct, and if the census of 1831 may be trusted, the number of free colored of African descent was then 500,000. This would make the entire colored population of African descent in 1831 2,500,000, that is, about 1/2 of the whole population, the other half being whites, Indians, and a mixed race sharing the Indian blood. From the year 1831 to the year 1856, we find no record of any population returns claiming to be official. In 1856, the Brazilian government published returns, summing up 7,678,000, but not distinguishing the races. The latest and probably most reliable authority on this subject is the work of Kidder and Fletcher on Brazil, from which, page 612, the above returns are taken. These gentlemen believe the government returns of 1856 to be an overestimate, and they give as more trustworthy a table made up from the estimates of Sir Francisco Nunes de Souza, a native statistician, quoted also by Eubank. The table was published in the Agriculture Brasileiro. It is for 1856 and sums up 7,040,000. The same authors give us also estimates of the percentage of slaves to the free population in 1/2 of the provinces composing the empire. It is to be regretted that the proportion in the other half, the most populous, containing more than 3/5 of the population, cannot be obtained. These estimates, we are told, are from the very careful computations of the Hon. J.U. Pettit, formerly United States Consul at Maranham. They show an aggregate of 944,623 slaves and a population of 2,680,000. The number of free colored is not given. To bring these estimates up to 1860, we must add the increase of population during 4 years. The rate of increase, deduced from the average of estimates going back 30 years, is about 1¾ a year, or 7% in 4 years. This gives us 492,800, which, added to 7,040,000, raises the total population of Brazil in 1860 to 7,532,800, an estimate which, in default of an official census, we adopt. It is somewhat above the average of the current estimates of the day. If the proportion of slaves to free persons be the same in the remaining 10 provinces as in those estimated, then the total number of slaves in the Empire of Brazil was in the year 1860 2,655,000. But inasmuch as the largest proportions of slaves to free persons are to be found in the populous provinces of the Atlantic coast, and as 3 of these, to wit, Pernambuco, Bahia, and Minas Gerais, each with a population of 800,000 or upwards, are among the provinces not estimated, we think the above total of 2,655,000 slaves is probably somewhat low, and that it may bear an addition of 10%. This would give for the Empire of Brazil in 1860 2,920,500 slaves, an estimate which we believe to be as near the truth as anything we are likely to obtain. I find no reliable data in regard to the number of free persons of African descent of which the probable reason is the great mixture of colored races. The aborigines of Brazil at the period of its conquest are said to have numbered between 4 and 5 millions, and though probably not more than a fifth of that number now survive, the half and quarter breeds are very numerous. Eubank gives an estimate by the Seigneur de Souza, the same writer probably whose calculations of a later date is relied on by Kidder and Fletcher, in which, putting the total at about the same I have given, he divides the population into 2,160,000 whites, 3,120,000 Negro slaves, 800,000 domesticated Indians, 180,000 free blacks, and 1,100,000 free colored. Unless all the Indian half and quarter breeds are included in the class of domesticated Indians, which is not likely, we cannot regard the free colored as all of African blood. On the other hand, it is certain that the number of free Negroes and mulattoes in Brazil is large, larger perhaps than in any other slave country. By the Brazilian laws, a slave can go before a magistrate, have his price fixed, and can purchase himself. Large numbers avail themselves of this privilege, and the class of freemen is rapidly increasing. All writers agree that more than half the population of Brazil consists of persons of African descent, slave and free. Under these circumstances, as it is my object not to overstate the case, and therefore to avoid all underestimates of the number of Negroes who may have survived the horrors of the Middle Passages and the cruelties of slavery, I assume de Souza's figures, without any deduction for Indian blood, making the free Negro population of all shades 1,280,000. This, added to the slaves, gives us as the population, free and slave, of African descent in the Empire of Brazil for the year 1860, a total of 4,200,500, leaving less than 3 millions and a third for whites, Indians, and Indian mixed races. One item still remains, the most vague and uncertain of any, the number of Negroes and mulattoes in the free republics of Central and South America. In all of these, the aboriginal races and their descendants vastly predominate. In all of them, the mixture of race and gradations of color defy analysis. In none of them has slavery had more than a comparatively ephemeral existence. But as Negroes do not voluntarily emigrate to the Western Hemisphere, all the Negroes or mulattoes to be found in these countries must be originally due to the slave trade, with such trifling additions as the straying off of slaves or of free-colored persons from the West Indies or from Brazil may occasionally have made. In Mexico, the number of Negroes seems to be accurately ascertained. The various estimates differ but a few hundreds, none under 6,000 and none over 7,000. Let us assume the latter number as the Negro population of Mexico in 1860. In Central America, as in Mexico, the representatives of the African race are a very insignificant part of the population. Squire, formerly chargé d'affaires of the United States to the republics of Central America, is undoubtedly one of the best, if not the very best, authority on the point. He says the population of Central America, in the absence of reliable data, can be calculated only approximately. The following table probably exhibits very nearly the exact proportions in Central America, so far as they may be deduced from existing data and from personal observation. Whites, 100,000. Indians, 1,109,000. Mixed races, 800,000. Negroes, 10,000. Total, 2,019,000. This would give us, for Mexico and Central America, 17,000. Let us say in round numbers, 20,000. If we pass to South America, we find in Venezuela, a country coterminous with the slave colonies of Guyana, a considerable number of Negroes. Bonnycastle estimated in 1818 that there were 54,000 Negroes in Venezuela. Codazzi puts down, in 1841, 49,782 slaves. Negroes were employed in the wars of this republic, and in these many are said to have perished. It is certain that they have not increased in late years. Bonnycastle's calculation for 1818 is probably a full estimate for 1860, but we have just put the number at 60,000. New Grenada appears to contain a larger number of Negroes than any other of the South American republic. Cobb, in his Historical Sketches of Slavery, puts the total in 1853 at 80,000. Bollaert, apparently one of the most reliable authorities, so far as his researches extend, estimates that in 1860 there were of Ethiopian race in New Grenada 80,000. Colton, in his Descriptive Atlas, 1860, apparently following these authorities, puts the population at 2,243,054, of whom 80,000 were Negroes. I shall assume that to be the number. In Ecuador, the number is small. Bollaert sets it down for the year 1860 at 7,831, and Colton has the same estimate. In Peru, the largest proportions of Negroes is to be found in the province of Lima. Hill estimates for the province 7,500. Dr. von Schutte puts the slaves in 1847 in the same province at 4,792. Bollaert estimates the total Negroes in Peru at 40,000. I cannot find, after much search, any estimate that seems more reliable than this last. In Chile, there have never been more than a few Negroes, either free or slave. The usual remark of the traveler, as Cobb, Schmidtmeyer, and Molina and others, is that very few Negroes are to be found there. Bollaert puts the number as 31 only, but this must be an error, for in 1825 slavery was abolished, without difficulty or disturbance, it is true, which would indicate that the number was small. But it is not likely that so small a number as Bollaert's estimate indicates would be made the subject of legislation at all. I have put down for Chile 1,000, which will probably cover all that are to be found there at this time. In Bolivia, in a population chiefly Indian, amounting to about 2 millions, we have no estimate whatever. Few pure Africans, says Colton. Some few Africans, says Bollaert. Probably 3,000 may cover the total amount. In the Argentine Confederation previous to the Revolution of July 9, 1816, slavery prevailed, and many slaves had been imported, some directly to Buenos Aires, others through Brazil. At the present time, the Negroes in La Plata are not numerous. There are a good many in Mendoza. The great mass of the population, however, are Indians. If we put the total number of Negroes within the Confederation at 25,000, we shall probably be above rather than below the truth. In Paraguay there are few Negroes to be found. 5,000 will, I believe, cover the amount. They are more numerous in Uruguay. To this republic, previous to 1842, about which time slavery was abolished, there had been brought Negroes both directly from Africa and also through southern Brazil. One writer estimates the number of Negroes in Uruguay at 20,000, and as I find in the various works on this country no other estimate, I adopt this. In Patagonia, it would appear from the various authorities that no Negroes are to be found. Thus we have for Mexico, Central America, and South America, apart from Brazil, the following estimate. Mexico and Central America, 20,000. Venezuela, 60,000. New Grenada, 80,000. Ecuador, 7,831. Peru, 40,000. Chile, 1,000. Bolivia, 5,000. Argentine Confederation, 25,000. Paraguay, 5,000. Uruguay, 20,000. Total, 263,831. Bringing together these various results, we find an approximating estimate of the number of Negroes and their descendants on the Western continent in the following table. Year 1860, in the United States, 4,435,709. In the English, French, Dutch, Danish, and Swedish West Indies, including Guyana, 1,100,000. In the Spanish West Indies, 787,500. In the island of Haiti, 755,000. In the Empire of Brazil, 4,200,500. In the rest of South America and in Central America, 263,831. In Canada, 20,000. Total 11,562,540. This total somewhat exceeds 11 millions and a half, but seeing that after diligent search I have been compelled to make up these estimates, especially for South America, from scanty materials, and desiring to put forth no argument founded on exaggerated data, and therefore not to underestimate the remnant remaining alive as descendants and representatives of the Negroes that brought to America from Africa, I add 250,000 to the sum of my estimate, and will assume the number of Negroes and their descendants in the Western Hemisphere in 1860 to have been 11,812,540 souls. This is, beyond question, not an underestimate of the actual number left. What is the conclusion, then, at which we are forced to arrive? The 15 millions and a half of poor wretches who were sentenced by the slave trade to transportation and slavery in foreign lands are now, after 3 centuries of servitude, represented in these lands by less than 4/5 of their original number. When we consider the tendency to natural increase in human beings, which has gradually swelled the population of the world to its 800 or 1,000 millions, the above statement, as it stands, must be confessed to embody a terrible condemnation of that system, which, as to a population half as large of the United States, not only arrested for 8 or 10 generations of men the operation of one of the great laws of the world, but without the life-destruction of war, without the deadly agencies of pestilence or famine, not, as we sometimes express it, by the visitation of God, but by the sole operation of man's crime and misery thence resulting, produced a retrogression of numbers at a ratio which, had it spread over the habitable earth, would have extinguished, in a few centuries, all human existence. But the matter has been very imperfectly presented yet. The actual results were far more fatal than the simple statement we have given serves to indicate. To obtain an accurate and intelligible view of these results, we must separate the 15 millions and a half of expatriated Africans into 2 portions, and trace out the separate destiny of each. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio, InterfaceAudio.com.
Part 1, Chapter 8, of the Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States, by Robert Dale Owen. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States, by Robert Dale Owen. Part 1, Chapter 8, Strangely Contrasting Fate of the 2 Diverging Streams. More than 1/3 of the present representatives of these 15 millions and a half inhabit, it will be observed, the United States. Less than 2/3 are scattered over the West Indies, Central and South America. But what proportion, let us inquire, of the Negroes shipped enslavers from Africa were the progenitors of the present colored population of the United States, and what proportion went to the West Indies and to Southern America? Here, as in previous calculations, though the materials be insufficient for absolute accuracy, we can approximate the truth. In the report of the Lords of Council, so often already referred to, there is but one table bearing on the subject. Footnote: Lords of Council Report, Part 4, Table Number 4. It exhibits the exportation of Negroes from the West Indies, then the principal place of their deposit and sale, for 5 years, namely, that from 1783 to 1787, both inclusive, showing that in these 5 years, out of 20,773 Negroes exported to all parts, 1,392 went to the States of America. That is, only about 1/15 of the whole, or 278 annually. Since so small a proportion out of the whole export was directed to the United States, it is evident that the demand for slaves at that time could not have been great. Nor do we find, throughout the report, any allusion to a direct trade by slavers from the African coast to the continental colonies. Of course it existed, but evidently not to a large extent. The public opinion, as well as the legislation of the colonies, had uniformly been against it. Footnote: the agency of the British government in fastening slavery upon the continental colonies is well known. Bancroft has placed it distinctly on record. Quote, "The inhabitants of Virginia were controlled by the central authority, on a subject of vital importance to themselves and their posterity. Their halls of legislation had resounded with eloquence, directed against the terrible plague of Negro slavery. Again and again, they had passed laws restraining the importation of Negroes from Africa, but their laws were disallowed. How to prevent them from protecting themselves against the increase of the overwhelming evil was debated by the King in Council, and on the 10th day of December, 1770, he issued an instruction, under his own hand, commanding the governor, under pain of the highest displeasure, to assent to no law by which the importation of slaves should be, in any respect, prohibited or obstructed. In April, 1772, this rigorous order was solemnly debated in the Assembly of Virginia. They were very anxious for an act to restrain the importation of people, the number of whom already in the colony gave them just cause to apprehend the most dangerous consequences. Virginia resolved to address the king himself, who in council had cruelly compelled the toleration of the nefarious traffic. They pleaded with him for leave to protect themselves against the nefarious traffic, and these were the words: "The importation of slaves into the colonies from the coast of Africa hath long been considered as a trade of great inhumanity, and, under its present encouragement, we have too much reason to fear, will endanger the very existence of your Majesty's American dominions. We are sensible that some of your Majesty's subjects in Great Britain may reap emoluments from this sort of traffic. But when we consider that it greatly retards the settlement of the colonies with more useful inhabitants, and may, in time, have the most destructive influence, we presume to hope that the interest of a few will be disregarded when placed in competition with the security and happiness of such numbers of your Majesty's dutiful and loyal subjects. Deeply impressed with these sentiments, we most humbly beseech your Majesty to remove all these restraints on your Majesty's governors of this colony, which inhibit their assenting to such laws as might check so very pernicious a commerce." In this manner Virginia led the host, who alike condemned slavery and opposed the slave trade. Thousands in Maryland and in New Jersey were ready to adopt a similar petition. So were the legislatures of North Carolina, of Pennsylvania, of New York. Massachusetts, in its towns and in its legislature, unceasingly combated the condition, as well as the sale of slaves. There was no jealousy among one another in the strife against the crying evil. Virginia harmonized all opinions, and represented the moral sentiment and policy of them all. When her prayer reached England, Franklin, through the press, called to it the sympathy of the people. Again and again, it was pressed upon the attention of the ministers. But the government of that day was less liberal than the tribunals, and while a question respecting a Negro from Virginia led the courts of law to an axiom that as soon as any slave sets his foot on English ground he becomes free, the King of England stood in the path of humanity and made himself the pillar of the slave trade. Wherever in the colonies a disposition was shown for its restraint, his servants were peremptorily ordered to maintain it without abatement. Bancroft's History of the United States, Volume 4, page 413, 414, and 415. In the entire history of Great Britain, there is scarcely a more disgraceful page. End footnote. The English continental colonies, says Bancroft, were, in the aggregate, always opposed to the African slave trade. Maryland, Virginia, even Carolina, alarmed at the excessive production and consequent low price of their staples, at the heavy debts incurred by the purchase of slaves on credit, and at the dangerous increase of the colored population, each showed an anxious preference for the introduction of white men. And laws designed to restrict importations of slaves are scattered copiously among the records of colonial legislation. The First Continental Congress, which took to itself powers of legislation, gave a legal expression to the well-formed opinion of the country by resolving on April 6, 1776, that no slaves be imported into any of the 13 United Colonies. Footnote: Bancroft's United States, Volume 3, page 411. As to the number of slaves actually imported during colonial days, the same historian says, "It is not easy to conjecture how many Negroes were imported into the English colonial colonies. The usual estimates far exceed the truth. Climate came in aid of opinion to oppose the introduction of them. From the first, they appear to have increased, though owing to the inequality of the sexes, not rapidly in the first generation. Previous to the year 1740, there may have been introduced into our country nearly 130,000. Before 1776, a few more than 300,000. Footnote: Bancroft's United States, Volume 3, page 407. The Duc de Rochefoucauld-Liancourt, who traveled into the United States in 1795, says, nearly 20 vessels from the harbors of the United States are employed in the importation of Negroes to Georgia and to the West India Isles. The Duke designates the merchants of Rhode Island as the conductors of what he calls the accursed traffic, which they are determined to persevere in till the year 1808, the period fixed by the Constitution when it is permitted to abolish it. But, he observes, they ship only one Negro for every ton of the burden of their vessels, which, moreover, he adds, are small ones. Footnote: Travels by the Duc de Rochefoucauld-Liancourt, Volume 2, page 292, of the English translation. The tables given in the Lords of Council's report show that a considerable portion of the slavers in those days were but of 100 tons burden. This was probably the capacity of the Rhode Island slavers. If so, the number of slaves annually carried by each was 100 only, making, in all, an annual importation by them of 2,000 slaves. But a portion of these went to the West Indies, another proof, it may be remarked, that the demand at home was not great. On the other hand, slaves may have been imported in English bottoms. Some were in Dutch, and it is true, as already stated, that a few hundred slaves were annually brought from the West Indies. Upon the whole, it seems a high estimate to put the annual importation for some years after the close of the Revolutionary War at 3,000. During that war, as commercial intercourse with foreign nations was almost wholly suspended, few or no slaves could have been imported. And the trade was probably resumed but gradually after the war. From 1776 to 1790, there were only 6 years when the trade could be considered open. If we estimate that 2,500 were imported during each of these 6 years, we have 15,000 as the importation from 1776 to 1790. Let us suppose Bancroft's a few more than 300,000 to mean 310,000, and we have the total number of slaves imported into the United States up to the year 1790 as follows. Up to the year 1776, 310,000. From the year 1776 to the year 1790, 15,000. Total imported up to 1790, 325,000. At this point we emerge, in a measure, into light. The census commences. We know that the colored population of the United States in 1790 was 757,363, of whom 59,466 were free. The 325,000 that had been imported were, in that year, represented by 757,363. The colored population of the United States had already considerably more than doubled itself by natural increase. At the end of the next decade, that is to say, in the year 1800, this population was 1,001,436, having increased in 10 years at the rate of about 32.25%. how much of this accession was due to natural increase, and how much was slave trade importation. The rate of increase among the colored population of the United States has been, by the census, as follows. In the decade from 1790 to 1800, 32.23%. From 1800 to 1810, 37.58%. Here the slave trade ceases. In the decade from 1810 to 1820, 28.58%. From 1820 to 1830, 31.44%. From 1830 to 1840, 23.41%. From 1840 to 1850, 26.62%. From 1840 to 1850, 26.62%. From 1850 to 1860, 21.9%. During the first decade, in which there was no disturbing element by importation of slaves, to wit, from 1810 to 1820, the rate of increase was 28.58. During the next decade, 31.44. Let us assume the former as the rate of natural increase from 1790 to 1800. Deducting it from the actual increase during that period, namely, 32.23%, we have a remainder of 3 2/3% as the increase from Africa. That would give 27,770 as the number of slaves imported in the 10 years from 1790 to 1800, or at the rate of 2,777 a year. In the next decade, 8 years of which only were open to slave importation, that importation appears to have greatly increased. The colored population amounted, by the census of 1810, to 1,373,810, exhibiting an increase in the decade at the rate of 37.58%. If, as before, we rate the natural increase at 28.58%, we shall have 9% on 1,001,436, that is to say, 9,123, of accession to the population in question, due to other causes than natural increase. But during this decade, to wit, in 1803, Louisiana, purchased from France, became a part of the Union, and her colored population, free and slave, added 42,245 to the census returns of 1810. Deduct this amount from 90,123, and we have 47,884 as the number of slaves that may have been directly imported into the United States in the 8 years from 1800 to 1808, being at the rate of 5,985 a year. The rate of importation was evidently increasing with rapidity. Fortunate was it for our country and for the cause of humanity that Congress availed itself of the constitutional provision which permitted in 1808 the abolition of the slave trade. Another item remains to be determined ere we can complete our estimate of importation. Of the colored population which Louisiana brought into the Union, what proportion may we properly ascribe to the slave trade, and what proportion to natural increase? The total number at the date of purchase appears to have been about 30,000. Footnote: by an accurate census of Louisiana, taken in 1785, the total population was 28,537, of whom about 14,000 were slaves and 1,000 free colored. From that date, there seems to have been no separate authentic census of the colony, until one was made in 1803 by the Consul of the United States at New Orleans, under orders from the Department of State. From the best documents he could obtain, he put the total population at 49,473, but without separating whites and blacks. See History of Louisiana from the Earliest Period by Francois Xavier Martin, New Orleans, 1827, Volume 2, pages 77 and 78. Other authorities put it higher, as Major Amos Stoddard, in his Sketches Historical and Descriptive of Louisiana, page 226. He admits that there are no precise data to determine the population in 1803, but estimates 50,700 whites, and 42,600 colored, together upwards of 93,000. This, however, is clearly an overestimate, as our own official census of 1810 makes the entire population of Louisiana in that year but 76,556. At first sight, the consul's estimates of 49,473 seems too low, since, if it be not, 50% was added to the populations in the 7 years from 1803 to 1810. This would seem improbable, but for the remarkable fact that the entire population of Louisiana, chiefly, of course, by immigration from other states of the Union and from Europe, doubled in the next decade, amounting in 1820 to 152,923. As a medium term between these conflicting authorities, we may assume the entire population in 1803 to be 60,000, of whom half were colored. This agrees with Mr. Carey's estimate. Speaking of the colored population, Mr. Carey says, nearly 30,000 were found in Louisiana at her incorporation into the Union. The Slave Trade, Domestic and Foreign, page 17. End footnote. To supply this number, how many had probably been imported under colonial rule? Except as to difference of nationality in her owners, Louisiana, previous to 1808, was not differently situated from the southern states of the Union. Part of the same continent, coterminous in her chief boundaries, with similar climate and general condition, there seems no good reason to suppose that the natural increase of her colored population had been at a rate much lower than ours. But in 1808, our colored population had very nearly trebled its original numbers. Let us suppose, to avoid the chance of overestimate, that in 1803 the slaves and free colored people of Louisiana had only doubled in number as compared to their African descendants. That would give 15,000 as the number imported into that colony up to the time when it became part of the United States. Footnote: I ought here, in strictness, to add that proportion of the slave and free-colored population of Texas at the time of her admission, which may be supposed to have been due to the African slave trade. But in the first place, it was small, a very small proportion of the total. It was about 58,500 in 1850, 5 years after annexation, being undoubtedly due to natural increase. Secondly, we cannot tell how many slaves may have been taken thither from the United States. And lastly, it is more than offset by the fugitive colored population of Canada and the colonized population of Liberia, neither of which enter into the United States Census, although both go to increase the total, to which the 500,000 slaves shipped in Africa for the United States had actually swelled in 1860. End footnote. Summing up these various items, we have the total number of slaves imported into the United States, up to the date of the abolition of the slave trade, as follows. Up to 1790, as before, 325,000. From 1790 to 1800, 27,770. From 1800 to 1810, 47,884. Imported into Louisiana, previous to her purchase from France, 15,000. Total slaves imported into the United States, 415,654. Footnote: an industrious and painstaking author, accustomed to statistics, makes the total 1/5 less than this. Mr. Henry Charles Carey, in his Slavery, Domestic and Foreign, Philadelphia, 1853, page 18, after furnishing his reasons for each separate estimate, sums up as follows. Prior to 1714, 30,000. From 1715 to 1750, 90,000. From 1751 to 1760, 35,000. From 1761 to 1770, 74,500. From 1771 to 1790, 34,000. Subsequent to 1790, 70,000. Total number imported up to 1808, 333,500. I think Mr. Carey has estimated the rate of natural increase in early days, say from 1714 to 1770, too high, not allowing for the effect, then sensibly felt, of that disproportion between the sexes incident to the slave trade, to which we shall hereafter have occasion to advert. End footnote. It is to be observed that this is an estimate, not of the slaves that were exported from Africa, destined to the United States, but of those that were actually landed there. If the loss on the voyage was, as we have estimated, 20%, footnote, see page 59, the above 415,654 Negroes represent about 525,000 shipped on the African coast, whether directly for this country or by coming way of the West Indies. Since 525,000 less 20% is 416,000. If the statement of the Duc de Rochefoucauld, footnote, see page 87, that the Rhode Island slavers carried but one Negro for each ton burden may be relied on, the average mortality on board slave ships bound to North America was likely to have been less than 20%. It would probably be safe to estimate that out of 500,000 Negroes shipped from Africa, the number above estimated to have reached us may have been landed. Referring now to our estimate of the number of slaves taken from the African coast during the 3 centuries and a half of the slave trade, namely 15,525,000, we may assert, in round numbers, that 500,000 of these went to our own country, chiefly during its colonial existence, and 15 millions to the West Indies and to South and Central America. We now have the means of answering the following questions. What became of each of these two so unequal divisions of this expatriated people? What has been the respective destiny of each? How are they now represented? The answer involves results so extraordinary, at first sight so incredible, and, in effect, even when thoroughly examined, so difficult of satisfactory explanation, that I have devoted much time and labor to the critical revision of the materials whence my conclusions are drawn, before venturing to place them on record. This is the answer. The 500,000 shipped for North America have increased nearly 9-fold, being represented in 1860 by a population exceeding 4,400,000, while the 15 million sent to the West Indian colonies and to Southern America have diminished, from age to age, until they are represented now by less than half their original number. Footnote: those who may be tempted to object to this latter calculation, as based in part on approximating estimates, would do well to hear in mind that it is fully borne out by another calculation, already given, pages 63, 64, etc., and which is based upon official tables alone. A calculation covering a period of 74 years in the last century, and extending to the entire Negro population of the largest English West Indian colony, Jamaica, throughout these 74 years, the results in condensed view being as follows. Negroes in Jamaica in 1702, 41,596. Negroes imported from 1702 to 1775, 497,736. Deduct exported from 1702 to 1775, 137,014. Leaving in the island imported slaves, 360,722. Total in 1775, if population had been stationary, 402,318. But the actual population in 1775 was 192,787, showing a reduction in 3/4 of a century in the Negro population of Jamaica of more than 1/2. End footnote. How marvelous, beyond all human preconception, are these results! Had the 15 millions whose lot was cast in the southern portion of our hemisphere increased in the same proportion as the 500,000 who were carried into its northern continent, their descendants, instead of dwindling to half, would have been today a multitude numbering more than 130 millions of men. End of Part 1, Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of The Wrong of Slavery. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Matt Borden. The Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States by Robert Dale Owen. Part 1, Chapter 9, Touching the Causes of Certain Marvellous Results. What is the explanation of this startling marvel? Is it to be found solely in the greater humanity with which the Negroes of the United States have been treated, as compared with those of other slave countries? A little research will show us that there were other causes in operation to produce these strange effects, causes chiefly due to the fact that the slave trade to the United States was brief in its duration and unimportant in its operations, compared to the slave trade to the West Indies and South America. But wherever the operations of the slave trade are of great magnitude, the effect is to check the natural increase of the slave population on plantations. In the first place, it introduces an unnatural element into that population, which it is proper here to set forth. And to this element, a portion of the decrease in the Negro population of the countries to which these estimates extend is indisputably to be ascribed. The abnormality referred to is the uniform practice of dealers in selecting cargoes of Negroes on the African coast to purchase a considerably larger proportion of males than females. All the witnesses agree in the fact, though they differ as to the motive. Some testify that it was more difficult to procure saleable women than men, ascribing this to various causes, as to the prevalency of polygamy in Africa, to the fact that there were fewer female criminals than male criminals, also that as to the chief offense for which criminals were sold into slavery, namely adultery. Quote, "It was sometimes pardoned in the women, but never in the men." Footnote, Testimony of Mr. Miles Lord's Report, Part 1, Sheet O. Mr. Weaver, same page, says, quote, "Few women are sold for any other crime than adultery, and that is very often forgiven them." Other witnesses, however, affirm that there was no difficulty in procuring as many female slaves as males. Mr. Eldred, captain of a slaver from Rhode Island, testifies, quote, "Female slaves can be procured on the coast with more facility than male slaves." Footnote, Lord's Report, Part 1, Sheet N, 6. The true motive is probably given by a slave surgeon, Mr. Falconbridge, who deposes, quote, "On the coast of Africa, the captains of slave ships never wished to purchase more than 1/3 females. Planters in the West Indies, in many cases, prefer males, because they lose the labor of a female in the latter end of pregnancy, and for a little time afterwards." Footnote, Ibid. Mr. Falconbridge made 5 voyages as surgeon. Most of the witnesses state the usual proportion between the two to be 3 males for 1 female. The Reverend Mr. Newton says, quote, "The number of male slaves purchased usually exceeded that of the females in the proportion of 4 to 3, and sometimes of 2 to 3. Footnote, Ibid. The exact average proportion appears to have been between these two rates. In the report of the Jamaica House of Assembly, already quoted from, in which this disparity in the numbers of the sexes is adduced as a chief cause of the decrease in their slave population, tables are given showing the exact proportion in the case of 49,135 Negroes imported by the chief Negro factors into Kingston from 1764 to 1788. Of these, 30,636 were male and 18,539 were female, the relative proportion being, as nearly as may be, 5 males to 3 females. Of each 1,000 Negroes imported then, there were, on the average, 625 men and 375 women. Each 1,000, therefore, was only equal, so far as power of reproduction was concerned, to a population of 375 men and 375 women. In other words, to a normally constituted population of 750. It follows that as to any given West Indian or other slave population kept up by constant supply through the slave trade, we must deduct 25%, or, in other words, take 3/4 only of its nominal amount, on which to estimate its power of natural increase. Footnote. The committee of the Jamaica House of Assembly, from whose report the above is extracted, fall into a remarkable error. They deduct from the whole number imported 2/5, quote, "to bring the sexes to an equality," close quote. That would be 40%, reducing each 1,000 to 600. But, as each 1,000 contained 375 women, it was evidently equal in power of reproduction to a population of 375 men and 375 women, in other words, to an ordinary population of 750. To this extent, then, the decrease of population in the West Indies and South America is not to be wholly ascribed to the more cruel treatment or more oppressive labor to which the slaves were subjected by the planters, but to the policy pursued by the African slave traders in selecting their human cargoes. That such a disturbance of the great natural law must have produced immoral results in an aggravated form cannot be doubted. As little doubtful is it that this immorality was carried to an excess which still further diminished the rate of natural increase. As, however, it must be supposed that the slave traders brought to the market precisely the assortment of cargo which they found the most saleable, the above abuse is chargeable indirectly to the planters themselves. Had they desired on their plantations an equal number of each sex, the slave dealer would doubtless have found means to supply it. Footnote. Quote, many of the largest and best sugar estates on the island of Cuba belong to the different ecclesiastical orders. Under the mask of discouraging a vicious intercourse of the sexes, some of them religiously resolved to purchase only male Negroes, a devout austerity which would appear to have originated in the idea that men can do more work than women. Deprived of connections resulting from one of the chief laws of nature, and driven to desperation, the unhappy Negroes, not unlike the first Romans, had been known to fly to the neighboring estates, seize on the women, and carry them off to the mountains. Close quote. The History of the Maroons by R.C. Dallas, London, 1803, Volume 2, page 60. The slave trade had another, still more sinister influence. It is beyond a doubt that wherever that trade prevailed, it tended directly to aggravate the condition and to shorten the lives of the plantation slaves. This happened because it increased the temptation to cruelty and overwork. An author who resided 20 years in Brazil and who has dealt tenderly with slavery confesses, quote, until 1850, when the slave trade was effectually put down, it was considered cheaper on the country plantations to use up a slave in 5 to 7 years and purchase another than to take care of him. This I had in the interior from native Brazilians, and my own observation has confirmed it. But, since the inhumane traffic with Africa has ceased, the price of slaves has been enhanced, and the selfish motive for taking greater care of them has been increased. Close quote. Footnote. Brazil and the Brazilians by Rev. D. P. Kidder, D.D., and the Rev. J. C. Fletcher, 1857. It is Mr. Fletcher who writes the above. Of the two influences to check population above indicated as flowing directly from the slave trade, the first, connected with the disparity in the numbers of the sexes, is totally insufficient to account for the unexampled decrease in the 15 millions of slaves sent to the Gulf and to South America. Suppose that entire population, when it left the shores of Africa, to have been in the proportion of 5 men to 3 women. Its power of natural increase would have equaled only that of a normally constituted population of 11,250,000. But had the slaves in question actually numbered but 11.25 millions, and had they increased in the same proportion as the 500,000 shipped for the United States had done, the census return of their descendants today would have been 98 millions, more than 3 times the population, white and black, of the United States. The immoral influence of the disparity in the relative numbers of the sexes already alluded to, and its tendency to check population, is here to be taken into account. But that disparity prevailed among imported Negroes only, and did not, of course, extend beyond the first generation. Unquestionable as the tendency of the influence in question was to diminish the rate of natural increase, we can receive it only as a partial element, not seriously affecting the general result. Thus, the marvelous variance in the fate of the 2 divisions of Negro immigrants is not explained, though the exact figures are somewhat varied, by the disproportion of the sexes in these immigrants. As to the second influence, growing out of the temptation gradually to work to death laborers who can be replaced any day by fresh purchases, it is hard to believe that it should have exerted over human cupidity so terrible a sway as to cause the reduction to 7.5 millions of men, a population which, had they been treated and had they thriven, but as well as the slaves of the United States, would have numbered today 98 millions of souls. Climate may have had something to do in working out the ultimate results, yet there is no evidence to show that the climate of the West Indies and of Brazil is less suited or more fatal to the Negro than that of our slave states. A more influential circumstance, especially in the West India Islands, was the habitual absenteeism of many of the proprietors. The slaves were left at the mercy of overseers, often uncultivated and mercenary, who had no interest in their preservation so long as those who died could be profitably replaced by what were called, quote, new Negroes, close quote. Many of these overseers were unmarried men, and writers on the condition of the colonies frequently allude to the fact that, when this was the case, the lack of female care and considerate forethought as regarded the slave mothers and children had a very considerable influence in diminishing the population. Upon the whole, however, it must be confessed that, while the general facts in this case are indisputable, the explanations we have so far suggested seem inadequate to account for the extraordinary results we have disclosed. End of Chapter 9. Recording by Matt Borden, plantdoc.org.
Part 1, Chapter 10 of The Wrong of Slavery. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. The Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States by Robert Dale Owen. Part 1, Chapter 10. Was there a failure and a success? But the lesson taught to mankind by this stupendous crime is far beyond the marvel of its results. 4 years ago that lesson was in part foreshadowed only, and could not have been fully read. Today it is written in terrible characters all over the history of our country. 4 years ago it might have been said with a certain plausibility that the experiment of human slavery had 2 phases, the phase of failure and the phase of success. With a certain plausibility only, it is true. There has been success in this country, so far as the mere physical increase of the slave population can attest the fact no further. But population has increased in the world, in spite of ceaseless wars, in spite of constant vice and misery. It increased in famine-stricken Ireland. It increased in England throughout the term of the feudal system, which made of the island one great military camp. It increased in France throughout the centuries of that old regime of which the insufferable iniquities were at last requited by popular vengeance and culminated in the first revolution. It is to be admitted, however, that an annual increase from natural causes alone of 2 3/4 to 3%, prevailing throughout a term of years in any population, as among the slaves of the United States from 1810 to 1830, indicates that they have not been subjected to the extremity of hardship which marks the fate of Negro slaves in other portions of this hemisphere. And as, even to the present day, the rate of natural increase among slaves in this country has been considerable, it may be fairly inferred that slavery in the United States, even in its latter and severer phase, has been, as a general rule, more merciful and lenient than in the West Indies and South America. It will probably be claimed, in addition, that it indicates a very considerable amount of physical comfort and well-being. But any such admission would convey a false impression in regard to the actual condition of the slave, especially in the cotton and sugar states. The investigations of the Government Commission, of which for a year past I have been a member, thoroughly convinced me that the statements made in our preliminary report as to the condition of the slave population of South Carolina apply substantially to that of Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Texas, and Arkansas, and with no very considerable modifications, to Louisiana, to Florida, to a few portions of North Carolina, and to the western half of Tennessee. I repeat here, as applicable to the states above named, that which, antecedent to more general examinations, we had predicated only of South Carolina. This is one of the states in which the system of Negro slavery seems to have reached its furthest development, with the least modification from contact with external civilization. There it appears to have run out nearer to its logical consequences than in any other we have visited. There it has been darkening in its shades of inhumanity and moral degradation from year to year, exhibiting more and more increased cruelty and more marked crushing out, in the case of the Negro race, of the humanising relations of civilised life, and a closer approach in practice to a monstrous maxim, the same which a Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, perverting history, alleges to have been the sentiment of the civilised world when the United States Constitution was adopted, and in the spirit of which he assumes, in virtue of such perversion, that Constitution to have been framed, namely, that the Negro has no rights which the white man is bound to respect. The evidence before the Commission shows that, half a century ago, its phase was much milder than on the day when South Carolina ceded. It is the uniform testimony of all emancipated South Carolinian slaves above the age of 60 that their youth was spent under a state of things which, compared to that of the last 30 years, was merciful and considerate. As a general rule, these old men are more bright and intelligent than the younger field hands, in many of whom a stolid, sullen despondency attests the stupefying influence of slave driving under its more recent phase. The disintegration of the family relation is one of the most striking and most melancholy indications of this progress of barbarism. The slave was not permitted to own a family name. Instances occurred in which he was flogged for presuming to use one. He did not eat with his children or with their mother. There was no time for that. In portions of the state, at least, a family breakfast or dinner table was a thing so little known among these people that ever since their enfranchisement it has been very difficult to break them of the lifelong habit that each should clutch the dish containing his portion and skulk off into a corner, there to devour it in solitude. The entire day until after sunset was spent in the field, the night in huts of a single room, where all ages and both sexes herded promiscuously. Young girls of 15, some of an earlier age, became mothers, not only without marriage, but often without any pretence of fidelity, to which even a slave could give that name. The church, it is true, interposed her protest, but the master, save in exceptional cases, did not sustain it, tacitly sanctioning a state of morality under which ties of habitual affection could not assume a form dangerous or inconvenient to despotic rule. The men, indeed, frequently asked from their masters the privilege of appropriating to themselves those of the other sex. Sometimes it was granted, sometimes, when the arrangement was deemed unprofitable, it was refused. Some cases there were in which a slaveholder, prompted by his own sense of morality or religion, or urged thereto by a pious wife, suffered these connections of his slaves to have the sanction of religious ceremony. But it is evident that to connect even with such a quasi-marriage, the idea of sacredness or religious duty was inconsistent with that legal policy of the slave states, which forbade to render indissoluble among slaves a relation which tomorrow it might be for the interest of their owner to break up. The maternal relation was often as little respected as the marital. On many plantations, where the system was most thoroughly carried out, pregnancy neither exempted from corporal punishment nor procured a diminution of the daily task, and it was a matter of occasional occurrence that the woman was overtaken by the pains of labour in the field, and the child born between the cotton rows. Humane masters, however, were wont to diminish the task as pregnancy advanced, and commonly gave 3, occasionally 4 weeks exemption from labour after childbirth. The mother was usually permitted to suckle her child during 3 months only, and the cases were rare in which relaxation from labour was allowed during that brief period. On the other hand, instances have occurred in which the more severe drove the negress into the field within 48 hours after she became a mother, there to toil until the day of the next birth. A noble exception among others to such a system of inhumanity, gratefully testified to by the negroes who enjoyed it, was to be found on the plantation of ex-Governor Aiken, one of the largest and most influential planters in the state. His habitual clemency, it is said, gave umbrage to many of his neighbour planters, as endangering their authority under a severer rule. Under such a slave system as this, where humanity is the exception, the iron enters deep into the soul. Popular songs are the expression of the inner life, and the Negro songs of South Carolina are, with scarcely an exception, plaintive, despondent, and religious. When there mingles a tone of mournful exultation, it has reference to the future glories of Zion, not to worldly hopes. If to the above details touching slave life in this state we add the fact that because of the unhealthy climate of the sea islands off the South Carolinian coast, chiefly due, it is said, to causes which may be removed, the least valuable and intelligent slaves were usually placed there. Further, that being much isolated in small communities, these slaves frequently had children, of whom the father and mother were near blood relatives, producing deterioration of the race. It can excite no surprise that the Negroes of South Carolina, as a class, are inferior to those from more northern states. An intelligent Negro from a northern county of North Carolina, who had there learned the blacksmith's trade, and had been hired to work on a railroad in South Carolina, stated to the commission that he never knew what slavery really was until he left his native state. While there, he was comparatively contented. Within a month after he reached South Carolina, he determined to risk his life in an attempt to escape. To judge whether a natural increase of population is necessarily connected with physical comforts, it behooves us to look to the interior slave life of the South, to the motives which encourage such increase, and to the conditions which attach to it. We find these well set forth by one who had the best opportunities to observe, having resided some 5 months on her husband's plantation in Georgia, and being in the habit of recording from day to day events as they occurred. It is doubtful whether there has been presented to the public in modern times a more authentic or more faithful chronicle of everyday life in the Cotton States than is to be found in the journal from which our extract is taken. The writer had been conversing with a negress who had formerly been a favourite house servant, and thus proceeds. She named to me all her children, an immense tribe, and by the by, it has occurred to me that whereas the increase of this ill-fated race is frequently adduced as a proof of their good treatment and well-being, it really and truly is no such thing, and springs from quite other causes than the peace and plenty which a rapidly increasing population is supposed to indicate. Peace and plenty are certainly causes of human increase, and so is recklessness. Here it is more than recklessness, for there are certain indirect premiums held out to obey the early command of replenishing the earth, which do not fail to have their full effect. In the first place, none of the cares, those noble cares, that holy thoughtfulness which lifts the human above the brute parent, are ever incurred here, either by father or mother. The relation indeed resembles, so far as circumstances can possibly make it so, the short-lived connection between the animal and its young. But it is not only the absence of the conditions which God has affixed to the relation which tends to encourage the reckless increase of the race. They enjoy, by means of numerous children, certain positive advantages. In the first place, every woman who is pregnant, as soon as she chooses to make the fact known to the overseer, is relieved from a certain portion of her work in the field, which lightening of labour continues, of course, as long as she is so burdened. On the birth of a child, certain additions of clothing and an additional weekly ration are bestowed on the family, and those matters, small as they may seem, act as powerful inducements to creatures who have none of the restraining influences actuating them which belong to the parental relation among all other people, whether civilized or savage. Moreover, they have all of them a most distinct and perfect knowledge of their value to their owners as property. And a woman thinks, and not much amiss, that the more frequently she adds to the number of her master's livestock by bringing new slaves into the world, the more claim she will have upon his consideration and goodwill. This was perfectly evident to me from the meritorious air with which the women always made haste to inform me of the number of children they had borne, and the frequent occasions on which the older slaves would direct my attention to their children, exclaiming, "Look, missus, little niggers for you, and massa, plenty little niggers for you and little missus." We have an abundant evidence of the correctness of the view here taken. General Saxton, for example, deposes. Question. Were the women under the slave system taught chastity as a religious duty? Answer. No, sir. They were taught that they must have a child once a year. The prohibition against suckling their children longer than 3 months is part of the same system. The result is that the slave families are usually very numerous. We found in South Carolina among the freedmen several instances in which the mother had had 20 children and upwards in as many years. The result is disclosed beyond possible denial throughout Mrs. Kemble's graphic volume. Excessive childbearing coupled with ceaseless toil, an interval of 3 weeks only being allowed after childbirth, these are conclusively shown to have been the source of shocking diseases and terrible suffering to the female slaves. The argument to be deduced from the great natural increase of the slave population in the United States would be much stronger than it is, had the ratio of increase, as it was during the first 2 decades after the abolition of the slave trade, been kept up to the present day. But it has not been kept up. I have already had occasion, in the extract cited from the preliminary report of our Commission, to advert to the fact that the system of slavery among us has been increasing in severity and hardship from year to year, especially for 30 years past. A glance at the census shows that statistics confirm what we had deduced from personal observation. From 1830, the rate has been gradually diminishing, for, as the superintendent of the census remarks, the greater apparent increase among slaves from 1840 to 1850 is connected with the admission of Texas in 1845. In these 30 years, the ratio of natural increase has diminished over 10% in the decade, or 1% a year. At the same diminishing ratio, less than quarter of a century would have witnessed a state of things under which the slave population would have been annually decreasing. Whether it would have fallen still lower, until, as in Jamaica and other West Indian islands, the deaths had so far exceeded the births, that in less than half a century the population would have disappeared, must now ever remain, let us thank God, a matter of conjecture. The duration of slavery as a system in the United States has been but brief as compared with its prolonged existence in West Indian colonies. Here that system had not borne its deadliest fruits. Here, especially for 4 or 5 decades after the Revolutionary War, certain features of a patriarchal character tended to alleviate its harshness. But, in all its various phases, that system which confers on one race the fatal privilege of idleness at expense of forced drudgery imposed upon another race differs rather in the degree than in the character of its results. Those results are, as a general rule, wherever slavery exists at all, essentially and degradingly evil. Evil to the victim of the injustice, evil as certainly to the inflictor of it, for there is no human crime that does not recoil on the criminal. Alike in the slave states of the Union, as in the colonies of the West Indies, and in every other land in which the system of slavery prevails, its victims may be said to live deprived, directly or indirectly, of every natural right. One of the most universal objects of human desire and of human endeavour is the acquisition of property. But the laws of slave states forbid that the slave shall ever acquire any. The holiest of human relations is marriage, but a slave cannot legally contract it. The dearest of human ties are those of family, but a slave may see them broken for ever, without redress, any hour of his life. Of all human privileges, the highest is the right of culture, of moral and mental improvement, of education. But to the slave the school is forbidden ground. Reading and writing are penal offences. The most prized of personal rights is the right of self-defence, but a slave has it not. He may not resist or resent a blow, even if it endanger limb or life. What remains to the enslaved race? Life to man, honour to woman, any security for either? Nominally, yes. Actually, save in exceptional circumstances, no. In the statute laws against murder or rape, the word white is not to be found. Persons of either colour appear to be equally protected. But among the same statutes, in every slave state of the Union, is incorporated a provision to the following or similar effect. A Negro, mulatto, Indian, or person of mixed blood, descended from Negro or Indian ancestors, to the third generation inclusive, though one ancestor of each generation may have been a white person, whether bond or free, is incapable of being a witness in any case, civil or criminal, except for or against each other. As far as regards the two worst crimes against the person, the above provision is the exact equivalent of the following. Murder or rape by a white person, committed against a Negro, mulatto, Indian, or person of mixed blood, descended from Negro or Indian ancestors, to the third generation inclusive, though one ancestor of each generation may have been a white person, shall go unpunished, unless a white person shall have been present and shall testify to the commission of the crime. The apology for a law according to which a woman cannot testify against the violator of her person, or a son against the murderer of his father, is that in a community where Negro slavery prevails, such a provision is necessary for the safety of the white race. The same apology is adduced to justify the taking from the slave the right of property, of marriage, of family ties, of education, of self-defence. The apology may be valid. It may not be possible to force one race to hopeless labour, they and their children after them, from sunrise till sunset, day after day, year after year, till death, thus to toil unrequited, save by the coarsest food and clothing, in order that another race may exist in idleness. It may not be possible safely to carry on such a system without depriving the labouring race of every right, civil and social, and of every protection to life and property, for which man has been struggling through all the centuries of history. It may be one of the conditions of safety to the master race, thus usurping the labour of their fellows, that some of their own children should be as utterly disfranchised as the imported African. The phraseology of the section we have quoted is very suggestive. To the third generation inclusive, though one ancestor of each generation be white, are the words, "The white man makes the law, and his son, his grandson, his great-grandson, so that these share to the extent of 1/8 of the blood of the attained race, may, whether slave or free, be murdered with impunity, if the murder be not committed in the presence of someone without that 1/8 of taint. The white man makes the law and exposes the chastity of his own daughter, fairer of skin, it may be, than himself, to brutal outrage, without possibility of bringing the ruffian who commits that outrage to justice, unless the wretch, adding folly to infamy, selects his opportunity when one of his own race happens to be within hearing or sight. These may all be necessary conditions, without which, under the slave system, domestic tranquillity cannot be maintained. Let us assume that in this matter the slaveholder is in the right, and that while slavery exists, these are his conditions of safety. What then? In what sense, except a blasphemous one, can we pronounce that system to be successful which cannot maintain itself except in violation of every principle of justice and virtue which God has implanted in the heart of man, except by the abrogation as to an entire race of men of those rights of property, of family, and of person, to assert and maintain which, in all ages of the world, good and brave men have willingly sacrificed life. But there are other conditions, not set forth in statute law, with which the existence of slavery is inseparably connected. Those, namely, which affect the masters of slaves. Of all forms of prayer, none is more strictly adapted to the nature and the wants of man than this. Lead us not into temptation. Men in the mass cannot be habitually tempted with impunity. It was said of one only that he was tempted like as we are, yet without sin. But of all human temptations, one of the strongest and most dangerous is that which attends the possession throughout life of arbitrary and irresponsible power. As a rule, it is always abused. A beneficent despotism is the rarest of exceptions. This is one of the great lessons of history, upon which is based the doctrine of popular rights and the theory of a republican government. Under no phase of society has the operation of the law, which connects sin with ceaseless temptation, been more apparent than in states where slavery prevails. One of our great statesmen, himself a sufferer under the evils he deprecates, has set forth in strong terms the practical results. There must doubtless, said Jefferson, be an unhappy influence on the manners of our people, produced by the existence of slavery among us. The whole commerce between master and slave is a perpetual exercise of the most boisterous passions, the most unremitting despotism on one part, and degrading submissions on the other. Our children see this, and learn to imitate it, for man is an imitative animal. The parent storms, the child looks on, catches the lineaments of wrath, puts on the same airs in the circle of smaller slaves, and thus nursed, educated, and daily exercised in tyranny, cannot but be stamped with its odious peculiarities. The man must be a prodigy who can retain his manners and his morals under such circumstances. It has been customary to illustrate the influence of slavery on the dominant race by adducing individual examples of barbarous cruelty exercised towards slaves by their masters. These might be multiplied indefinitely, but they are less conclusive of the effects inseparable from the system than the picture drawn by Jefferson, the exact truth of which everyone familiar with the interior of Southern society will admit. Slavery breeds imperiousness of manner, impatience of contradiction or delay, ungovernable passion, contempt of labour, while it produces a certain carelessness of wealth and easy profuseness in expenditure. It discourages hardy enterprise in useful fields, Habits of the regulated industry are seldom formed within the sphere of its influence, its tendency being to substitute for those indolent fashions of dependence and of luxurious self-indulgence. It weakens the supremacy of law with its sobering and chastening influence. It engenders in young men especially a spirit of reckless daring, a sort of careless courage that takes little account of human life, a love of violent excitement, sometimes running into military ardour, and ever liable to take the form of gambling, or intemperance, or that debasing licentiousness which must needs prevail wherever, in any class or race, female chastity is neither respected by custom nor protected by law. Hence a state of society in which, with manners often cultivated, with an impulsive generosity and free hospitality to equals in station, there mingles a certain essential barbarism, which not only shows itself habitually in the treatment of those occupying servile or inferior positions, but also breaks out towards others in bursts of temper so frequent and violent that the old regulator in ages when force was law, the wager of battle, in its modern form of duel, is openly sanctioned by public opinion as a necessary check to social insult of lawless outrage. These remarks apply in their full force to society as it existed at the time the Southern insurrection declared itself, in the states we have designated as those in which the slave system has been fully developed, the states which first rebelled, the states which will be the last to return to their allegiance. No reflecting and dispassionate observer who has sojourned into any of these states long enough to become familiar with their manners and morals and social condition will pronounce the view I have taken of the results of slavery to be intemperate or unfair. From one or other of these results, no man or woman born and bred in a slave community, no matter whether they learn to approve slavery or to hate it, can be reasonably expected wholly to escape. It is true as to the border states, where the tilled estates more frequently assume the aspect of farms than of plantations, where the owner and his sons sometimes work along with the slaves, and even where they do not actually work with them, yet personally superintend their labour, so as to recognise and take interest in them as individual human beings. It is true, and should here be stated, as to those states, that the phase of slavery there existing is sensibly modified, and is divested more by practice, however, than by relaxation of law of some of its most odious features. On small estates especially, slaves in the border states often have by sufferance a certain amount of property, continue to live by sufferance as if legally married, and frequently trusted with important charges, are sent to market with cattle or produce, are consulted in regard to the management of the estate. Under such circumstances they are greatly improved by coming into daily contact with white persons, and instances occur in which they are treated by the family with as much consideration as if their skin exhibited no tinge of African blood. In these states, the chief aggravation of the system is the interstate slave trade, the forcible separation of families to fill up those melancholy gangs, assorted like droves of cattle, and whose destination is to that mysterious and undefined land, the terror of the border Negro, known to him only as down south. But even under this comparatively moderated phase of slavery, the inherent injustice of the system exhibits itself in the character of the very indulgences which in other slave states are forbidden by law. In visiting the coloured population of Louisville, this presented itself in a marked manner to the notice of our commission. I found living there many slaves, who, as the usual phrase is, had hired their time. One case was of a slave woman, apparently 50 years of age, named Charlotte. She had been hiring herself for more than 15 years. She had 2 children, one 13, the other 17, both of whom worked in a tobacco factory. Their regular wages were $2 a week each. Sometimes they did extra work, earning more. She hired their time also. For herself and these 2 children, she paid her owner $5 a week, $1 a week for herself, and $2 a week for each of the children. She had brought up these children without any aid whatever from her master, feeding them, clothing them, and this she continued to do even now, when her master took their wages. She inhabited with them a single room in a tenement house, about 12 feet square, paying her own rent. She supported herself by washing. A large bed and an ironing table, which together filled up most of the room, were piled with clothes prepared for ironing when I entered. This woman made no complaint, and did not appear to regard her condition as one of unusual hardship. The only thing she seemed to have expected from her master was a little aid in sickness. In reply to a question as to what he did for her, she answered, "My master never gives me anything, not even a little medicine, no more than if I did not belong to him." As her appearance indicated feeble health, I made inquiry on that score, to which she replied that she was ailing, but that she managed to keep up enough to make her wages. She added, "I get along well enough and keep the hire paid up. You could not pay me to live at home if I could help myself." I asked her if she had to pay the hire for her boys in any event, and her reply was, "If the boys make more than $2 a week apiece, I get what is over. If they don't make that, I have to make it good to him. He has got to have it Saturday night, sure." Another case was marked by an additional feature. It was that of a slave woman, apparently about 35 years of age. Coming upon her without any notice of our visit, I found her in a room tidily kept and herself decently dressed. She had been hiring herself for 11 years at $72 a year. Her husband, she told me, of course he could not be legally such, was a slave, and was hired by his master as cook in one of the Louisville hotels for $300 a year. Out of this, his master, she said, gave him once or twice a year a $5 note, nothing else. There were in the room 2 bright, intelligent-looking children, one a boy about 10 years old, the other a girl 2 or 3 years younger. One might go at a venture into a dozen dwellings of persons of the middle class in fair circumstances, and not find their children cleaner in person, or more neatly and suitably clad, than were these 2 young slaves. I expressed to the mother my satisfaction at their appearance. Her face saddened, and she said, "The white people have 2 of my children, and that boy is about big enough to go." I inquired how this was, and she informed me that her master left her children with her till they were about 11 years old, and then took them home to work. Up to that age she fed and clothed them at her own expense. The last they had taken was a little girl, between 11 and 12 years old. 4 months ago the mother had gone to the plantation to visit her, not having seen her then for 10 months. She had saved a dress for the child and took it with her. I knew, she said, that she would need it, but I never expected to find her as bad as she was. I could not help crying when I saw her. She was not dressed as a human creature should be. I took off her rags and washed her. She was serving my young master, and he had whipped the child so that you could not lay your hand anywhere along her back where he had not cut the blood out of her. I did all I could for her and dressed her, but I could not stay. Here the poor creature's eyes filled with tears. I brought back the rags my child was covered in. I have them yet. I asked to see them. She went out, it seemed reluctantly, and brought a small bundle of filthy tatters, which she appeared ashamed that I should see. "If I could only have kept the children," she said, "I would not have cared for all the rest. I like so much to have them clean and nice." This woman made her living, as I ascertained, solely by washing and ironing. She, like the other, had paid her expenses of every kind, the doctor's bill inclusive. Truly the tender mercies of slavery are cruel. Under what other system would men, assuming to be gentlemen, commit towards poor hard-working women such flagrant injustice as this? In the first case, the woman Charlotte, in feeble health, advancing in years, with no means of living except labour in washing and ironing, pays to her master $260 a year for the privilege of supporting by such labour herself and her children. The man who received this human rental had literally furnished no equivalent. For more than 15 years the woman had not received from him even a little aid in sickness. The children, for whom he now demanded a yearly payment of $100 each, had cost him nothing. For 15 years the mother had fed and clothed them, cared for them in sickness and in health. She continued unrequited to feed and clothe them still. Who, if not that mother, was entitled to their wages now? Who, except one in whom slavery had blunted every perception alike of justice and delicacy, would consent to receive and to use money coming from such a source as that? In the second case, $372 annually had been paid for 11 years by the woman and him who she called her husband, the law of the state forbidding that she should be his lawful wife. $4,092 the master had received from them in that time, for which he had rendered nothing except some $10 a year in the form of a gratuity to the man. Was this $4,000 considered by the master enough to take from these two working people? The mother in this case, as in the former one, had brought up her children at her own expense, had fed them, and had clothed and kept them as any respectable yeoman might have been glad to see his children clothed and kept. Were the father and mother, after the payment of this $4,000, after the care and cost of bringing up these children, suffered to enjoy the comfort of having them with them, and the aid which, as they grew up, they might be able to afford? No. While the children were a burden, that burden was thrown to the mother. She too, as in the other case, earning a living as washerwoman. As soon as they were of an age to be of service, they were removed to the plantation. And how treated there? The young girl was taken neatly and comfortably clad from her mother's care. One would have thought that the most common regard for decency, to say nothing of justice, would have suggested that the worse than orphan child should have been kept as the servant of a rich man, at least as reputably as the poor slave mother had kept her. Yet she was suffered to go about the house before her master's eyes in filthy rags. One would have supposed that the recollection of the $4,000 received from the hard-working parents might have risen up to save, if Christian feeling could not save, this poor child, deprived of natural protectors from brutal cruelty. Yet she was treated as no man with the least pretence to humanity would have treated a dumb beast. Let no one say that these were cases of unusual hardship. The parties themselves evidently did not consider them such. There was no tone of querulous complaint. The facts came out only in answer to my direct inquiries, and neither of the women seemed to consider herself especially to be pitied. Charlotte thought a little hard of it that her master did not send her medicine when she was sick. The hire of her children did not seem to have suggested itself to her as any injustice. Even the other said she would be willing to part with the children if she only knew they were well treated. Had she been suffered to retain them, her gratitude to her master for his generosity would, it was evident, have been unbounded. One could see that the $4,000 subtracted from her own and her husband's earnings never occurred to her except as a usual thing. Both women expressed the greatest satisfaction that they were allowed to hire themselves. It was sufficiently apparent that nothing short of compulsion would cause either of them to return to what they still called home. What sort of home could that be, compared to which the privilege of hard labour at the wash-tub, purchased by a weekly payment in money, coupled in one case with a similar payment for the children, and in the other with the loss of them, was regarded as a favour and a blessing? Let us not imagine that the masters in these two cases were sinners above all men that dwelt in Kentucky. They may have been indulgent in their own families, kind to their white neighbours, honourable in their business dealings, esteemed in society. The anomaly is presented of men whose characters in one phase entitle them to be called cultivated and civilised, yet in another, to wit, in their dealings with a proscribed race, exhibiting such utter disregard of the mild graces of Christianity, mercy, charity, long-suffering, kindness, and goodwill to men, that it is not too harsh to say they live in a state of semi-barbarism. Such results are chargeable far less to the individuals who have thus gone astray than to the system which has formed their character. But a system has lamentably failed that results in the arrest of human civilization and Christian progress, in injury to the national character, and in disregard under any circumstances of the natural and inalienable rights of man. Nor is the contempt engendered by this system towards those occupying subordinate social positions confined to the coloured man. Under slavery there grows up a class of white, as well as black, pariahs. A marked feature in Southern society is the temper and demeanour of the wealthy slaveholder towards an indigent portion of his own race, the poor whites, as they are called, of the South. Slavery is to them the source of unmingled evil. Labour owned, competing with labour hired, deprives them of the opportunity to earn an honest livelihood. Labour degraded before their eyes destroys within them all respect for industry, extinguishes all desire by honourable exertion to improve their condition. Doomed by habitual indolence to abject poverty, complacently ignorant, vilely proud, it is doubtful whether there exists in all civilised society a class of men more deplorably situated. And yet how fiercely they have been brought to fight for the slave masters who despise them, and for the system which consigns them to degradation. Such a system is fraught with mischief politically as well as morally. They who violate the rights of one race of men lose a portion of their reverence for the rights of all. It comes to this, that the peculiarities of character stamped more or less on every country in which slavery exists are in spirit and in practice adverse not to religion and civilization alone, but to democracy also. No people exposed to the influences which produce such peculiarities will ever be found imbued with a universal sense of justice, with a respect for industry, with a disposition to grant to labour its just position among mankind. Nor can any people subjected to influences so deleterious ever be expected to remain in perpetuity contented and happy under republican rule. In no sense, then, neither political, moral, or religious, can the experiment of slavery in those states be regarded in any other light than as an utter failure. End of Part 1, Chapter 10. Part 1, Chapter 11 of The Wrong of Slavery. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. The Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States by Robert Dale Owen. Part 1, Chapter 11. The Great Lesson. All this might have been said 4 years ago in reply to an argument that might then have been adduced in support of the assertion that slavery, though it failed in the West Indies and South America, had succeeded in the United States. But how instructive, how invaluable the experience of these eventful 4 years. New views of the subject present themselves today. Aspects of the slavery question, hidden until now, come conspicuously into the light. History had previously recorded the social and economical evils of the system. Now she has presented to us its political consequences. And now, therefore, going back to our starting point on the African coast, and following up once more the 2 diverging branches of the great stream of slave immigration flowing west, the one branch bearing 500,000 captives to this northern continent, the other conveying 15 millions to islands and a continent farther south, we are able, by the light of recent experience, to present more fully and clearly than ever before the comparative results in either case. Increase or decrease, apparent success or undeniable failure, the ultimate results have been fatal alike. The 15 millions dispatched to the West Indian colonies and to South America never as a population took healthy root in the lands to which they were banished. They had no growth. From the first and ever after, century by century, they melted away under the influences of the system that degraded and destroyed them. Their fate and the lesson it conveyed were immediate and apparent. God stamped the policy which enslaved them at every stage of its progress with his reprobation. But as to the 500,000 that came among us, the mark of divine condemnation, apparently suspended for a time, came in a different form at last. For a time that 500,000 increased and multiplied and replenished the earth. For a time their masters were wealthy and prosperous, as men usually rate prosperity. For a time these masters increased in political power. They held sway in the Republic. They controlled the national legislature. They obtained a majority of the public offices. The end was delayed, and when it came at last, it was the direct result of the peculiarities of character impressed by slavery on its votaries. Imperious and insubordinate, they rebelled against lawful authority. Spurning wholesome control, they rejected the president, who was the choice of the majority. Despising a working people, they sought to sever connection with the North, a race of unblushing labourers, seduced by evil habit into the belief that man's noblest condition is to live by the exertions of others. They undertook to erect a separate political system, of which slavery was to be the cornerstone. Thus did slavery bring on a civil war between brethren of the same race and tongue and faith, a war widespread and embittered and desolating as wars have seldom been. Thus will slavery have caused the violent death, in the country which tolerated it, of 500,000 of free people. Thus will slavery leave behind it, in the country where it held its millions in bonds, a public debt little short, it may be, of that which loads down the industry of Great Britain. If God, in his mercy, shall in the end preserve us from the results, to which these deaths and losses are but as dust in the balance, if our punishment does not extend to dismemberment, anarchy, extinction as a great nation, if lookers on from European courts are not to moralise on the ignominious failure of the noblest experiment to reconcile democratic liberty and public order that was ever instituted by man, let us remember how narrowly we shall have escaped. Let us call to mind what days of gloom we have passed through, how often as the contest proceeded, victory was hung even balanced in the scale, and what a little thing amid the 1,000 contingencies, which our short sight calls chance, might have turned the issue against us for ever. In our case the great lesson was long delayed. but how terrible in its actual results, how awfully impressive in its possible consequences when it came upon us at last. The conclusion of the whole matter is this. Reviewing from its inception on this continent down to the present hour the history of that offence against humanity by which one race, in order to escape labour, usurps by violence and appropriates to itself the labour of another, we find that the tendency of that usurpation is always to debase the usurpers, and usually to extinguish the labouring race, and that in the only notable exception to this last rule, the effects of this sin against justice and mercy culminated in the bloodiest civil war that ever arose among men, of the horrors and sufferings incident to which we cannot even now see the end. If a calm review of this terrible episode in modern history bring no conviction that the crime which we are now expiating in blood must be atoned for, as crime can only be by practical repentance, by thrusting out from among us the wrong of the age, argument will be unavailing. If, as all signs of the times appear to indicate, the nation has already attained to this conviction, then it behooves us to consider how we shall carry it into effect, whether and in what manner we can effect emancipation by legal and constitutional means. The consideration of these questions shall form the subject of the following chapters. End of Part 1, Chapter 11.
Part 2, Chapter 1 of The Wrong of Slavery. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Madison Rutherford. The Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States by Robert Dale Owen. Part 2, Emancipation. To deliver an oppressed people is a noble fruit of victory. Chapter 1. A mixed question of constitutional and international law. I propose to inquire whether the act or acts whereby the slaves heretofore held in insurrectionary states were declared free are, or are not, absolutely legal and irrevocable. Seldom, throughout all history, has there been presented to any nation for its decision a question of greater import than this. Its solution involves not alone the social destiny of 3 or 4 millions of human beings, but also the permanent peace and the national honor of one of the great powers of the world. It allies itself also, in an especial manner, to the progress of civilization. The events of the last 3 years have radically changed the legal aspect of this subject. Questions once purely constitutional have now become complicated with questions of international law. A member of the Commonwealth of Christendom, our Republic is bound by the acknowledged rules of that unwritten code, governing the society of civilized nations, of which the foundation and the sufficient authority is the common consent and usage of that society. We are as much bound by its rules as we are by the provisions of our federal Constitution. In proportion as civilization advanced, it became, says Sir James Mackintosh, almost as essential that Europe should have a precise and comprehensive code of the law of nations as that each country should have a system of municipal law. Engaged in war, we must conform to the law of nations, so far as that law regulates public rights and duties during war. We must take from it, for example, the extent of our rights as regards enemies' property and the limitations of these rights. In interpreting the international code, however, it behooves us to bear in mind that, as its office is to foster civilization and peace, and to mitigate suffering and repress outrage and war, the sentiment of Christendom, taking practical form, has been gradually molding its rules from the more to the less severe. Thus, among the Romans, the rule that renders enemies' property liable to confiscation was so harshly enforced that it was made to apply to subjects of the enemy who, at the breaking out of war, happened, innocently and by the accident of travel or temporary commerce, to be residing among them. But Grotius and Vattel argue that, as these foreigners entered the country under the sanction of public faith, the government which permitted this tacitly contracted that they should be protected while there and allowed a reasonable time to return, taking with them their movable effects. And this practice, from its evident justice, has now superseded the stricter enforcement of the rule. Beyond all doubt, as a nation holding itself second to no other in its desire to aid the cause of humanity and civilization, our practice in war ought to conform to the milder and more enlightened phase of sentiment sanctioned by modern publicists. But in so doing, it behooves us to see it that the scruples of moderation do not degenerate into weakness, defeating their own object, and protracting the term of a war which is a disgrace to the age if it not be regarded as God's agency for a great purpose. We are guilty of culpable negligence if we fail to employ all the means which are legally and properly within our reach to bring to a close, at the earliest practicable day, the struggle which now desolates and depopulates our land. There is no just war which has not for its object, on a rightful basis it is true, the speedy restoration of peace. In pursuing that object, as the legal phrase is, via facti, in other words, by the compulsory means of war, injury must be inflicted on the enemy. States, being in the nature of vast corporations, are not, indeed, liable to punishment, but acts resembling punishment, though in fact but measures of self-defense, become necessary if we resort to war at all. It is to be remembered, says an able modern commentator on international law, that, as the will of the subject is bound up in that of his government, it may well be that the consequences of the conduct of his rulers may be attended with injury both to the person and property of the subject, and that the enemy is justified in striking through them at the government from which he has received a wrong for which redress has been denied. The just limit, in this case, is set forth by Montesquieu. Nations, says he, owe to each other, in peace, the greatest amount of good, and in war, the least amount of evil that is compatible with their true interests. Guided by these general considerations, I proceed to examine the question of emancipation, legally considered. In so doing, it may simplify the matter if I offer a few preliminary observations. End of Part 2, Chapter 1. Recording by Madison Rutherford. Part 2, Chapter 2 of The Wrong of Slavery. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Madison Rutherford. The Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States by Robert Dale Owen. Part 2, Chapter 2. Constitutional Aspect of what is called Slave Property. There has been a radical diversity of views on this subject. Extreme opinions on either side have been confidently urged, one party alleging that the federal Constitution admitted and sanctioned property in human beings, another that its very preamble utterly excluded that idea, and that none of its provisions recognized or could recognize in any sense rights of property that are contrary alike to law and to morality. We cannot reach clear ideas of constitutionality of emancipation under any circumstances until we settle, in advance, under what phase and to what extent the social relation known as slavery is recognized, if it be recognized, by the Constitution of the United States. And throughout the prosecution of such an inquiry, it behooves us to bear in mind the great fundamental ideas of human liberty and natural rights to give legal force to which that instrument was originally framed. It behooves us, further, to keep in view a well-established legal principle, founded on justice and identified with civilization, laid down by the Supreme Court of the United States in these words: "Where rights are infringed, where fundamental principles are overthrown, where the general system of the law is departed from, a legislative intention must be expressed with irresistible clearness to induce a court of justice to suppose a design to effect such objects." The constitutional provision regarding the slave trade cautions in its phraseology was temporary only, ceasing to operate after the year 1808, and need not, therefore, be considered. There are but two other provisions that bear on this subject, familiar to all, for they have been the theme of 100 excited discussions. One contained in the 4th article and 2nd section of the Constitution, being in these words: "No person held to service or labor in one state, under the laws thereof, escaping into another, shall, in consequence of any law or regulation therein, be discharged from such service or labor, but shall be delivered up on claim of the party to whom such service or labor may be due." The claims of service or labor here referred to may be for years or for life. Both are included in the above provision. In point of fact, there were existing, at the time that provision was adopted, as there still exist, both classes, the first class for a term of years, then consisting, in part, of claims against foreign adults who had bound themselves to service for a limited time to repay the expenses of their emigration, but chiefly, as now, of claims to the service or labor of what were called apprentices, usually white miners. The second, for life, were claims to the service or labor of men, women, and children of all ages, exclusively of African descent, who were called slaves. The first class of claims were found chiefly in northern states, the second chiefly in southern. There was a great disparity between the numbers of the two classes. While the claims to service or labor for years numbered but a few thousands, there were then held to service or labor for life 500,000 or 600,000 persons, and the number has since increased to about 4 millions. The constitutional provision is that persons from whom, under the laws of any one state, service or labor is due shall not be exonerated from the performance of the same by the laws of any other state to which they may escape. The apprentice or the slave shall in that case, on demand of the proper claimant, be delivered up. Such a provision involves the recognition of certain rights of property, but of what kind? Is the ownership of one human being by another here involved? Is the apprentice or the slave recognized in this clause as an article of merchandise? State laws regulating apprenticeship in slavery may give to the master of the apprentice or of the slave the custody of the person and the right of corporal punishment in order to better ensure the performance of the labor due. These laws may declare that an apprentice or a slave who strikes his master shall suffer death. They may provide that the testimony of an apprentice or of a slave shall not be received in any court of justice as evidence against his master. They may make the claims to service or labor, whether for years or for life, transferable by ordinary sale. They may declare such claims to be, under certain circumstances, of the nature of real estate. They may enact that these claims shall be hereditary, both as regards the claimant and the person held to service, so that heirs shall inherit them, and also so that the children of apprentices or of slaves shall, in virtue of their birth, be apprentices or slaves. They may deny to the slave or to the apprentice, during the term of slavery or of apprenticeship, legal marriage, education, the ownership of property, real and personal. But state laws and state constitutions, whatever their varying provisions, cannot modify or affect, expressly or by implication, the Constitution of the United States. They have no power, direct or indirect, over it. It controls them. The Supreme Court has decided that the government of the Union, though limited in its power, is supreme within its sphere of action. And again, paraphrasing the Constitution itself, that the laws of the United States, when made in pursuance of the Constitution, form the supreme law of the land. Anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary, notwithstanding. Therefore, no state action can add to or take from the Constitution of the United States. Therefore, state laws and state constitutions, valid within their own municipal jurisdiction, are without force within the proper sphere of federal authority. They can neither determine the interpretation of the federal Constitution, nor serve as commentary or explanation of its intent. It is an authority superior to theirs, and is to be interpreted by the words, fairly and candidly construed, of its framers. These words deny to any state the right either to pass laws or regulations discharging from service or labor inhabitants of another state held to such service who may have escaped therefrom, or to refuse to the proper claimant of such service the surrender of the fugitive by whom it is due. They do this. They do nothing more. And this denial of the right on the part of any state of the Union to defeat certain claims to labor held by citizens of another is a protection afforded to all claims for labor alike, to that of the master seeking a white apprentice, and to that of the master seeking a Negro slave. There is an evident intention, so far as words can mark intention, to go no further. There is an evident intention to refrain from any expression that might be construed into an acknowledgment of slavery as a social institution. Nothing could be more notorious than the fact of its existence as such in many of the states then about to be united in one federal union. But the responsibility of that existence is studiously left to the states who permit it. It is adverted to as a fact, not sanctioned. If while it exists, it is protected in one of the incidents which belong alike to it and to apprenticeship, the reason is to be found in the necessity of the case. It is evidently with no other intent than to avert angry conflicts between state and state that an individual state is not permitted to release from involuntary labor any person who, by the municipal rule of another state, is subjected to such labor. This view of the case is fully borne out by the remarkable phraseology of the provision under consideration. The word slave, though then universally used to designate a Negro held to service or labor for life, is not employed. We know, from the debates in the convention which framed the Constitution, that this peculiarity was not accidental, nor can we overlook the inevitable inference thence to be deduced. This provision does not recognize slavery except as it recognizes apprenticeship. African slavery, according to the expressly selected words, and therefore according to the manifest intent of the framers of the Constitution, is here recognized as a claim to the service or labor of a Negro. Nothing more, nothing else. It avails not to allege, even if it were true, that in 1787, when these words were written, a Negro was commonly considered property. Chief Justice Taney, delivering the decision of the Supreme Court in the Dred Scott case, asserts that in the 13 colonies which form the Constitution, a Negro of the African race was regarded as an article of property. If the opinion expressed on the subject by a large majority of those who sat in deliberation in the various states on the adoption of the federal Constitution, as recorded by Eliot, is to be received, as it properly may be, in evidence to prove the probable opinions of their constituents on the subject, then has the Chief Justice's assertion no foundation in truth. But, true or not, it has no legitimate bearing on the argument. Let the facts as to popular opinions in revolutionary days be as they may, they are but the opinions of individual colonists, and these cannot be received as a basis of construction for the words, nor can they rebut the plain intent of a constitutional provision. It is not what individual colonists believed, but what the framers of the Constitution incorporated in that instrument that we have to deal with. They avoided the use of the word slave. They incorporated the words person held to service or labor. They admitted the existence, under state laws, of the claim to service or labor, none other, a claim regarded in its constitutional aspect in the nature of what the law calls a chastened action, or, in other words, a species of debt, a thing to which, though it cannot be strictly said to be in actual possession, one has a right. In common parlance we employ words in connection with slavery which imply much more than such a claim. We say slaveholder and slave owner. We speak of the institution of slavery, but we do not say apprentice holder or apprentice owner, nor do we speak of the institution of apprenticeship. The reason, whether valid or invalid, for such variance of phraseology in speaking of the two classes of claims is not to be found in any admission, express or implied, in the provision of the Constitution now under consideration. The framers of that instrument employed one and the same phrase to designate the master of the apprentice and the master of the slave. Both are termed the party to whom service or labor may be due. The employment of the popular phraseology referred to, indicating social disabilities and the subjection of one race to another, which originated in local legislation alone, has had a tendency to mislead public opinion as to the actual connection between slavery and the federal Constitution. The mass of our people had come to think, at last, not only that the claim to labor was recognized, and was protected in cases where the denial of that claim might have led to a dangerous conflict of authority between states, which was true, but also that the framers of the federal Constitution, straying off from the landmarks set up by the Declaration of Independence, had recognized as just, and had pledged the nation to defend against all comers, a social institution under which one human being became the cattle of another, which was false. If we were to regard the Constitution as endorsing slavery in all its changing phases, shaped by successive state laws and institutions as these phases have been, whither might not the doctrine have led us? Among the ancient Romans, the master had the power of life and death over his slave. Let us suppose that South Carolina had enacted, as she might have enacted, a statute granting to her slaveholders this terrible power. Is the federal Constitution, because of such statute, to be understood as recognizing the doctrine that murder is no crime if perpetrated on the person of a Negro held to labor? Instinctively, we reject an inference so monstrous that we must have lost all respect for the best men of the Revolutionary period before we could adopt it. The second and only other provision of the Constitution which refers to slaves, Article 1, Section 2, remains to be considered in these words: Representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states which may be included within this Union according to their respective numbers, which shall be determined by adding to the whole number of free persons, including those bound to service for a term of years, and excluding Indians not taxed, 3/5 of all other persons. To avoid mistakes, it was deemed necessary to include apprentices by express specification. Why this? Everyone would have felt it to be absurd if the words had been, the whole number of free persons, including farm laborers. But why absurd? Because persons engaged in free labor are, beyond question, free persons. Not so those bound to service. While so bound, apprentices may be considered not free. When the term of years and with it the bondage to service expires, they become free, or, as the common phrase is, their own masters. It was necessary and proper, therefore, to specify whether, in the enumeration of inhabitants, they were to be estimated as free persons or as persons not free. But would there be any fairness in construing this clause into an admission, by inference or otherwise, that an apprentice, while bound to service, is a slave? Clearly not. He is a person not free for the time, because another has a legal claim to his service or labor. The Constitution admits this. Nothing more. And so of slaves. Other persons they are called, in contradistinction to free persons. Therefore, persons not free, improperly so called, saying that, like the apprentice before his term expires, they are bound to service, and that, unlike him, they remain thus bound for life. But unless we admit that the apprentice, bound to service for a season, is a slave during that season, we cannot justly allege that, by this provision of the Constitution, the Negro, held to service or labor for life, is recognized as a slave. A mere technical view of a great political question is usually a contracted one, of little practical value and unbecoming a statesman. The letter killeth, but the spirit giveth life. Yet we must not mistake for technicality a careful interpretation, distinctly warranted by the terms employed of a public instrument. Every public instrument, by which the governed delegate powers to those who govern, should be strictly construed. We know very well that the men who framed the Constitution regarded a Negro held to service or labor, not, indeed, to speak of the majority of opinions, as a chattel, but as a slave. It would be absurd to argue that temporary claims to the number, let us suppose, of 30 or 40,000 may compare in importance with lifelong claims to the number of 4 millions. The first are of comparatively trifling moment, have never molded or greatly influenced society among us, and might drop out of our social system without serious disturbance. The latter constitute a system that has roots deep struck in the social structure of half our country, that involves vast industrial interests, that has gradually obtained influence so great and assumed proportions so gigantic as to become a political element, overshadowing and controlling. It cannot properly be dealt with except after the gravest deliberation and the most sedulous examination, in advance, of every step we propose to take. It cannot be eradicated without producing disturbances such as convulsionation. But it is none the less true that neither the number of slaves nor the magnitude of the interests involved can properly influence the judgment in determining the just construction of a clause in the Constitution, or properly set aside a fair deduction from the wording of that clause as to its true spirit and intent. It is none the less true that the framers of the Constitution, in studiously avoiding the employment of the word slave, undeniably abstained from admitting into the instrument anything which the use of that word might have implied. Therefore, the Constitution does not recognize the ownership of one human being in another. In it, we seek in vain any foundation for the doctrine declared by Chief Justice Taney, that persons held to service or labor for life are articles of property or merchandise. In one restricted sense, and only in one, is slavery recognized by the Constitution of the United States as a system under which one man, according to state laws, may have a legal claim to the labor of another. It follows that the question whether the federal government has the right, under any circumstances, to emancipate slaves is more simply and more distinctly stated when put in these words. Has the federal government the right, under any circumstances, to take and cancel claims to the service of labor of persons of African descent held under state laws in certain portions of the United States? If there are circumstances and conditions under which such claims can be legally taken and disposed of by the government, then, under these circumstances and conditions, emancipation is constitutional. If there are none such, it is unconstitutional. This opens up the next branch of our inquiry, And, as we are at war with one portion of the slave states and at peace with another portion, the question subdivides itself accordingly. For the rules as to property of an enemy during war differ entirely from those which regard the property of peaceful citizens. Let us, then, first examine the question in its connection with the insurrectionary states. End of Part 2, Chapter 2. Recording by Madison Rutherford.
Part 2, Chapter 3, Section 1 of The Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recorded by Grace Buchanan. The Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States by Robert Dale Owen. Part 2, Chapter 3, Section 1. The Constitutionality of Emancipation in the Insurrectionary States. Has the federal government the right to take and cancel claims to service or labor held by inhabitants of the insurrectionary states? An antecedent question is, are these inhabitants, without distinction as to individual loyalty or disloyalty, and because of their residence within a given territory, enemies of the United States? Vattel has treated as fully and as humanely as any other writer on international law of the rules of that law so far as they apply to civil war. He says, when, in a republic, the nation is divided into two opposite factions and both sides take up arms, this is called a civil war. A civil war breaks the bands of society and government, or at least suspends their force and effect. It produces in the nation two distinct parties who consider each other as enemies. These parties stand in precisely the same predicament as two nations who engage in a contest and have recourse to arms. In accordance with these views, the Supreme Court has decided that, because of the present insurrection, there exists civil war. The opinion of the Court, delivered in March of last year, is as follows. When the regular course of justice is interrupted by revolt, rebellion, or insurrection, so that the courts of justice cannot be kept open, civil war exists, and hostilities may be prosecuted on the same footing as if those opposing the government were foreign enemies invading the land. When one nation is engaged in war against another, all the inhabitants of the latter, without regard to their opinions as to justice of the war, on the part of their own government, become enemies of the former. If Great Britain, siding with the South, were to declare war against us, John Bright, though he might retain the same friendly sentiments which he now entertains towards this country, would be, in law, the enemy of the United States. Vattel sets forth this principle in plain and explicit terms. When the sovereign or ruler of the state declares war against another sovereign, it is understood that the whole nation declares war against another nation. Hence, these two nations are enemies, and all the subjects of the one are enemies to all the subjects of the other. Strictly in accordance with the above, the Supreme Court has given its opinion in the case already referred to. After reciting that the territory, quote, held in hostility to the United States, end quote, has a, quote, defined boundary, end quote, which can be crossed only by force, the court adds, all persons residing within this territory whose property may be used to increase the revenues of the hostile power are, in this contest, liable to be treated as enemies. Whether property be liable to capture as enemy's property does not in any manner depend upon the personal allegiance of the owner. Footnote. This boundary, earlier defined by the respective acts of secession, was officially declared by the proclamation of the President, issued under date of July 1, 1862. This was done in accordance with a requisition contained in the second section of an Act of Congress, approved June 7, 1862. The list includes 11 states, reckoning Eastern Virginia as one. It does not include Western Virginia, nor Maryland, nor Delaware, nor Kentucky, nor Missouri. Nothing here said, therefore, applies to the constitutional rights of the inhabitants of any of these states. To a proper understanding of the legal points involved, it is indispensable to bear in mind which states are, in the eye of the law, insurrectionary and which are not. End footnote. According to this decision, property of every kind, held by residents of the insurrectionary states, no matter what their personal sentiments or political proclivities may be, is enemy's property. It becomes such in virtue of the domicile of the owner, and of the fact that it, quote, may be used to increase the revenues of the hostile power, end quote. It follows that so much of the law of nations as relates to the right of a belligerent to take or destroy the property of an enemy applies in this case to the property of every inhabitant of the insurrectionary states, without regard to his individual loyalty or disloyalty. What are the rules of international law which bear upon this matter? Grotius lays down the principle on the broadest ground. He says, moreover, by the law of nations, not only he who carries on war for just cause, but also any one engaged in regular war may, without limit or measure, take and appropriate what belongs to the enemy, so that both he and all who claim under him are to be defended in possession thereof. Vattel is quite as explicit. He says, we have a right to deprive our enemy of his possessions, of everything which may augment his strength and enable him to make war. This every one endeavors to accomplish in the manner most suitable to him. Whenever we have an opportunity, we seize on the enemy's property and convert it to our own use, and thus, besides diminishing the enemy's power, we augment our own, and obtain at least a partial indemnification or equivalent, either for what constitutes the subject of the war, or for the expenses and losses incurred in its prosecution. The Supreme Court, in the case already cited, endorses this well-known principle of international law. The right of one belligerent not only to coerce the other by direct force, but also to cripple his resources by the seizure or destruction of his property, is a necessary result of a state of war. These authorities settle the question as to the legality of one enemy taking or destroying the personal property of another. In a general way, however, a belligerent does not become the legal owner of any personal property belonging to his enemy, so long as it is still in that enemy's hands. To obtain a right to it, he must reduce it to possession. Quote, "Owner of all property taken from the enemy," end quote, says Grotius. Quote, "We seize on the enemy's property and convert it to our own use," end quote, says Vattel. The Supreme Court employs a similar phrase, authorizing, quote, "the seizure or destruction of enemy's property," end quote. Until we seize the horses on which the enemy has mounted his cavalry, or the muskets which he has placed in the hands of his soldiers, they are not ours. As to tangible property, such as horses and muskets, we must capture before we own. When we propose to take and cancel enemies' claims to service, in other words, to emancipate the slaves of our enemies, does the rule hold good? Must we obtain possession of the persons of these slaves before we can declare them to be free of their bondage? In this case, the question is not of seizing and destroying tangible property belonging to the enemy. Even if a slave were an article of merchandise, we do not propose to ourselves the possession and destruction of that article. If we did, it could not be ours to possess until we captured it, nor to destroy until the laws against murder were repealed. The property with which we propose to deal and of which we seek to deprive our enemies is property of a character very different to that of property in horses or muskets. It consists of a right or claim, the only right over a slave by a master which is recognized in the Constitution, the claim to that slave's service or labor. This is, strictly speaking, a species of property in the nature of a demand, to be satisfied in the future. It is a debt, of a peculiar nature, it is true, not payable in money, not recoverable by suit in court, enforced by physical means, but still essentially a debt. Service or labor is due. It is indeed an involuntary debt, not growing out of contract between debtor and creditor, but yet as binding as state laws can make it. As practically binding within the state which enacted these laws as the debt an artisan might contract if he gave, in payment of property brought, his promissory note for so many months' labor. It is a debt due by an inhabitant of the United States to an enemy of the United States. Footnote. The question is not mooted here whether, because of the existing Civil War, slaves held within the insurrectionary states are in law enemies or not. We have seen that the principle on which the inhabitants of the insurrectionary states, without reference to personal loyalty, are held to be enemies, is, first, because of their domicile, and secondly, because their property may be used to increase the revenue of the hostile power. But slaves are persons acting under duress. They have no voluntary domicile and cannot legally hold any property, real or personal. In any event, though by international law the government may rightfully hold all the inhabitants of the insurrectionary states as enemies, it is not compelled to hold them as such. It may undoubtedly waive its right as to the whole or any part of them. The question is a new one that has never probably been decided by the courts. Its decision is immaterial to the present argument. A debt due to an enemy by an inhabitant of the United States, whether friend or enemy, may be lawfully confiscated. That is good law, and that suffices in the present case. End of footnote. Property of this description, being of an intangible character, cannot be physically seized or destroyed. It is evident, therefore, that the usual rule that the seizure by physical force of enemy's property must precede our ownership of the same can have no practical application in this case. But debts can be confiscated, and after being confiscated they can be canceled, so that the debtor shall be forever free of the same. Nor is there in the International Code any rule or law to the effect that, before such confiscation or canceling, the person of the debtor shall be seized, or that the debt cannot be confiscated or canceled while the debtor is in the enemy's country. If there be legal authority to confiscate, that suffices. Is there legal authority in this case? Has the government of the United States, at war with the holders of these claims, the right to confiscate them? Vattel, in defining what is to be considered as enemy's property liable to confiscation, says, "Among the things belonging to the enemy are likewise incorporeal things, all his rights, claims, and debts." The expression is of the most comprehensive character. Quote, "all his rights, claims, and debts," end quote, embracing beyond possible question the claims or debts we have now under consideration. We shall search in vain for any special recognition of the right to confiscate that peculiar species of claim, seeing that neither common law nor international law recognizes the existence of human slavery, or provides rules for its treatment during war. We can be governed, therefore, only by the general rule as to confiscation of claims or debts, but that is explicit and all sufficient. Chief Justice Marshall, in delivering the opinion of the Supreme Court in the case of Amity Brown versus the United States, said, "The right of the sovereign to confiscate debts being precisely the same with the right to confiscate other property found within the country, the operation of a declaration of war on debts and on other property found within this country must be the same." Justice Story, though dissenting from the opinion of the court in this case, concurs in the above principle. These are his words: "I take upon me to say that no jurist of reputation can be found who has denied the right of confiscation of enemies' debts. There are no exceptions to this rule which apply to the case we are considering. It is true that, by the modern and milder interpretation of the law of nations, there are certain relaxations as to the power of confiscating rights, claims, or debts of an enemy. For example, in the case of rights granted by a third party to whom it is not a matter of indifference in whose hands they are vested. Nor is it any longer the law, though it used to be, that sums of money due by neutral nations to our enemy can be confiscated as other property. Nor are the debts of alien enemies, contracted in the country during peace, to be deemed confiscate, solely in virtue of a declaration of war, but none of these exceptions, nor any others recognized by the law of nations, have reference to the present case, in which the question regards debts due to the enemy by inhabitants of our own country. Such debts are beyond all controversy, liable to confiscation. It is to be conceded that the precise case, as it here presents itself, may be regarded as sui generis. A parallel case cannot probably be found in all history. A case in which, during a civil war, a question touching the confiscation and canceling of certain claims or debts due by one portion of the inhabitants of an insurrectionary district to another portion of the same, rises to the grandeur of a great measure involving not only the peace, but the national existence of the power which proposes to confiscate. This could only occur when, as in the present instance, these claims constitute the basis of a vast labor system, endangering domestic tranquility and imperiling the national unity and life. A case so unique might well be regarded as demanding the establishment of a precedent. The courts might well be called upon to decide it on the broad principle that whatever is essential to the preservation of the national life, the government may lawfully do, just as an individual may, without imputation of murder, take the life of an assailant when such killing is necessary to save his own life. But it is satisfactory to reach the conclusion that the right to adopt this great measure of national self-defense can be justified even on technical grounds as involving a confiscation never before exercised, perhaps, by a belligerent on so grand a scale, but in strict conformity to the law of nations in the premises. It is therefore, in every view of the subject, lawful to seize or confiscate and cancel that large class of enemies' debts known, in the language of the Constitution, as, quote, claims to service and labor, end quote. It is lawful by the proper authority to confiscate these not only when the debtor is within our own lines, but in whatever portion of our country he may happen to be. What is the proper authority in this case? By whom can these claims be legally canceled? Evidently, by the same authority which may legally seize and appropriate any other property of the enemy. Primarily, then, by the sovereign or law-making power of the government, and secondly, when the exigencies of war demand it, by the duly constituted military authority. But the chief military authority of the United States is vested by the Constitution in the President. Quote, the President shall be Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States and of the militia of the several states when called into the actual service of the United States. End quote. The President, then, is a proper authority, not indeed as President, but as Commander-in-Chief. As such, he has legal power, by himself or through his subordinate officers, to take and to destroy or use personal property belonging to the enemy. As such, he is sole judge of the exigencies which render necessary such taking and such destruction or use. In the exercise of this discretion, he is not amenable under any provision of the Constitution. The Constitution, in making him Commander-in-Chief, neither designated nor restricted his powers as such, but it conferred upon him, by implication, all the powers appertaining, by the usage and law of nations, to that office. Strictly speaking, the only constitutional question which can be raised in this connection is, as to whether the person so taking and destroying enemy's property was, at the time, legally commander-in-chief. He is responsible for the manner of exercising this power under the law of nations, and as the law of nations is to be construed in the interests of humanity and civilization, he is responsible in case his act should outrage these great Christian principles. Humanity forbids us to lay waste a country, to sack towns and villages, to burn or pillage dwellings, to destroy public edifices, not military. Humanity bids us respect the private property of non-combatant enemies, so far as this is compatible with the exigencies of war. If a commander-in-chief violate these rules, which civilization in its progress has dictated, it is an offense, not against the Constitution, but against international law. The legality of his acts may be called in question, not their constitutionality. What was the manner in which the President, as Commander-in-Chief, took and canceled the claims to involuntary labor owned by the inhabitants of the insurrectionary states? On the 25th of July, 1862, in pursuance of the 6th section of the Act of July 17, 1862, commonly called the Confiscation Act, the President issued a proclamation warning all insurgents to return to their allegiance within 60 days on pain of certain forfeitures and seizures. This warning proving ineffectual, the President, when the 60 days' notice had expired, issued a second proclamation, declaring that the slaves held within any state which, on the 1st of January then succeeding, should still be in rebellion against the United States, quote, shall be then thenceforth and forever free, end quote. On the 1st of January, 1863, quote, by virtue of the power in him vested as Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States, end quote, he declared certain states, namely Arkansas, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, certain parishes in Louisiana, and certain counties in Virginia excepted, to be then in rebellion against the United States, and he further declared that all slaves in the said 10 states, with the exceptions aforesaid, quote, are and henceforward shall be free, end quote. In the last mentioned proclamation, the President recites that it is issued, quote, in time of actual armed rebellion against the authority and government of the United States, end quote. And further, that emancipation is declared, quote, as a fit and necessary war measure for suppressing said rebellion, end quote. The number of claims to involuntary labor, which this proclamation declared to be canceled, was about 3 millions. The forfeiture under the war power of so great an amount of property, the canceling of so vast a number of claims, disturbing as it must the social and commercial elements throughout a large and populous country, requires for its justification an object commensurate in grandeur with the magnitude of the measure itself. What was that object? Quote, all that a man hath, we are told, will he give for his life, end quote. And this is as true of nations as of individuals. No higher or greater object can be proposed to any people than the maintenance of its national unity, which is its national life. At the time when the President, as Commander-in-Chief, issued his proclamation of emancipation, the life of the nation was imminently threatened. A civil war, of proportions more gigantic than any which history records, had been raging in our country for more than a year and a half. The contending parties had put into the field upwards of 1 million of combatants. We of the North had already expended or contracted to expend full 1,000 millions of dollars. The war had been carried on with varying success. Now the Federal arms triumphant, now the Confederate. Northern councils were divided, and there was a loud clamor for peace on terms the acceptance of which could but result in perpetual war. So far as foreign nations had declared themselves, either by official acts or by the expression of public opinion, it appeared to be rather in favor of the Southern insurgents than of the established government. The contest had till then assumed no higher character than that of one portion of a great nation striving to secede from the main body of the same, and establish a separate independence, and in an effort of that character, if no higher principle be involved, the sympathy of the world is usually with the weaker party. In such a conjecture, the best and wisest among us saw before them a protracted war, a doubtful issue. The bravest confessed to themselves that we had need of all our resources, even to the uttermost, in order to avert the breaking up of the great American Union into such petty, discordant sovereignties as are to be found in more southern portions of our hemisphere, into belligerent fragments with the standing and influence, perhaps, of Venezuela or Costa Rica, of Nicaragua or Ecuador. We had need of all our resources, even to the uttermost. Had we at that time employed them all? Had we not up to that time left in the hands of our enemies, with scarcely an effort to disturb it, one of the chief elements of their military strength? Nay, an element so overwhelmingly influential in its practical results that according to its management, against us or in our favor, might be the ultimate issue of the war? Defeat if we neglected it? Victory if we improved the opportunity? Let us look closely to this. By the census of 1860, the number of white males between the ages of 18 and 45 was in the loyal states about 4 millions, in the disloyal states about 1,300,000. Let us say about 3 to 1. The disparity seems great, but as a basis of military strength, the calculation is wholly fallacious. For the disloyal states contained, when the insurrection broke out, 3.5 millions of people who were not insurgents, who did not voluntarily assist in the rebellion, but who were compelled by force to render it most efficient aid. Out of the above 4 millions, the North had to provide soldiers, and with inconsiderable exceptions, not usually extending to field labor, laborers also. Not so in the South. Her 1,300,000 had more than their own number to aid them in military as well as agricultural labor. For, as among slaves both sexes are employed from an early age to a late period of life in the field, the number of laborers out of 3.5 millions of slaves may fairly be put at 2 millions. Let us estimate 300,000 of these as employed in domestic service and other occupations, followed by women among us. And we have 1,700,000 plantation hands, male and female, each one of whom counts against a northern laborer on farm or in workshop, or a northern soldier laboring on entrenchment or fortification, each one of whom, staying at home to labor, liberates a white man for active military duty in the field. To 1,300,000, add 1,700,000, and we have 3 millions as the total in the insurgent states of numerical force available in this war, that is, of soldiers to fight and laborers to support the nation while fighting. Then, supposing the Negroes, all loyal to their masters or at least remaining to labor for them, the comparative military strength, so far as it is indicated by population, was as 4 in the North to 3 in the South. If we take into account the fact that ours were the invading and attacking forces, while the insurgents had the advantage of acting upon their own territory near to their supplies, with short inside lines of communication, and on the defensive, it need not surprise us that, after the lapse of a year and 8 months of unintermitting war, the scale still remained in the balance, neither side yet hopelessly depressed. Under such a condition of national affairs, when there was question of claims held by the enemy, upon which rested his powers to supply his armies with the necessaries of life, it was incumbent upon us to go much further than to inquire whether the commander-in-chief had the right to take and declare forfeited these claims. The true and fit question is whether, without a flagrant violation of official duty, he had the right to refrain from taking them. "You have no oath," our present chief magistrate said, addressing in his inaugural the insurgents already in arms against lawful authority. Quote, "You have no oath registered in heaven to destroy this government, while I have the most solemn one to preserve, protect, and defend it." End quote. Can we suppose a grosser violation of that solemn oath than would have been the failure to employ the appropriate means, sanctioned by the law of nations, gradually to withdraw from the enemy half his military strength? Has a president done his best to preserve the government, to protect the people, until he shall have done this? Charged with the lives of millions, with the putting down of a gigantic rebellion and the restoring of tranquility to the land, what right had our commander-in-chief, in the hour of utmost need, to scorn a vast element of war strength placed within his reach and at his disposal? And if he had refused to avail himself of such an element, would he not have been righteously held responsible for the hopes he blighted and the lives he cast away? Footnote: in this argument, I have confined myself in terms to the proclamation of the President as authority sufficient to make emancipation in the insurrectionary states legal and irrevocable. The argument, however, is equally applicable to the acts of Congress on this subject, which acts have, besides, other grounds of validity, unnecessary here to recite. End footnote. Under such a state of things, it was eminently and imperatively the duty of the President, quote, "as a fit and necessary war measure for suppressing the rebellion," end quote, to declare free all the slaves held by the enemy in the insurrectionary states, not merely to emancipate those among them who might succeed in making their escape and coming within our military lines. The important and legitimate object was to present to those still held in duress a strong and proper motive, to sever all connection with the insurgents, to abstain from giving aid and comfort to the insurrection, and to seek refuge from the superior force which compelled them to give such aid and comfort, by fleeing to that portion of the country where lawful authority prevailed. Footnote: the chief provision by Congress is contained in the 9th section of the Act of July 17, 1862, commonly called the Confiscation Act, as follows: that all slaves of persons who shall hereafter be engaged in rebellion against the government of the United States, or who shall give aid or comfort thereto, escaping from such persons and taking refuge within the lines of the army, and all slaves captured from such persons, or deserted by them, and coming under the control of the government of the United States, and all slaves of such persons found or being within any place occupied by rebel forces, and afterwards occupied by forces of the United States, shall be deemed captives of war, and shall be forever free of their servitude, and not again held as slaves. By the decision of the Supreme Court already cited, all the inhabitants of the insurrectionary states are, in law, persons, quote, engaged in rebellion, end quote. Therefore, all refugee slaves from insurrectionary states are by this statute declared free. Further, as all the insurrectionary states have been, quote, occupied by rebel forces, end quote, and as we may reasonably conclude that if we prevail against the South, all these states not already, quote, occupied by forces of the United States, end quote, will hereafter be so occupied, it follows that, by the operation of this law, all the slaves in the insurrectionary states, even if no Emancipation Proclamation had ever been issued, would, before the end of the war, have probably been entitled to freedom. Strictly in the spirit of the above statute, and going only so far beyond it as to declare slaves in portions of the insurrectionary states not yet, quote, occupied by forces of the United States, end quote, to be free in advance of such occupation, was the President's action in the premises, end footnote. Another great principle is involved. Every publicist of repute has set forth, what common sense suggests, as among the most important of national rights and duties, the rule that a nation, especially a nation engaged in war, ought to protect itself not only against immediate, but against prospective dangers, deriving all rights attendant on conquest, quote, from justifiable self-defense, end quote. Vattel says, when the conqueror has subdued a hostile nation, he may, if prudence so require, render her incapable of doing mischief with the same ease in future. If the safety of the state lies at stake, our precaution and foresight cannot be extended too far. Must we delay to avert our ruin till it has become inevitable? An injury gives a right to provide for our future safety by depriving the unjust aggressor of the means of injuring us. If, then, any of our enemy's possessions have been the special agency by which he has been enabled to injure us, if such possessions will still afford him the means to, quote, do us mischief with the same ease in the future, end quote, if thereby, quote, the safety of the state lies at stake, end quote, is it not an imperative duty to extend our precaution and foresight into coming years? Are we not bound by every consideration of enlightened statesmanship to, quote, deprive our unjust aggressor of the means of injuring us, end quote, hereafter? The case has not yet been fully stated. Not only have these possessions in our enemy's hands been the very sinews of war, but they were the original cause of the insurrection itself. The insurgents themselves, who best know their own motives, tell us this. One of the most honest and intelligent among them, selected as their vice president, Alexander H. Stephens, speaking for them before a vast audience at Savannah a few days after his election, publicly said, Negro slavery was the immediate cause of the late rupture and present revolution. Jefferson, in his forecast, had anticipated this as the rock upon which the old Union would split. These possessions have caused one rebellion. Shall they remain in the hands of the insurgents to cause another? Can they remain in such hands without a certainty of that very result? In other words, can we reconstruct a republic half free and half slave, yet preserve, under the operation of these conflicting labor systems, permanent peace? Let us take a practical view of this. Alexander H. Stephens, adverting in the address already quoted from to slavery as having been regarded by the leading revolutionary statesmen to be, quote, wrong in principle socially, morally, and politically, end quote, says, quote, this stone which was rejected by the first builders is become the chief stone of the corner in our new edifice, end quote. And he adds, quote, slavery is the natural and moral, normal condition of the Negro. This our new government is the first in the history of the world based upon this great physical, philosophical, and moral truth, end quote. This is the creed, self-expounded by its advocates, which is professed by the Southern slaveholder. Concede its truth, and South Carolina's Declaration of Independence is a document stamped with forecast and entitled to commendation. Whoever drafted it ran out his premises to their logical results. The convention that adopted it saw their way before them and did not, like their weak sympathizers in the North, expect incompatibilities. Having set up their great philosophical truth, the cornerstone of their political system, they saw clearly that they must ensure it respect, that they must protect it from attack or condemnation, and they perceived that this could not be done if they maintained fellowship with the North. Quote, the non-slaveholding states, they declare, have denounced as sinful the institution of slavery, end quote. This from citizens of the same republic they cannot permit, nor, except by secession from the non-slaveholding states, can they prevent it. Quote, All hope of remedy, thus their declaration concludes, all hope of remedy is rendered vain by the fact that public opinion at the North has invested a great political error with the sanctions of a more erroneous religious belief. End quote. Wise in their generation were South Carolina and the states that followed her lead, building their system of government upon a, quote, great philosophical and moral truth, end quote, which, unfortunately, they will say, the rest of the civilized world still regards as a flagrant moral falsehood. They can maintain the stability of their political edifice only by debarring all questions, all discussions that might assault and endanger its foundations. As in despotic monarchies, it was found necessary to declare it to be treason, punishable as a capital offense, to question the right divine of kings. So in a slave empire, they see it to be indispensable to forbid, on pain of death, all opinions touching the sinfulness or inconsistency with religion of slavery. 25 years ago, they declared from their places in Congress that in spite of the federal government, every abolitionist they caught should die a felon's death. It was no idle menace, as numerous murders for opinion's sake committed in the South before the war terribly attest. Footnote, quote, let an abolitionist come within the borders of South Carolina. If we catch him, we will try him, and notwithstanding all the interference of all the governments on earth, including the federal government, we will hang him. End quote. Senator Preston, in debate in United States Senate, January 1838. Quote, if chance throw an abolitionist in our way, he may expect a felon's death. End quote. Senator Hammond of South Carolina in United States Senate, 1836. End footnote. Let us not blame the men, except it be for seeking to uphold the monstrous system handed down to them by their forefathers. They must resist the federal authority to maintain that system. They must violate the constitutional provision which forbids to abridge, quote, the liberty of speech or of the press, end quote. Self-defense and its necessities compel them. They found this necessary before the war in order to save slavery from destruction. The necessity will be increased beyond measure if slavery remain after its close. Now that the President's proclamation of emancipation has stirred up in every Southern plantation the latent longing for freedom, the dangers to their slave system from propagandism will be increased 100-fold. It follows that in this republic, if reconstructed half slave, half free, no man known to be opposed in principle to slavery will be able to cross Mason and Dixon's line without imminent risk of life. South of that line, the constitutional provision touching the liberty of speech and of the press will remain inoperative. A felon's death will await every resident or traveler in the South who prints or who utters, in public or in private, any denial that slavery is just and moral, any assertion that religion does not sanction it. The Constitution guarantees the right thus to print, thus to speak. The federal government is bound to maintain that constitutional right, but it cannot maintain it in a republic half slave, half free. What then? Slavery and the Constitution inviolate cannot coexist. We must give up the one or the other. Footnote. Events have occurred among us here in the North, which, if it be painful, it also be useful to recall, seeing that they serve as beacons to mark the dangers of the path we have been pursuing and the incompatibility of slavery and free speech. Such an one was the burning, by a mob, 28 years ago, in a free state, of a public building devoted to free discussion. Pennsylvania Hall, a handsome public edifice situated in 6th Street near Cherry, Philadelphia, costing upwards of $40,000, was opened before a respectable audience of 3,000 persons, of whom the majority were ladies, on the 14th of May, 1838, the managers announcing that it was dedicated to, quote, free discussion of the principles of liberty and equality of civil rights, end quote. It continued open 4 days only, to crowded audiences throughout, the subjects discussed being slavery, the rights of the Indian, temperance, and requited labor. On the evening of the 4th day, the building was destroyed. I take the account of this act of vandalism from an official source, the report of the Committee on Police, read in Council's July 6, 1838. On the evening of the 3rd day, May 16, while Angelina Grimke Weld was speaking, the, quote, house was assaulted by a ruthless mob who broke the windows, alarmed the women, and disturbed the meeting by yelling, stamping, and throwing brickbats and other missiles through the windows, end quote. No persons were arrested. Quote, as an attempt to carry away the prisoners might lead to a successful rescue, end quote. May 17th, the managers called upon the mayor, John Swift, to, quote, protect them and their property in the exercise of their constitutional right, peaceably to assemble and discuss any subject of general interest, end quote. The mayor said, quote, he could give them no assurance, if they persisted in their evening meetings, that the police was able to afford them adequate protection, end quote. But, quote, he would do all in his power, end quote. In the evening before the meeting, he went up to the building, found a crowd, and a man haranguing them against the abolitionists, entered the hall, and advised the managers not to hold their meeting. To this they assented, and the keys of the building were given up to the police. The mayor returned home. Later in the evening, news was brought to him that an attack had commenced on the hall. He collected a body of police and marched to the spot, quote, where the work of destruction was in rapid progress, end quote. He exclaimed to the crowd, is there nobody here to support the law, end quote? But the only response was an assault on the police. 2 or 3 resolute men who entered the building to protect it were seized and ejected. The furniture was piled up and set on fire, and the crowd, quote, directed the fire engines not to play upon the hall, or else their engines and hose would be destroyed, end quote. The building, with all it contained, was burned to the ground. The feature in this case which indicates most strongly the dangerous influence of a perverted public opinion is the feeble and apologetic tone in which the report from which I have been quoting condemns the act. It speaks of Philadelphia as, quote, having been selected as the rallying point of men known among us only as restless agitators, end quote, and winds up thus, quote, however excusable the excitement might be, it can never be tolerated without jeoparding our dearest rights, end quote. All the details of the proceedings within the hall during its brief existence, showing that the speakers proposed reform through constitutional means only, by the ballot box and petition, together with a full account of its destruction, will be found in a small volume entitled The History of Pennsylvania Hall, 1838. End footnote. But if we abandon the inviolability of the Constitution, if we attempt to perpetuate a state of things under which one of the most important provisions of the organic law, which binds us together as a nation, is habitually and openly outraged, if we surrender one of those sacred privileges to maintain which freemen first settled America, a privilege the possession of which, more than of any one human right, distinguishes the citizen of a constitutional government from the subject of a despotism, a privilege which, beyond all others, is indispensable to human progress itself, if we basely consent to such humiliation, can our republic maintain either the respect of the world without or domestic tranquility within? Certainly not. The North, now that her spirit is up, would not endure it for a moment. It would inevitably result in war. End of Part 2, Chapter 3, Section 1. Recording by Grace Buchanan. Part 2, Chapter 3, Section 2 of The Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recorded by Grace Buchanan. The Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States by Robert Dale Owen. Part 2, Chapter 3, Section 2. The Constitutionality of Emancipation in the Insurrectionary States. Let us pass to another matter. In South Carolina's Declaration of Causes for Secession, one of the chief set forth as justifying and necessitating separation is, quote, the election of a man to the high office of President of the United States whose opinions and purposes are hostile to slavery, end quote. This, it is declared, the slaveholding states cannot permit, because whenever it shall occur, quote, the federal government will have become their enemy, end quote. To satisfy a slave-holding South so that she shall permit us again to unite with her, it is evident that we must do one of two things. Either consent so to amend the Constitution that no man shall be eligible as president, quote, whose opinions and purposes are hostile to slavery, end quote, or else make up our minds to a second insurrection the first time a president with such opinions happens to be elected. The constitutional amendment, our first alternative, would be an infamy, if it were a possibility. The second alternative is renewed war. But the very head and front of our former offending against the South remains yet untouched. The loose manner to wit in which she alleges that the fugitive slave law has heretofore been enforced. This our offense was so grievous in the eyes of South Carolina that she put it forth in her declaration as the first, and in itself the all-sufficient cause for separation, adding, quote, "Thus the constitutional compact has been deliberately broken, and South Carolina is released from her obligation." End quote. What chance, even the remotest, is there that with slavery and freedom in political partnership, this rock of offense will be avoided hereafter? Let us for a moment imagine that the Emancipation Proclamation had no force in law. Nevertheless, it has been promulgated. Its glad tidings have penetrated to the remotest haunts of Southern slavery. To the slave, it is a reality. In his heart it has called up the assurance, the fervent hope at least, that if he can but once elude the vigilance of his master, there is yet freedom for him on this side of the grave. That hope, once awakened throughout the length and breadth of the insurrectionary states, can it ever again be put to rest? Is it not certain that under its promptings, no matter how firmly we may reestablish slavery by law, these bondmen would cross the border by thousands, for hundreds that have sought refuge among us till now, and when they do pass into that land, whose president proclaimed them free men, and where 20 abolitionists are to be found now for every one who was there on the day Fort Sumter fell, will there be increased cheerfulness, greater willingness to aid in their rendition than there was before the war began? What a mockery is the question! On what a foundation of quicksand do they build, who found their hopes of future peace on the expectation that a fugitive slave law will be more stringently enforced in the future than in the past, on the vain dream that Northern spirit, whether flushed with victory or maddened by defeat, will find no occupation more noble than to pursue and secure poor fugitives deluded by a national promise basely broken, and who had been urged to flight by belief in our humanity and confidence in our truth. In such a state of feeling, under such a state of things, can we doubt the inevitable results? Shall we escape border raids after fleeing fugitives? No sane man will expect it. Are we to suffer these? We are disgraced. Are we to repel them? It is a renewal of hostilities. Turn which way we will, slavery is war. There is, in the very nature of things there can be, no security for peace or loyalty from a slave state. The only practicable road to domestic tranquility open to us now is through emancipation. But in deciding a matter of such vast gravity as this, it behooves us to look to our relations with foreign nations as well as to those between our own states. That slavery is an element of weakness in war was denied 3 years ago by those Northern men who were in the habit of regarding it as a sacred thing, which to touch, even in the enemy's hands, was profane. No statesman will deny it now. The rebellion will be put down. Through the clouds of war we see already the beginning of the end. But if the 3 millions of slaves gradually coming over to us and swelling the ranks of our liberating armies had been 3 millions of free men loyal to the South, if the population of the Southern states, without regard to color, had been a unit in this struggle, should we have defeated them in their effort for recognition? If history speak truth, we should not. Never since the world began did 9 millions of people band together, resolutely inspired by the one idea of achieving their independence, yet fail to obtain it. It is not a century since 1/3 of the number successfully defied Great Britain. The present is teaching, and the future will teach more clearly yet, that slavery is an element of military weakness. We have taught that lesson to Europe. In case of foreign war, with slavery still existing among us, will she fail to remember and to apply it? In such a case, will England, will France, will any European power, save perhaps lagging Spain, respect an institution which they all regard as a national crime, a crime for which many of them have atoned by repentance and at heavy cost? In the case of foreign hostilities, would not Lord Dunmore's proclamation be reproduced in a far more dangerous form with a far more fatal effect? It is certain that it would. Footnote: in this well-known document, after declaring against all persons who failed to resort to His Majesty's standard, quote, forfeiture of life and confiscation of lands, end quote, Lord Dunmore proceeds, quote, and I do hereby further declare all indented servants, Negroes or others, appertaining to rebels, free, that are able and willing to bear arms, they joining His Majesty's troops as soon as may be, for the more speedily reducing this colony to a proper sense of their duty to His Majesty's crown and dignity. End quote. The proclamation was dated November 7, 1775. End footnote. But this is the least of our dangers in such a contingency. In case of a foreign war, with master and slave still constituting a portion of our population, with whom will the masters side? With us, the detested Yankees? Or with those European potentates, all but publicly invited already to forgive the undutiful doings of 1776, and to send a royal scion to reign over them? Like causes continued produce like results. If we subdue the slave masters, leaving them slave masters still, can we expect that they will abstain from plotting foreign war that they may gain by it? And if they succeed in the treasonable plot, can we suppose that they will refrain from seeking their own advantage by an alliance with the enemy? If we expose ourselves to these dangers, patent to common sense, we shall deserve our fate. To foreign as well as to domestic tranquility, the only practicable path is through general emancipation. In other words, as we would hasten, by every lawful and proper means, the advent of peace, as we would obtain before this contest closes a guarantee against its renewal, as we would protect ourselves by prudent foresight and precaution against foreign complications involving dismemberment of the nation. And what duties, during war, more imperative than these? We must take and cancel our enemies' claims to service and labor. That service feeds our enemy. That labor supplies his commissariat. Deprived of it, his power to injure us is taken from him. Possessed of it, he remains our enemy, dangerous in peace, still more dangerous in war, while grass grows and water runs. Is not the grandeur of the object, then, commensurate with the magnitude of the remedy? If that remedy produced temporary disturbance of social and political elements throughout half our country, is not the alternative the dismemberment of that country itself, its loss of unity, its loss of peace, its final decline and fall as one of the great powers of the world? So far, the argument has been one of policy alone. Selfish in one sense it may be called, since it takes into account the interests of one only out of the two races which inhabit our country. An argument, too, sound and unanswerable if it be, which does not reach the full dignity of the subject, since it has not treated it in its relation to the progress of civilization and humanity, and to the national honor ever intimately connected with the national life. Opinions adverse to the lawfulness of slavery have for a century past been spreading and swelling into action throughout the civilized world. They have taken practical form and shape. They have become law, till not a nation in Europe, Christian or Mohammedan, Spain alone being excepted, stands out against them. England led the way. In 1834 she emancipated all her slaves. King Oscar of Sweden followed her example in 1846. Then came Denmark in 1847, France in 1848, Portugal in 1856, the vast empire of Russia in 1862, finally, with nearly 30 years' experience in English colonies and 15 years' experience in those of France before her eyes, plain, practical, unimaginative Holland, by a vote in her chambers of 45-7, gave freedom with compensation to her 45,000 slaves, liberating them on the 1st of July last. The opinions which gave rise to these national acts are gradually finding place among the maxims of international law as expounded by modern commentators. Phillimore, a reputable authority, says, "There is a kind of property which it is equally unlawful for states as for individuals to possess, property in man. A being endowed with will, intellect, passion, and conscience cannot be acquired and alienated, bought and sold by his fellow human beings, like an inanimate or unreflecting and irresponsible thing. The Christian world has slowly but irrevocably arrived at the attainment of this great truth. The black man is no more capable of being a chattel than the white man. The Negro and the European have equal rights. Neither are among the res positive in commercio, in which it is lawful for states or individuals to traffic." The United States, prompt in other matters to take part with the foremost and freest nations in asserting the principles of liberty and human rights, have lagged behind Europe on the subject of Negro emancipation. The chief reason is that a regard for law conflicted with a regard for liberty. To the American citizen, the Constitution stands in the place occupied, under the monarchical system, by the sovereign in person. It is the highest object of his loyalty. His veneration for that instrument went so far as to influence his perceptions of justice. A majority in the North have always held it to be a great wrong that human beings and their descendants forever should be held in bondage. Up to the time when this war made the slaveholders in 11 states our enemies, we acquiesced in that wrong, lest, in the endeavor to remedy it, greater evils might follow. Though it be true that, before the war, the legality of the slaveholders' claim to service or labor was denied, on humanitarian grounds, yet a construction of the Constitution, adverse to such denial and acquiesced in by the nation, throughout 2 generations, was held by most men to be sufficient reason why the claim in question should be regarded as private property and respected as such. The majority held to the opinion that it could not be taken except by a violation of the Constitution, in other words, by a revolutionary act. They felt that, though revolutionary acts become a justifiable remedy upon great occasions as in 1776, yet they are usually replete with peril, that it is easy to pass the limit of regulated authority, but impossible to estimate the dangers we may encounter when that guardian limit is once transgressed. That, in the minds of many Northern men, cupidity, excited sometimes by supposed commercial advantages, sometimes by selfish political calculations, came in aid of constitutional scruple, may not be denied. And so far as that motive prevailed, our complicity as a people is without palliation. But cupidity, commercial or political, was not the dominant motive, nor, but for the restraint of the Constitution, would sordid considerations have prevented the nation from shaking off the incubus which oppressed it. Slavery, therefore, moral wrong as it is, was tolerated by the majority as one of the articles in a great national compromise which it was unlawful and perilous to violate. If, before the South had trampled underfoot compromise and Constitution, those who directed the federal government, taking the initiative, had striven to eradicate the growing evil, the effort would have been vain, for they could not have carried the people with them. To human eyes there seemed, in this generation at least, no way out. But God, who overrules evil for good, opened the way. They, the chief architects of the great wrong of the age, in whose hands alone seemed to have been left the power to hasten its downfall, have madly persisted in the very course that is leading, swiftly and inevitably, to that result. In the early stage of the war, Congress and the President proposed, and the majority of the nation expected, as the issue of this contest, a mere rehabilitation, with Southern laws and Southern institutions re-acknowledged in their pristine form. In this, the President and the North were sincere. Again and again, warning was given, and the return of the insurgents to their loyal duty on these conditions was urged upon them. But their hearts were hardened, and they would not. By their obstinate perversity, they closed the door against themselves. They persevered in their conspiracy against public law until emancipation became an imperative measure of self-defense. They persevered until public opinion, revolutionized, demanded that measure as the only sure guarantee in the future for national safety and national peace. They, the slaveholders, became abolitionists of slavery. Let us not take credit to ourselves for generous philanthropy. The South, reckless and blind, was herself the unwitting agent. And thus, in the providence of God, the very effort by armed treason to perpetuate an abuse has given us at once the will and the right to effect its eradication. The time has come when it is constitutional to redress that abuse. No law restrains us. Henceforth, we are responsible if, in the race for human freedom, we lag with Spain behind the rest of the civilized world. Henceforth, we are responsible before God and man if, having at last become free to carry out in practice the noble declaration of our forefathers, that life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are among the inalienable rights of man, we basely refuse or neglect to do so. We have a greater responsibility still. We are as one having an oath upon his soul. The maxim is well known that he who legally acts by another is himself the actor. The legal acts of the president are the acts of the nation. It was the people of the United States who, on the 1st day of January, 1863, set free 3 millions of men. The deed is done, lawfully, righteously done. Its validity is as well established as that of any other public act. But to establish its validity is to establish the status as freeman of every person that was held as a slave. In the insurrectionary districts named, on the 1st day of the year 1863, whether he shall have physically escaped from bondage or not, quote, all persons held as slaves, end quote, within these districts are the words. Is the deed valid? The words stand. Is it invalid? It cannot free a single slave. The argument, therefore, is unavailing that many of these people are still worked as slaves by persons setting at defiance the constitutional jurisdiction and the national will. A law set at defiance for the time is not thereby abrogated. In disturbed times, cases of illegal detention frequently occur. Such are these cases. But in the eyes of the law, the persons thus illegally detained have the rights of free men, and the radical bayonet must enforce these rights. Equally unavailing is the allegation that, as the proclamation was but a war measure, and therefore of force and virtue commensurate only with the war, its operation will cease when the immediate necessity which caused and justified it ceases, that is, when peace is restored. The exigency is as great in peace as in war. There are moral and national as well as physical necessities. America, said the great Earl of Chatham during a memorable debate in the House of Lords in 1770, quote, was settled upon ideas of liberty, end quote. In these ideas it was that our fathers founded the Republic. In these ideas alone can we, their descendants, maintain it. The political necessity that nevermore within these United States shall lifelong claims to service and labor be held by inhabitants thereof, will be as great when peace returns as it is now while war rages. Always morally unjust, this property has shown itself to be nationally dangerous. But a species of property that endangers the safety of a nation must not be left in the hands of its citizens, whether in peace or war. Nor can it be pleaded that the taking of this property, vast as is its amount, is an act committed regardless of mercy to the vanquished, an act of harsh severity, much less a deed of plunder. No, nor yet a measure of punishment. Far from offending against any principle of humanity in destroying such property, in other words, in canceling lifelong claims to service and labor, the inhumanity would have been to refrain from destroying it. Nor do we harm the slave claimant, but greatly benefit him by canceling these claims. In point of fact, it is incalculably to his advantage, socially, pecuniarily, politically, to be without them. While he retains them, there will be between him and us a lack of the conditions necessary to a true union. There will be no loyal concurrent sentiment of citizenship, but a forced union of states without the conditions under which alone concurrence of ideas and affections is possible, would be a measure unworthy of a statesman. Slaveholders and freemen can never, in these states, act together in friendship again. Therefore, for his own sake, the slaveholder must cease to be such. Are we impertinently interfering in his business, arrogantly and improperly assuming to judge what is best for him when we determine this? Not at all. The business is emphatically our own, for it intimately concerns our national existence. In deciding it as we see fit, there is neither impropriety nor arrogance, but proper precaution and prudent foresight. If he had refrained from levying war against his government, he would have had the right to judge and act in this affair. As it is, he has lost it, and we have now the right and the power to decide the matter, not he. But in the second place, our power is restricted to the abrogation of these claims, and it ceases there. As a trust for a special object is exhausted with the execution of that object, so is the authority of the President, being in the nature of a trust, in this case. His object was to restore and render stable the national unity. To effect that great object, to preserve from permanent dismemberment the country over which he presides, he enfranchised 3 millions of its inhabitants. Under this act of his, third parties took vested rights. Under the inducements of this act of his, third parties took refuge within our lines, enlisted in our armies, fought in our battles. We had a right to confer these vested rights. We had a right to present these inducements. We had a right to accept this aid. But having done all this, we have no right to resume what we have granted. We had a right to act. We have no authority to revoke our action. To enslave is not a power under the Constitution. No officer or department of the government can exercise it. From that stain, at least, we are free. Were it otherwise, our government would be the scorn of the age, a disgrace to Christendom. Footnote: that the Supreme Court of the United States has no right to sit in judgment upon or to reverse a great measure of national policy is as certain as that the powers of that court are judicial, not legislative. We do not argue this point at length here because it comes up more appropriately in the chapter treating of the constitutionality of emancipation in the loyal slave states. There the argument will be found at length, with references to the decisions of that court itself, which bear upon this subject. End footnote. We have lost, by our own solemn act, the right henceforth to talk of Reconstruction with the peculiar institution of the South left intact. Such language is now but a mischievous mystification. If the South conquer, she may, by superior force, hold as slaves those who, by our laws, are free men. But for us, there is no longer, in any of the insurrectionary states, a peculiar institution to be left intact. We may build up anew that institution, in violation of law, it is true, for neither the President nor Congress nor any judicial tribunal in the land has any more authority to consign a freedman to slavery than they have to hang him without crime or trial. But we may build it up if we have power enough, or connive at it if we are shameless enough, just as a highwayman may seize a purse, or a burglar carry off a basket of silverware. Whether, when we shall have suffered vanquished treason to dictate her own terms, whether, when we shall have stooped to purchase, not peace, for God's best blessing cannot be so purchased, but a worthless truce, as brief as treacherous, by an act of usurpation that assumes to sign away the liberties of 3 millions of free people. Whether, when we shall have done this great thing, we shall have any right to set up for more honest or more virtuous than the felon trader, who makes a midnight descent on the Congo coast and steals thence 300 or 400 wretches to crowd the hold of his slave ship. That will be a question to be settled at our leisure with our own consciences. The way of the transgressor is hard. It is better to lose fortune than fair fame. And national disgrace is worse than national disaster. A convict, when he is known and remembered as such, may, because of the stain that attaches to him, toil faithfully through half a lifetime ere men take him again by the hand. And a people, stamped by their own public records as lawless and forsworn, may travel a long and a weary road, a reproach the while, and a byword among nations, ere they can take an honored stand once more among the civilized powers of the earth. In concluding this branch of the subject, I briefly group together the propositions that have been advanced. The inhabitants of the insurrectionary states are, in contemplation of law, without exception, public enemies. Property belonging to an enemy may, by the law of nations, be seized by the proper military authority and appropriated or destroyed. In like manner, claims or debts due by a public enemy to an inhabitant of this country may be seized and cancelled. The claims to service or labor upon which rests Negro slavery are, in contemplation of the Constitution, in the nature of debts or choses in action, and may, when held by an enemy, be declared null and void. These claims, because of the labor which they command, constitute a chief resource of the insurgents for carrying on the war, and therefore essentially tend to protract it, for which reason it was the duty of the Commander-in-Chief to take and cancel them. The interests growing out of these claims have been the cause of the present insurrection, and there can be no sufficient guarantee for peace while they exist, for which reason also it becomes a duty to declare them null and void. These claims involve a great moral wrong which the insurrection has made it legal to redress, and we are now responsible as a nation if we fail to redress it by their abrogation. The President's proclamation of emancipation was legal and righteous. It was the act of the nation, and cannot lawfully, nor without violating the national faith, solemnly pledged, be revoked. Therefore, the emancipation of all the slaves in the insurrectionary portions of the Union was an act legal and irrevocable. End of Part 2, Chapter 3, Section 2. Recording by Grace Buchanan.
Part 2, Chapter 4 of The Wrong of Slavery. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Madison Rutherford. The Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States by Robert Dale Owen. Part 2, Chapter 4. The Constitutionality of Emancipation in the Loyal Slave States. As the slaveholders of the insurrectionary states, now at war with the United States, are public enemies, while the slaveholders of the border or non-insurrectionary slave states are friends, entitled to all the rights of citizens, the question touching the right to confiscate and cancel the claims to service and labor held by the former is essentially a different question, based on different principles, from the question whether we have a constitutional right to take and cancel the same class of claims held by the latter. In the preceding pages, it has been shown that slavery was the cause of the present insurrection, that if slavery be suffered to continue in existence, it will remain a constant menace to the integrity of our government and an inevitable source of future war, and that, therefore, prudence and foresight require that, for the sake of the national unity and national peace, slavery be forever abolished throughout these United States. Though the military necessity be more urgent in the insurgent states, seeing that every slave taken or escaping from bondage is one laborer less to supply the enemy's commissariat, yet the general proposition is as true of the border states as of those in rebellion. Indeed, fugitive slave law difficulties, of all others the most likely to bring on a war, would chiefly arise through refugees from border states. The slaves of disloyal owners in these states have already been emancipated by act of Congress. There remain in bondage under state laws certainly less than 750,000, scattered over a long, narrow border strip, bounded on the north by free states and on the south by states whence slavery has been legally banished, or else dotted in isolated parishes or counties intermixed with enfranchised slaves. Can we maintain in perpetuity so anomalous a condition of things? Clearly not. At every step, embarrassments innumerable obstruct our progress. No industry, no human sagacity would suffice to determine the 10,000 conflicting questions that must arise out of such a chaos. Must the history of each Negro be followed back so as to determine his status, whether slave or free? If Negroes emancipated in insurrectionary states are sold as slaves into border states or into accepted parishes or counties, can we expect to trace the transaction? If slaves owned in the border states or in accepted parishes or counties are sold to loyal men in insurrectionary states, are they still slaves or do they become free? Are we to admit or to deny the constitutionality of border state laws which arrest and imprison as vagrants and sell into slavery to pay expenses of arrest and imprisonment free Negro emigrants from insurrectionary states? But why multiply instances? The longer this twilight of groping transition lasts, it will be only confusion, the worse confounded. To respect and to protect such a straggling remnant of slavery would be practically impossible if it were desirable, and, aside from its being an old root of bitterness left in the ground to sprout and bear fruit in the future as it has borne fruit in the past, no freedman can be assured of his liberty while there remains a spot within the Union where he can be held as a slave. If we would act as statesmen, having in view the peace and safety of our country through all future time, we must meet the great difficulty before us broadly, effectually, honestly, and in accordance with the dictates of Christianity and civilization. The demands of honor coincide with the conditions of safety. To satisfy both, we have a great duty to perform. It is to follow the noble example of England and France and Sweden and Denmark and Portugal and Russia and Holland. It is to enact not merely that all persons held as slaves who happened on the 1st of January 1863 to be within certain insurrectionary limits shall be free, thus leaving a narrow belt of slavery to divide our country in two, and to separate the freed states of the South from the free states of the North. It is not merely to carry out this fragmentary and imperfect scheme. It is not to do, for the cause of humanity, only what we cannot help doing. It is not merely to deprive the enemy in this present war of the means that augment his strength and enable him to protract the contest. It is, by taking a brave, bold stand for human liberty, irrespective of race or color, to lay deep and firm the foundations of that domestic tranquility which endures from generation to generation, only for those nations whose people walk in the paths of justice and mercy, approved in the sight of God and man. It is to enact, once and forever, the emancipation of every slave that treads the soil of the United States. In the progress of this insurrectionary upheaval, we have reached a point at which there is neither honorable nor prudent alternative left. Does any constitutional difficulty stand in the way? The law or custom of all civilized nations, based on considerations of public utility, authorizes the taking of private property with just compensation for public use when important public interests demand it. We are familiar with the operations of such a rule. When a conflagration in the city threatens to spread far, houses in the line of its progress may be seized and destroyed by the authorities in order to arrest it, and the owners are not held to have been wronged if they are paid for such losses under an equitable appraisement. The opening of a street and improving a city, the running of a railroad, are held in this and other countries to be objects of sufficient importance to justify what the French law calls appropriation forcée pour cause d'utilité publique. This principle is expressly recognized in the Constitution. In that instrument there is an admission of the right to take private property with just compensation made for public use. And it will not be argued that a claim of one inhabitant of the United States to the service of another, whether for a term of years or for life, is a species of property which has been constitutionally exempted from such appropriation. It is evident that, if a claim to the service of a slave cannot constitutionally be so taken and cancelled, neither can the claim to the service of an apprentice. Thus, the right to declare compensated emancipation in the United States is clear, provided important public interests demand it. But we have already shown that the public interests demanding such a measure, in this case, are the highest and the most vital that ever presented themselves to the councils of a nation. The right referred to is vested in the national legislature. If technical proof of this be demanded, it is to be found in a few brief propositions. 1. The Constitution, Section 8, confers on Congress certain essential powers as to collect taxes, without which no government can be supported. 2. The Constitution, same section, authorizes Congress to make all laws that shall be necessary and proper for carrying into execution these powers. 3. An insurrection extending over 11 of the United States prevents, throughout a considerable portion of the Union, the possibility of carrying into execution the essential powers thus granted to Congress. 4. Because of the resistance offered by the insurrectionary states to these constitutional powers, it becomes the duty of Congress to pass all laws that are necessary and proper, not only by successfully terminating the war, to enforce these powers in the present, but to secure their supremacy in the future. In other words, to ensure permanent obedience to the laws, thus averting anarchy. All this will be conceded, but a question remains. Who is to judge what laws are necessary and proper to carry into execution the powers expressly conferred on Congress by the Constitution, and which are thus obstructed and defeated? Or, to put directly the case in point, if Congress, sharing the deep conviction that has come over the nation as this contest proceeded, should reach the conclusion that there is no effectual means to secure, throughout the future, peaceful obedience to the laws, except the eradication of slavery, and should act accordingly, is such action constitutional and final? In the selection of the means to effect this constitutional object, is Congress the sole judge of their propriety and necessity, or is the question as to the fitness of these means a judicial as well as a legislative question? We must discriminate here. It would undoubtedly be competent for the Supreme Court, if the question came legitimately before it, to decide, in any special case, whether Congress has the right, under the Constitution, to take private property, with just compensation, for public use. That is a judicial question. But when a vast system of claims is to be thus taken for a great political end, when this is done as the only effectual means to preserve the integrity of the Union, or to bring a war to a successful issue, or to establish lasting peace, and when the matter to be decided is whether this taking is the most wise or appropriate means to secure these all-important objects, that is a question of statesmanship, of governmental discretion, of political expediency, and therefore purely legislative. It is not competent for the Supreme Court to sit in judgment on the wisdom of a great measure of national policy. Whenever the judicial branch of the government assumes and is permitted to exercise such a power, the government itself will be in the hands, not of the representatives of the people elected by the people, but of a few men, at the present 10 only, nominated by the President, confirmed by the Senate, and holding their offices for life. The trust which, by the Constitution, is committed to the personal judgment and discretion of the national legislature, and for which the members of that legislature are responsible only to their constituents, the people, will have been usurped by another branch of the government, to which the Constitution assigns no such trust, grants no such discretion. Nothing would be more radically subversive of our institutions than such an usurpation of jurisdiction. If it were consummated, we should be living under an oligarchy, not under a republic. But we need be under no apprehension that it ever will be. The Supreme Court itself, speaking by the mouth of one of its most distinguished presiding officers, has expressly disclaimed the possession of any such authority. In the well-known case of McCulloch against the state of Maryland, Chief Justice Marshall delivered the decision of the Supreme Court, and by that decision the following principles were established. 1. The construction of the words necessary and proper as employed by the framers of the Constitution in the above connection. The Chief Justice says, "The term necessary does not import an absolute physical necessity so strong that one thing to which another may be termed necessary cannot exist without that other." 2. As to the degree of the necessity which renders constitutional a law framed to carry a constitutional power into execution, the rule by the decision is, if a certain means to carry into effect any of the powers expressly given by the Constitution to the government of the Union be an appropriate measure, not prohibited by the Constitution, the degree of its necessity is a question of legislative discretion, not of judicial cognizance. 3. But still more explicitly is the question answered, who is to be the judge of the appropriateness and necessity of the means to be employed, thus: the government, which has a right to do an act and has imposed upon it the duty of performing that act, must, according to the dictates of reason, be allowed to select the means. Thus, then, the matter stands. The powers to lay and collect taxes, to exercise authority over forts and arsenals of the United States, to suppress insurrection, and various others equally essential, are expressly given by the Constitution to Congress. It is the right and duty of Congress to carry these powers into effect. In case of obstruction or defeat of existing laws framed to that intent, it is the right and duty of Congress to select such means and pass such additional laws as may be necessary and proper to overcome such obstruction and enforce obedience to such laws. These means must not be prohibited by the Constitution, but whether they are the most prudent or the most effectual means, or in what degree they are necessary, are matters over which the Supreme Court has no jurisdiction. As Chief Justice Marshall has elsewhere in this decision expressed it, for the Supreme Court to undertake to inquire into the degree of their necessity would be to pass a line which circumscribes the judicial department and to tread on legislative ground. There must, of course, be congruity or relevancy between the power to be enforced and the means proposed to enforce it. While Congress is to judge the degree of necessity or propriety of these means, they must not such as to be devoid of obvious connection with the object to be attained. In this case, the objects to be attained are the enforcement of the laws, the suppression of the rebellion, the restoration of preservation of peace, and the maintenance of the national unity. But these laws are resisted, and this insurrection prevails, and the national unity is violated in those states and in those states only in which the lifelong claims to the service or labors of persons of African descent are held under state laws. In states where these claims are comparatively few, as in Delaware, Maryland, Missouri, disaffection only prevails, while in states where the number of slaves approaches or exceeds that of whites, as in South Carolina, Alabama, Georgia, insurrection against lawful authority is flagrant and outspoken, the insurrectionary acts of these states being avowedly based on the allegation that slavery is not safe under the present constitutionally elected president, and that its permanent preservation can be ensured by the disruption of the national unity alone. All this is matter of history, and there would be as much propriety in denying the connection between the sun and the light of day as that between slavery and the rebellion. This point settled, nothing remains to be determined except the question whether, under existing circumstances, emancipation be or be not the policy most fitting and wise, the policy best calculated to assure, in the future, the peaceful execution of the law. And this, according to the dictates of reason, to repeat Chief Justice Marshall's words, must be left to Congress to decide. If Congress believes that emancipation is no longer a question of sectional interference, but of national preservation, it has the right to judge, and the constitutional right to act upon that judgment. If Congress believes that, in order to enforce law and suppress insurrection, it is necessary and proper to take and cancel all claims to lifelong service or labor held in the slave states, and if claims to service or labor, whether for years or for life, held by one inhabitant of the United States against another, be a species of property not specially exempted by the Constitution from seizure for public use, then an act of compensated emancipation is strictly constitutional. The substance of the argument here made amounts to this, that, as to the claims to service or labor by persons of African descent held by inhabitants of insurrectionary states or by disloyal inhabitants of other states, it is lawful to confiscate and cancel them without compensation, while as to such claims held by loyal men in non-insurrectionary states, it is legal to take them, making just compensation. In other words, in the former case uncompensated emancipation, and the latter compensated emancipation, is in accordance with law and permitted by the Constitution. That is the legal aspect. In a humanitarian view, emancipation is one of the highest duties of Christian civilization. End of Part 2, Chapter 4. Recording by Madison Rutherford.
Part 3, Chapter 1 of The Wrong of Slavery. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio. InterfaceAudio.com. The Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States, by Robert Dale Owen. Chapter 1, from Part 3. The Future of the African Race in the United States. Chapter 1. Forebodings regarding the future of the Negro. Among the problems connected with the future of our country, the destiny of the African race among us is one of the most important, and on no other great national question have more erroneous ideas prevailed, both among ourselves and among those who have looked on, even with favoring eyes, watching the progress of our Republican experiment. There are evils so vast and radical that nothing short of a bloody revolution has hitherto been found sufficient to extirpate them. So the eradication of slavery throughout a country containing 4 million of slaves, estimated by their masters as property worth 12 or 1,500 millions of dollars. So a difficulty greater still, the eradication of that prejudice of race and color which first suggested to the cupidity of white men the exaction of forced labor from Negroes, and has ever since been fed and fostered through the influence of the abuse to which it gave birth. Such a revolution may bring about changes of national opinion and national condition which wise and philosophical writers had pronounced to be beyond the limits of possibility. Thus de Tocqueville, when in his work on American democracy he said, "To induce the whites to abandon the opinion they have conceived of the moral and intellectual inferiority of their former slaves, the Negroes must change. But as long as this opinion exists, they cannot change." This would make the future of the American Negro, free or slave, absolutely hopeless. But no absolutely hopeless future exists, under the economy of God, in this world of progress. There were never sufficient reasons for saying this, but to say it today would be far more inexcusable than to have said it when de Tocqueville wrote. We have gathered, during the vast upheavals of the last 3 years, such experience as ages of undisturbed monotony might fail to furnish. Events have occurred which no human foresight could anticipate. Contingencies have arisen which not only convulse our political world, but stir to their foundations the social elements of society around us. The whites have changed and are still rapidly changing their opinion of the Negro. And the Negro, in his new condition as a freedman, is himself, to some extent, a changed being. No one circumstance has tended much to these results as the display of manhood in Negro soldiers. Though there are higher qualities than strength and physical courage, yet in our present stage of civilization there are no qualities which command from the masses more respect. But de Tocqueville could never have imagined, even as a remote possibility, the raising and equipping in the United States of 100,000 Negro troops. His anticipations turned in a different direction. He did not look forward to an insurrection of the whites against the government. He predicted an insurrection of slaves against their masters. He predicted further that emancipation itself would not avert this catastrophe, but this last prediction was based upon the assumption that, free or slave, the whites would never accord to the blacks their rights as freemen. He says, "I am obliged to confess that I do not regard the abolition of slavery as a means of warding off the struggle of the two races in the Southern States. The Negroes may long remain slaves without complaining, but if they are once raised to the level of freemen, they will soon revolt at being deprived of almost all their civil rights." If de Tocqueville's premises were just, we might admit his conclusion. We cannot expect in a democratic republic to maintain domestic tranquility if we deprive millions of freemen of their rights as such. Public opinion may not, at the present time, have reached this conviction, but it is fast approaching it. 3/4 of the state might not today, but ere long they will, pass some such amendment to the Constitution as this: Slavery shall not be permitted, and no discrimination shall be made as to the civil or political rights of persons because of color. Whenever we shall have so amended the Constitution, the path before us will be plain and safe. But short of entire justice, there is no permanent security. End of Part 3, Chapter 1. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio, InterfaceAudio.com. Part 3, Chapter 2 of The Wrong of Slavery. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio, InterfaceAudio.com. The Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States, by Robert Dale Owen. Chapter 2. Do we need the aid of the Negro as a loyal citizen? In the immediate exigencies of our present situation is to be found strong additional motive for such an act. It would be, under any circumstances, a thing anomalous and repugnant to our system of government that 4.5 millions of the governed free citizens, like the rest, should remain permanently taxed and not represented. But aside from the essential injustice of this, its political results merit our gravest consideration. At the close of the war, after the waste in battle of human life, and the further diminution in the South of her white population by emigration to Europe and to Mexico, the inhabitants of the insurrectionary portion of the Union will, we may assume, be nearly equally divided between the races. How will these inhabitants stand divided as to loyalty? This is a question which it is impossible to answer with precision, except as to the colored people. They, with exceptions so rare that they are hardly worth taking into account, are all loyal, as our commission, coming into contact with them in every portion of the Union where they can be reached, abundantly verified. But in what state of mind will the close of the present contest leave the vanquished? Not only as to those who engaged from the first heartily in the war, but as to that larger number whose sympathies, after the strife commenced, gradually became enlisted in what they called the cause of the South, inducing them to join the rebel ranks without compulsion. Can we seriously doubt the present state of their feelings towards us? Will these be less bitter if we quell this rebellion? Submission is not conversion. The sword conquers, it does not convince. Time alone can allay the widespread irritation which so embittered and protracted a struggle as this must needs leave behind it. And meanwhile, to whom shall we be able to trust for re-establishment of order and maintenance of loyalty in the pacificated districts? To the Union men of the South who, with their lives in their hands, resisted, through good and through bad report, the torrent of secession which inundated their land. Who can doubt their zeal and their courage? But what is their number? Is it a half, or a third, or a fourth of the whole number of Southern whites? The inevitable, doubtless, has great power over all men. From a hopeless cause there are numerous deserters, but will not many of these be weak and unreliable? And when all are reckoned, will not 2/3, 3/4 remain, only sullenly acquiescent? All thoughtful men will give to such consideration much weight, and will acknowledge, with earnest anxiety, the difficulties that lie before us. They will admit it to be one of the great questions of the day, whether, leaving the abstract right or wrong of the case untouched, we can prudently or safely, for our own sakes, withhold from the freedman his political rights, and thus leave disenfranchised, at a critical juncture in our history, a loyal half of a disturbed and disaffected population. They will ask themselves whether, as we have found need of the Negro as a soldier to aid in quelling the rebellion, we do not require his assistance as pressingly in the character of a loyal citizen, in reconstructing, on a permanently peaceful and orderly basis, the insurrectionary states. The doubt which naturally suggests itself in opposition is not whether loyal votes are urgently needed, but whether by admitting the freedmen to suffrage we may not seriously lower the average character of the constituency, which under our democratic system elects to office state representatives, congressmen, municipal authorities, a president, and other subordinate magistrates, whether by such a step we do not risk the failure or the degeneracy of our republican system. It will suggest itself that the Negro, while in slavery, was debarred from education, and that at this day few of the freedmen can either read or write. In addition to the ignorance resulting from this disability, we find vices among slaves just freed which appertain to their former condition. Men who own no property do not learn to respect the rights of property. Men who are subjected to despotic rule acquire the habit of shielding themselves from arbitrary punishment by lying. Men who have never worked for themselves learn to shirk work, which is to inure solely to the benefit of others. All this is to be taken into account. But with the extirpation of the cause, the effect gradually ceases. In point of fact, it has already been found, as our commission satisfactorily verified, that the vices above referred to are not deeply rooted, and that each may be gradually eradicated by a proper appeal to the self-respect of the newly made freedman, and by a strict recognition of his rights. He is found quite ready to copy whatever he believes are the obligations connected with the rights of what he looks up to as the superior race, even if these prove a restraint upon the habits of license belonging to his former condition. He is found willing also to work for moderate wages, if promptly paid, docile and easily managed, not given to quarreling, of temperate habits, cheerful and uncomplaining if treated with justice and common humanity. It should be remembered, too, in estimating his capacity to exercise political rights, that slavery had rendered him wary and suspicious. The habit of the slave is, while assenting to whatever his master says, secretly to hold his own opinion, and to act upon it whenever opportunity offers. His sagacity is developed. I do not think the freedman will be found a ready tool for the political demagogue. Upon the whole, we shall find it difficult to bring any argument against recognizing the political rights of the Negro, which does not apply against the principle of universal suffrage itself. Many regard the result of that principle as a practical failure, adducing in proof the fact that there are tens of thousands of voters among us incompetent and unworthy to act as such. Some have sought to obtain purity of elections by weeding out all foreign-born voters. But if suffrage is to be restricted by qualification, we must seek some stricter test of honesty and competence than the accident either of birth or of color. Under ordinary circumstances, it would seem not unreasonable that we should delay the recognition of the freedman's right to suffrage for a time, until education and habits of freedom had prepared him to exercise it. We might delay if domestic tranquillity prevailed, if the loyalty of those states chiefly inhabited by the Negro were unquestioned. We might delay if we could dispense with his aid. But I am able to make no reliable calculation according to which we can dispense with it. When we shall first proceed to Reconstruction, 1/3 of all the white population of the South is a full estimate for the proportion we are likely to find honestly and earnestly disposed to aid us in the work. That is 1/6 only of the entire population, white and colored. But can we safely proceed to organize a republican government in any country on the basis of 1/6 of its population? Should we evince common sense in attempting to do so, when we can have 3/6 more to aid that small band of Southern loyalists in their arduous task? God, who made the liberation of the Negro the condition under which we alone could succeed in this war, has now, in his providence, brought about a position of things under which it would seem that a full recognition of that Negro's rights as a citizen becomes indispensable to stability of government in peace. In view of such considerations, it is difficult to resist the conclusion that before receiving back into political fellowship the insurgent portions of the Union, it should be legally established as one of the principles imperative in Reconstruction that all freedmen should be legally secured in equal rights, thus practically carrying out the section of the Constitution which provides that the United States shall guarantee to every state a republican form of government. From the observations made in various sections of our country, which as a member of our commission it became my duty to visit, I do not believe that in accepting this necessary aid we incur risk of admitting into our system of government an element of deterioration. End of Chapter 2. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio, InterfaceAudio.com. Part 3, Chapter 3 of The Wrong of Slavery. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio, InterfaceAudio.com. The Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States, by Robert Dale Owen. Part 3, Chapter 3. Can the Negro, as freedman, maintain himself? My own observations, together with the evidence obtained from persons having much experience among freedmen, justify the conclusion that the African race, as found among us, lacks no essential aptitude for civilization, yields willingly to its restraints, and enters with alacrity upon its duties. His personal rights as a freedman, once recognized in law and assured in practice, there is little reason to doubt that the Negro will become a useful member of the great industrial family of nations. Once released from the disabilities of bondage, he will somewhere find and will maintain his own appropriate social position. What that precise position will be, whether we shall find a fair proportion of our colored population worthy competitors with whites in departments of art and science and literature, we have at this time no means of determining. The essential is that the enfranchised Negro is as capable of taking care of himself and his family as any other portion of our people. On no one point have our commission found more convincing testimony than on this. In the cities of New Orleans, Washington, Baltimore, Louisville, St. Louis, and elsewhere, we found a numerous free-colored population supporting themselves, under grievous and depressing disabilities, without any aid whatever, even from those legal sources appointed for the relief of indigent whites. They are not admitted to almshouses. They obtain no county or parish relief. Scarcely any beggars are found among them. Like the Quakers, they maintain their own poor. When a case occurs in which a family is unable to meet the expenses of sickness or perhaps the cost of a funeral, it is among themselves alone that a subscription paper, usually called a pony purse, passes in the aid of the sufferers. A striking incident, illustrative of this peculiarity among them, came to the knowledge of our commission when visiting St. Louis. At the commencement of the war, there were about 5,000 free-colored people in that city. During a portion of the years 1861 and 1862, in consequence of the disturbed condition of Missouri and the frequent raids which desolated that state, great distress prevailed, and many persons from the country, both white and colored, took refuge in St. Louis. Wages fell to 25 cents a day, and even at that low rate labor was scarce. Under these circumstances the suffering was so general that great exertions were made for its relief. For many months throughout those 2 years the city expended $200 a month to keep the unemployed from starving, and in the winter season from freezing. The Provident Association spent $5,000. The Society of St. Vincent de Paul $10,000. Private individuals contributed largely. In the management of these various charities, no discriminations was made as to color. The total number relieved was about 10,000, and out of that number, 2 persons only were colored. There were but 2 applications for relief from colored persons, both women, one bedridden and the other a cripple. These facts were communicated to the Commission by the Register of the City of St. Louis, a gentleman who was himself one of the managers in the distribution of the relief funds referred to. The testimony of all the gentlemen concerned in the management of the various relief societies was, he said, to the same effect, that the colored people asked for nothing. The same was found true among the free Negroes in Canada West, as was ascertained by one of the members of the Commission who visited that country and took voluminous testimony as to the character and condition of the refugees who settled there. It would be difficult to find stronger proof of the ability and willingness of poor blacks to maintain themselves than is shown in cases where they hire themselves, as it is called, and still pay their way. We have given 2 examples of this in the chapter on slavery, and they but represent hundreds of similar cases to be found in all the chief cities of the South. In the one, it will be remembered, a mother paid $260 a year to be allowed on the privilege of supporting herself and 2 children by washing. What white washerwoman would like to undertake that? In the other case, a man and his wife paid $372 a year throughout 11 years for permission to labor and to feed and clothe their children until they were old enough to work, and then they were taken from them. How few white laborers would stand up at all under the burden of such a capitation tax? How few, under circumstances of such cruel discouragement, would have maintained, as those 2 slaves did, a comfortable home, tidily kept, and children clean, well clad, and thriving? One hears among current slaveholders the assertion that Negroes, emancipated and left to themselves, are worthless and helpless, and are sure in the end to become a burden on the community. But the Commission has not found, in a single locality occupied by numbers of free Negroes, proof that there is truth in such an opinion. On the contrary, the actual facts are against it. In many free states, colored immigrants are required by law to give bond that they will not become a county charge. There is no class of day laborers from whom, with equal justice, the same demand might not be made. There came to the knowledge of our Commission in New Orleans a fact which, more strikingly perhaps than any other we have met with, bears testimony to the ability of the colored population, when emancipated, to take care of themselves. The Commission ascertained that the free colored people of Louisiana, in the year 1860, paid taxes on an assessment of 13 millions, but by the census of 1860, the free colored population of that state is put at 18,647. That would give an average for each person of about $700 of property. It is probable, however, that the actual average is considerably less than this. Those best informed on the subject expressed to a member of the Commission who visited New Orleans the opinion that the census return was below the truth, and that in 1860 there were probably in Louisiana 25,000 free colored persons. Assuming this to be the actual number, then the average wealth of each is $520. But the average amount of property to each person throughout the loyal free states is estimated at $484 only. It follows that the free colored people of Louisiana are, on the average, richer by 7.5% than the people of the northern states. And this occurs, it should be remembered, under many civil disabilities, which are a great pecuniary injury, seriously restricting the means of accumulating property. It is not as individuals only, but so far as they have had opportunity to show it in a collective capacity, that these people appear to manage well. We have the following testimony from a well-known and respected citizen of Louisville. Question: Throughout the state, do the colored people manage their own church affairs? Answer: entirely. Nobody has anything to do with them but themselves. Here is a curious fact to show what their capacity is. A great many of the churches now owned by them had been failures in the hands of white people. The Negroes bought and paid for them and have improved them very much since the purchase. Mr. Adams' church is a far much finer one now than when we sold it to them. Mr. Smethern's church was built by white people who were not able to pay for it, and was then bought by the Negroes. Nobody would suppose it now to be the same house, its appearance so much changed for the better. And that is very common. They have much taste about such things. Upon the whole, no fear is more groundless than that the result of emancipation will be to throw the Negroes as a burden on the community. End of Part 3, Chapter 3. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio. InterfaceAudio.com.
Part 3, Chapter 4 of The Wrong of Slavery. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States by Robert Dale Owen, Part 3, Chapter 4. Chapter 4. The Emancipated Negro Will Make the South His Home. There is another popular idea in regard to the effect of emancipation, which has been used for political effect. This idea is based on an imaginary state of things, which happens to be the very reverse of the truth. It is alleged that so soon as the Negroes are freed, they will swarm to the north in search of work, and thus become the competitors of the laboring whites. Beyond all doubt, they have a right to do this, and if they did, no just man would complain of it. But in point of fact, no such thing will happen unless emancipation be denied. Of this, the Commission collected abundant proof. For example, in visiting the Freedmen of South Carolina, General Saxton, who had their 18,000 emancipated slaves under his care, offered them papers to go north, but not one availed himself of the offer. They are equally averse to the idea of emigrating to Africa. The following testimony was taken by the Commission in Louisville. Colonel Hodges, who had lived all his life among slaves, deposed, "The state of Kentucky has appropriated $5,000 a year for several years to aid the Colonization Society in sending off the free blacks, but they have never been able to get more than 2 to apply. Colonization, except by force, and that would be an outrage, is utterly impracticable. These feelings are universal among them. The local attachments of the Negro are eminently strong, and the Southern climate suits him far better than ours. If we could suppose slavery reestablished in the insurrectionary states, the North would indeed be flooded with fugitives fleeing from bondage, and the fears of competition in labor sought to be excited in the minds of Northern working men might then have some plausible foundation. But if emancipation be carried out, the stream of Negro emigration will be from the North to the South, not from the South to the Northern states. The only attraction which the North, with its winters of snow and ice, offers to the Negro is that it is free soil. Let the South once offer the same attraction, and the temptation of its genial climate, coupled with the fact that there the blacks almost equal the whites in number, will be irresistible. A few years will probably see more than half the Negro population now residing among us crossing Mason and Dixon's line to join the emancipated freedmen of the South. A primary law governing the voluntary movements of peoples is that of thermal lines. The Commission found overwhelming evidence as to the truth of the above opinion in Canada West. Among the refugees there is not a single feeling so strong or so nearly universal as their longing to return to the southern land of their birth at the earliest moment when they shall be assured that it is purged from slavery. One of the commission thus states the results of his observations. Quote, "If slavery is utterly abolished in the United States, no more colored people will emigrate to Canada, and most of those now there will soon leave it. There can be no doubt about this. Among the hundreds who spoke about it, only one dissented from the strong expression of desire to go home. In their belief, too, they agreed with the Reverend Mr. Kennard, one of their clergy, who said to us, 'If freedom is established in the United States, there will be one great black streak reaching from here to the uttermost parts of the South.' Even those who by years of toil have obtained comfortable, well-stocked farms worth $10,000 or $20,000 avowed their determination to abandon all, to sell out, and depart as soon as they could do so without imperiling their personal freedom. Emancipation will directly tend to denude the North of its Negro population. One circumstance that will materially hasten this result is that the personal prejudice against Negroes as a race is stronger in the northern than in the southern states, and at least as strong in Canada as in any portion of the Union. Of this our commission had sufficient proof. Mr. George Brown, a member of the Canadian Parliament, deposed before the commission, quote, 'I think the prejudice against the colored people is stronger here than in the States,' close quote. Mr. Sinclair of Chatham, Canada West, said, quote, 'Many of the colored people, even in this town, say that if they could have the same privileges in the States that they have here, they would not remain here a moment. In this county there is one township, that of Orford, where no colored man is allowed to settle,' close quote. The colored people of Canada themselves testify to the same effect. Mrs. Brown of St. Catharines deposed, quote, 'I find more prejudice here than I did in York State. When I was at home, I could go anywhere, but here, my goodness, you get an insult on every side.' Mrs. Susan Boggs, colored, also of St. Catharines, said if it was not for the Queen's law, we would be mobbed here and could not stay in this house. The prejudice is a great deal worse here than it is in the States. A colored woman living in a cabin near Colchester said she was from Virginia, and the prejudice was a heap stronger in Canada than at home. The people,' she added, 'seemed to think the blacks weren't folks anyway.' She was anxious to go back. The home of the American Negro is in the southern states. Let it be made a free home, and he will seek, he will desire no other. Whether as a freedman in a southern home, the Negro will live down the cruel prejudice which has followed him, increasing in virulence to a British province, some with de Tocqueville will continue to doubt. But powerful agencies are at work in his favor, some of terrible character. Such were the New York riots. Such, more recently, were the atrocities committed at Fort Pillow. We have found ourselves called upon to interpose in favor of the outraged and the unprotected, but such interposition tends to create, even in minds of ordinary sensibility, goodwill and sympathy towards the sufferers whom one interposes to protect. It will have a tendency to increase harmony between the two races if the colored people, whether in the North or the South, refrain from settling in colonies or suburbs by themselves, for such separation tends to keep up alienation of feeling and to nourish the prejudices of race. They will do well, therefore, to mingle their dwellings or farms with those of the whites, for the effect of this will be to take off the edge of national prejudice and weaken the feeling which regards them as a separate and alien race. End of Part 3, Chapter 4. Recording by Richard Ryman.
Part 3, Chapter 5 of The Wrong of Slavery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States by Robert Dale Owen. Amalgamation.
Some may be of the opinion that the effect of such commingling will be to introduce amalgamation between the races. Others that such amalgamation is the natural and proper solution of the problem. I believe neither the one nor the other. In the first place, such evidence in this matter as our Commission has obtained goes to show that at least in a northern climate the mixed race is inferior in physical power and health to the pure race, black or white. A member of our Commission carefully investigated the condition of the refugees of mixed blood in Canada and took evidence as to their health, physical stamina, and power of increase. He found them mostly of lymphatic temperament, with marks of scrofulous or strumous disposition, as shown in the pulpy appearance of portions of the face and neck, in the spongy gums and glistening teeth. There is a general prevalence of physical diseases. Dr. Mack of St. Catharines testified, "The mixed race are the most unhealthy, and the pure blacks the least so. The disease they suffer most from is pulmonary. Where there is not real tubercular affections of the lungs, there are bronchitis and pulmonary affections. I have the idea that they die out when mixed, and that this climate will completely efface them. I think the pure blacks will live." General Tulloch of the British Army, one of the author of 4 volumes of military statistics, writes to one of the members of our Commission, "The mulatto race are seldom employed in our army, chiefly owing to the want of that physical stamina which renders the pure Negro better fitted for the duties of a soldier or laborer. Dr. Fisher of Malden, Canada, thinks that the mulattoes of Canada cannot maintain their numbers without assistance from immigration. This is in accordance with the census returns of the free-colored population in some of the northern states, where most of them are of mixed blood. A member of the Commission prepared a table of births, marriages, and deaths among the colored population of Boston for 8 years, namely from 1855 to 1862, both inclusive. It shows 304 births, 316 marriages, and 500 deaths. In every one of these years the deaths exceeded the births, and in 1855, 1858, and 1860 the births were less than the marriages. This is the more remarkable when we take into account what the register of the city, in furnishing the above table, states, namely that the number of marriages among the colored people was 50% more in proportion to population than among the whites, being among the former 1 in 58, and among the latter only 1 in 87.54. The United States Census for 1860 shows in several of the other states similar results. In Providence, the deaths among the free-colored are over 4% a year. In Philadelphia, during the 6 months preceding the census, there were among these people 148 births to 306 deaths, the deaths being more than double the births. The same census shows that the total free-colored population of the Union has increased about 1% a year during the last decade, and this includes slaves liberated and slaves escaped from their masters during that period. The actual rate of natural increase is certainly less than half that of the slaves, which from 1850 to 1860 was 23.38%, say 2 1/3% annually. It is sometimes inferred from this that the slaves live in greater comfort than the free colored people, and that the latter cannot take as good care of themselves as masters take of their slaves. But the facts which have come to our knowledge, touching on the actual condition of these two classes, the slave and the free colored, are wholly at variance with any such conclusion. We believe the chief reason of the small rate of increase to be that the proportion of mulattoism among the free colored is much greater than among slaves, and that the mulattoes, certainly in northern latitudes, are less healthy and prolific than the pure blacks. In support of the opinion that the same may be predicated of these two classes in southern states, it may be alleged that a cold climate is, in all probability, as little suited to the pure black, originally from the torrid zones of Africa, as to the mulatto, with a cross of Anglo-Saxon blood, and that if even in such a climate the mortality among the mixed race is greater than among pure blacks, the climate is not likely to be the sole cause. It is certain, however, that both as regards blacks and mulattoes, their mortality as compared with whites essentially depends upon climate. As this is an important matter, our commission spent considerable time and labor in collecting reliable statistics which throw light upon it. The table on the opposite page, the most exhaustive summary probably that has yet been made public in connection with this subject, was carefully made up from the materials obtained. Table of comparative mortality among white and colored persons in 11 cities of the United States. Boston, 1725 to 1774. Sum of annual population: white, 689,000; colored, 59,500. Number of deaths: white, 23,750; colored, 4,000. Population to one death: white, 29.10; colored, 14.90. Boston, 1855 to 59, 1861 to 62. Number of years of both, 57. Sum of annual population: white, 1,188,452; colored, 15,620. Number of deaths: white, 27,522; colored, 500. Population to one death: white, 43.18; colored, 31.24. New Bedford, 1861, 62, and 63. Number of years, 3. Sum of annual population: white, 65,259; colored, 4,746. Number of deaths: white, 1,550; colored, 179. Population to one death: white, 42.09; colored, 26.51. Providence, 1840 to 1863. Number of years, 24. Sum of annual population: white, 958,028; colored, 35,349. Number of deaths: white, 20,744; colored, 1,306. Population to one death: white, 46.25; colored, 27.06. New York, 1821, 1824 to 29, 1831 to 36, 1838 to 62. Number of years, 38. Sum of annual population: white, 15,427,466; colored, 531,544. Number of deaths: white, 479,879; colored, 20,428. Population to one death: white, 32.14; colored, 25.39. Buffalo, 1854 to 58, 1862 to 63. Number of years, 7. Sum of annual population: white, 530,582; colored, 5,466. Number of deaths: white, 14,013; colored, 120. Population to one death: white, 37.86; colored, 45.55. Footnote: This being the sole exception among northern cities to what seems the general rule, to wit, that the mortality among blacks is much greater than among whites, we may reasonably suppose some inaccuracy in returns. Philadelphia, 1821 to 1862. Number of years, 42. Sum of annual population: white, 12,466,457; colored, 750,996. Number of deaths: white, 269,824; colored, 26,397. Population to one death: white, 46.22; colored, 28.45. Baltimore, 1818, 1824 to 25, 1827 to 29, 1833 to 34, 1836 to 63. Number of years, 38. Sum of annual population. White, 4,294,476. Colored, 859,025. Number of deaths. White, 107,623. Colored, 26,551. Population to one death. White, 39.90. Colored, 32.34. Washington, 1849 to 60. Number of years, 12. Sum of annual population. White, 455,754. Colored, 126,305. Number of deaths. White, 8,869. Colored, 2,723. Population to one death. White, 51.38. Colored, 46.36. Footnote: the great apparent salubrity among both classes in Washington is not, probably, to be ascribed either to the climate or the mode of life, but to the fact that a large proportion of the population are mere sojourners there for a few years during the working period of life, when the rate of mortality is lowest. End footnote. Charleston, 1828 to 57. Number of years, 30. Sum of annual population. White, 457,756. Colored, 523,536. Number of deaths. White, 13,945. Colored, 16,868. Population to one death. White, 32.83. Colored, 31.03. New Orleans, 1849 to 50, 1856 and 2/3 of 1855, 1860. Number of years, 4 2/3. Sum of annual population. White, 547,523. Colored, 121,343. Number of deaths. White, 32,143. Colored, 6,277. Population to one death. White, 17.03. Colored, 19.51. Memphis, 1851 to 53. Number of years, 3. Sum of annual population. White, 24,126. Colored, 8,043. Number of deaths. White, 1,406. Colored, 428. Population to one death. White, 17.17. Colored, 18.79. 11 cities total. Sum of annual population. White, 37,104,879. Colored, 3,031,473. Number of deaths. White, 1,001,268. Colored, 106,217. Population to one death. White, 37.57, 2.699%. Colored, 28.54, 3.503%. End of table. The total sum of white lives upon which the above calculations are based is, as will be observed, upwards of 37 millions, of colored lives upwards of 3 millions, while the deaths among whites are over 1 million, and among the colored over 100,000. The general inference from records on so large a scale may be taken as substantially correct, even if we admit the probability of partial inaccuracies in some of the returns. Thus we reach several interesting facts. The rate of annual deaths among the whites is less than 2 3/4%, or about 1 to every 37 of the living. Among the colored, about 3.5%, or 1 in every 28, or exactly 1 in 37.57 whites against 1 in 28.54 colored. I remark further that the mortality diminishes as we approach our own time, in Boston especially. In that city between 1725 and 1774, the average annual mortality was among whites 1 in 29.10 and among colored 1 in 14.9, whereas from 1855 to 1862 it was but 1 in 43 among whites and 1 in 31 among colored. This accords with the well-known fact that the average length of life in the United States is greater in this century than it was in the last. Again, the table shows that the mortality among blacks in the northern cities is considerably greater than among whites, while in the southern cities it averages about the same. As the returns from which this table is compiled do not distinguish between blacks and mulattoes, it gives us no information as to the relative mortality among these two classes. On that point it behooves us to abstain from confident generalizing in the absence of more exact and more extended statistical data. This, however, we may say. It would appear that there are certain races of men that cross between which produce a race quite equal to either of the progenitors. This is said to be true of the Turk and the African. It may be that the Anglo-Saxon and the African, extreme varieties, are less suited to each other, and that the mixed race degenerates. Indeed, as far as a limited range of facts go, there seems a probability in favor of the opinion expressed by a member of the Commission that the mulatto, considered in his animal nature, lacks the innervation and spring of the pure blacks and whites, and that the organic inferiority is shown in less power of resisting destructive agencies, in less fecundity, and less longevity. If this be so, then amalgamation of these two races is in itself a physical evil injurious to both, a practice which ought to be discouraged by public opinion and avoided by all who consider it a duty, as parents, to transmit to their offspring the best conditions for sound health and physical well-being. Like other evils of the kind, however, this is beyond the legitimate reach of legislation. I believe that the effect of general emancipation will be to discourage amalgamation. It is rare in Canada, and public opinion there among blacks as well as whites is against it. Bishop Green of the Methodist Church, Canada, deposed, "You do not see any of our respectable people here marrying any persons but their own associates." John Kinney, an intelligent colored man, said, "The majority of the colored people don't like the intermarriage of colored and white people." Colonel Stevenson said, "The colored people don't like to have one of their color marry a white woman." Such marriages do occur in Canada, but they are rare. De Tocqueville had already remarked that emancipation, which might be supposed to favor amalgamation, does in point of fact repress it. Amalgamation, in its worst form, is the offspring of slavery. The facts seem to indicate that with the abolition of slavery it will materially diminish, though it may be doubted whether it will ever wholly disappear. End of Part 3, Chapter 5.
Part 3, Chapter 6 of The Wrong of Slavery. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. The Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States by Robert Dale Owen. Part 3, Chapter 6, Reciprocal Social Influence of the Races on Each Other. Aside from this apparently injurious mingling of blood, the social influence of the two races on each other, so soon as their reciprocal relations are based on justice, will, beyond a question, be mutually beneficial. There are elements in the character of each calculated to exert a happy influence on the other. The Anglo-Saxon race, with great force of character, much mental activity, an unflagging spirit of enterprise, has a certain hardness, a stubborn will, only moderate geniality, and a lack of habitual cheerfulness. Its intellectual powers are stronger than its social instincts. The head predominates over the heart. There is little that is emotional in its religion. It is not devoid of instinctive devotion, but neither is such devotion a ruling element. It is a race more calculated to call forth respect than love, better fitted to do than to enjoy. The African race is in many respects the reverse of this. Genial, lively, docile, emotional, the affections rule. The social instincts maintain the ascendant. Except under cruel repression, its cheerfulness and love of mirth overflow with the exuberance of childhood. It is devotional by feeling. It is a knowing rather than a thinking race. Its perceptive faculties are stronger than its reflective powers. It is well fitted to occupy useful stations in life, but such as require quick observation rather than comprehensive views or strong sense. It is little given to stirring enterprise, but rather to quiet accumulation. It is not a race that will ever take a lead in the material improvements of the world, but it will make for itself, whenever it has fair play, respectable positions, comfortable homes. Footnote: the surest sign of their thrift is the appearance of their dwelling houses, farms, stock, tools, and the like. In these, moreover, we find encouraging signs for the Negro, because they show that he feels so strongly the family instinct and the desire to possess land and a dwelling place. Supplemental Report A, page 62. End footnote. As regards to the virtues of humility, loving kindness, resignation under adversity, reliance on divine providence, this race exhibits these, as a general rule, in a more marked manner than does the Anglo-Saxon. Nor do we find among them a spirit of revenge or bloodthirstiness or rancorous ill will towards their oppressors. Footnote: Canada is full of men and women who, in the first half of their lives, were witnesses and sufferers of such indignities and wrongs as would burn into most white men's souls and make them pass the last half in plotting vengeance. Not so these people. They cherish no spirit of vengeance and seem to have no grudge against their oppressors. The memory and recital of their wrongs do not arouse such bitter feelings and call out such maledictions as would certainly be heard from white men of similar experience. A single instance only is recollected in which a feeling of unsatisfied vengeance was manifested, but many are recalled where the old master and mistress were spoken of with kindness, and regret expressed that they would not be seen again. Supplemental Report A, pages 97, 98. End footnote. The exceptions to this rule, notwithstanding the great temptations to which the race have been exposed, are very rare. No race of men appears better to have obeyed the injunction not to return evil for evil, or to have acted more strictly in the spirit of the text, quote, "Vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord." End quote. With time, as civilization advances, these Christian graces of meekness and long-suffering will be rated higher than the world rates them now. With time, if we but treat these people in a Christian spirit, we shall have our reward. The softening influence of their genial spirit, diffused throughout the community, will make itself felt as an element of improvement in the national character. And, on the other hand, they will learn much and gain much from us. They will gain in force of character, in mental cultivation, in self-reliance, in enterprise, in breadth of views, and in habits of generalization. Our influence over them, if we treat them well, will be powerful for good. Footnote: Mr. McCallum, principal of the high school, Hamilton, Canada, said, "Colored people brought up among whites look better than others. Their rougher, harsher features disappear. I think that colored children brought up among white people look better than their parents." Supplemental Report A, page 79. End of Section 3, Chapter 6.
Part 3, Chapter 7 of the Wrong of Slavery. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Bhavesh Agrawal. The Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States by Robert Dale Owen. Part 3, Chapter 7. Importance, nationally, that the Negro be treated with justice. The last sentence contains an important proviso: if we treat them well. Everything depends upon that. There depends upon it not alone the future of 4.5 millions of people, native-born, and who will remain, for good or for evil, in the land of their birth, but also, looking to the immediate present, there depends, to a certain extent, the likelihood of thoroughly and speedily putting down the present rebellion. Every aggression, every act of injustice committed by a Northern man against unoffending fugitives from despotism, every insult offered by the base prejudice of our own race to a colored man because of his African descent, is not only a breach of humanity, an offense against civilization, but it is also an act which gives aid and comfort to the enemy. The report of it goes abroad, penetrates into the enemy's country. So far as its influence there extends, the effect is to deter the slave from leaving his master, therefore to secure the master a bread producer, and by the same act to deprive the Union of a colored soldier and force the government to withdraw a laborer in his stead from a Northern farm. The practical effect, therefore, of abuse and injury to colored people in these days is not alone to disgrace the authors of such acts, but to compel conscription and to strip the North, already scant of working hands, of the laborers and the artisans that remain to her. Thousands of fields owned by white men may remain untilled, thousands of hearths owned by white men may be desolate, all as the direct result of the ill treatment of the colored race. Such a spirit is not treasonable in the usual sense of that term, yet its results are the same as those of treason itself. It becomes, therefore, in a military point of view, of the highest importance that all wanton acts of aggression, by soldiers or civilians, whether against refugees or against free Negroes heretofore settled in the North, should be promptly and resolutely repressed, and the penalties of the law in every such case rigorously enforced. A prudent regard for our own safety and welfare, if no higher motive prompt, demands the taking of such precaution. We have imposed upon ourselves an additional obligation to see justice and humanity exercised towards these people in accepting their services as soldiers. It would be a degree of baseness of which I hope our country is incapable, to treat with contumely the defenders of the Union, the men who shall have confronted death on the battlefield, side by side with the bravest of our own race, in a struggle in which the stake is the existence, in peace and in their integrity, of these United States. We are unjust to our enemies if we deny that this struggle has been a hard-fought one, contested bravely with varying success. A people with an element of semi-barbarism in their society, giving birth to habits of violence and of lawless daring, are in some respects better prepared for war than one which stands on a higher plane of Christian civilization. There is an additional reason why a considerable portion of the Union armies should be made up of persons of African descent. The eradication of Negro slavery has become a necessity of our national existence. But the history of the world furnishes no example of an enslaved race which won its freedom without exertion of its own. That the indiscriminate massacres of servile insurrection have been spared us as addition to the horrors of a civil war is due, it would seem, rather to that absence of revenge and bloodthirstiness which characterizes this race, than to the lack either of courage or any other quality that makes the hardy combatant. For these the Negro appears, so far as we have tried him in civilized warfare, to possess. And in such warfare, it is fitting that the African race seek its own social salvation. The Negro must fight for the emancipation if he is to be emancipated. If, then, emancipation be the price of national unity and of peace, and if a people, to be emancipated, must draw the sword in their own case, then is the future welfare of the white race in our country indissolubly connected with an act of justice on our part towards people of another race. Then is it the sole condition under which we may expect, and, if history speak truth, the sole condition under which we shall attain, domestic tranquility, that we shall give the Negro an opportunity of working out, on those battlefields that are to decide our own national destiny, his destiny, whether as a slave or as freedman, at the same time. But to give full scope to the energies of this race in war, we must not treat them as stepchildren. It is so manifestly just, to say nothing of the evident expediency for the benefit of the service, that no discrimination should be made, either as to pay or in any other respect, between the white and the colored soldier, that I deem it hardly necessary to express the conviction that of all petty schemes of false economy, such discrimination against the colored soldier is the worst. Performing the same duties, subjected to the same fatigues, marshaled on the same battlefields, side by side with the white soldier, and exposing, like him, his life for his country, one would think that the innate sense of right would preclude the necessity of a single argument on the subject. What probability of future harmony between the races, if we begin our connection with the new-made freedmen by such an act of flagrant injustice? Let us beware the temptation to treat the colored people with less than even justice, because they have been, and still are, lowly and feeble. Let us bear in mind that with government, as with individuals, the crucial test of civilization and sense of justice is their treatment of the weak and the dependent. God is offering us an opportunity of atoning, in some measure, to the African for our former complicity in his wrongs. For our own sakes, as well as for his, let it not be lost. As we would that he should be to us and to our children, so let us be to those whose dearest interests are by his providence committed for the time to our charge. End of Part 3, Chapter 7. Recording by Bhavesh Agrawal.
Part 3, Chapter 8 of The Wrong of Slavery. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States by Robert Dale Owen. Part 3, Chapter 8. The freedman needs mere temporary aid or supervision. As regards the question what amount of aid and interference is necessary or desirable to enable the freedmen to tide over the stormy transition from slavery to freedom, it is certain that there is as much danger in doing too much as in doing too little. The risk is serious that, under the guise of guardianship, slavery in a modified form may be practically restored. Those who have ceased only perforce to be slaveholders will be sure to unite their efforts to effect just such a purpose. It should be the earnest object of all friends of liberty to anticipate and prevent it. Benevolence itself, misdirected, may play into the hands of freedom's enemies, and those whose earnest endeavor is the good of the freedman may unconsciously contribute to his virtual re-enslavement. The refugees from slavery, when they first cross our lines, need temporary aid, but not more than indigent Southern whites fleeing from secessionism, both being sufferers from the disturbance of labor and the destruction of its products incident to war. The families of colored men, hired as military laborers or enlisted as soldiers, need protection and assistance, but not more than the families of white men similarly situated. Forcibly deprived of education in a state of slavery, The freedmen have a claim upon us to lend a helping hand until they can organize schools for their children. But they will soon take the labor and expense out of our hands, for these people pay no charge more willingly than that which assures them that their children shall reap those advantages of instruction which were denied to themselves. If we organize a Freedman's Bureau, it should be borne in mind that we need its agency as a temporary alleviation, not because these people are Negroes, only because they are men who have been, for generations, deprived of their rights. Extensive experience in the West Indies has proved that emancipation, when it takes place, should be unconditional and absolute. The experiment of a few years' apprenticeship, plausible in theory, proved in practice a failure so injurious in its effects that the provincial legislatures, though they had been opposed to the abolition of slavery, voted after trial for the abolition of apprenticeship. The freedman should be treated at once as any other free man. He should be subjected to no compulsory contracts as to labor. There should not be, directly or indirectly, any statutory rates of wages. There should be no interference between the hirers and the hired, nor should any restrictions be imposed in regard to the local movements of these people, except such regulations incident to war, relative to vagrancy or otherwise, as apply equally to whites. The natural laws of supply and demand should be left in all cases to regulate rates of compensation and places of residence. When freedmen shall have voluntarily entered into any agreement to work, they may at first usefully be aided in reducing that agreement to writing, and for a time we may properly see to it that such freedmen do not suffer from ill treatment or failure of contract on the part of their employers, and that they themselves perform their duty in the premises. But all aid given to these people should be regarded as a temporary necessity. All supervision over them should be provisional only and advisory in its character. The sooner they can learn to stand alone and to make their own unaided way, the better for our race and for theirs. End of Part 3, Chapter 8. Part 3, Chapter 9 of The Wrong of Slavery. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States by Robert Dale Owen. Part 3, Chapter 9, The Sum of Our Duty Towards the Negro Race. The essential is that we secure to them the means of making their own way, that we give them, to use the familiar phrase, a fair chance. If, like whites, they are to be self-supporting, then, like whites, they ought to have those rights, civil and political, without which they are but laboring as a man labors with hands bound. There will, for some time to come, be a tendency on the part of many among those who have heretofore held them in bondage, still to treat them in an unjust and tyrannical manner. The effectual remedy for this is not special enactments or a special permanent organization for the protection of colored people, but the safeguard of general laws applicable to all against fraud and oppression. The sum of our recommendations is this: offer the freedmen temporary aid and counsel until they become a little accustomed to their new sphere of life. Secure to them, by law, their just rights of person and property. Relieve them, by a fair and equal administration of justice, from the depressing influence of disgraceful prejudice. Above all, guard them against the virtual restoration of slavery in any form, under any pretext, and then let them take care of themselves. If we do this, the future of the African race in this country will be conducive to its prosperity and associated with its well-being. There will be nothing connected with it to excite regret or inspire apprehension. End of Part 3, Chapter 9. Appendices to The Wrong of Slavery. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States by Robert Dale Owen. Appendix 1. Note A, page 61. Since the calculations in the text relative to the mortality chargeable to the African slave trade and to the number of slaves imported were made, some confirmatory documents have come under my observation. I'd assumed as the average deportation of slaves 120,000 a year from 1788 to 1840, and 65,000 a year only from 1840 to 1848, pages 36 and 37. Mr. Buxton, in his African slave trade, after supplying elaborate details, thus sums up the total for 1839, the year in which he wrote, quote, "I limit myself to the facts which I have established, namely, that there are at the present time annually imported into Brazil 78,333, that the annual importations into Cuba amount to 60,000, that there have been captured 8,294, and I assume that the casualties amount to 3,373, making together 150,000. Close quote. This estimate is for those actually landed, as Mr. Buxton estimates, page 169, the number lost on the passage at 25% on those landed, or 37,500 out of 150,000. This gives his estimate of the deportation from Africa in the year 1839 at 187,500. And this was at the time when two nations only, Brazil and Spain, remained as customers of the slaver. The estimate is at least double mine. Mr. Buxton's estimate agrees with mine in the calculation that for every Negro shipped, another, quote, must have been sacrificed in the seizure, march into detention, close quote, page 169. He calculates further that of those actually landed, quote, 20% die in the seasoning, close quote, page 169. He quotes the celebrated William Pitt as saying during the debate on the slave trade in 1791, quote, "The evidence before the House as to the mortality was perfectly clear, for it would be found in that dreadful catalogue of deaths in consequence of the seasoning in the Middle Passage, which the House had been condemned to look into, that 1/2 die," close quote, pages 160 and 161. Various travelers in Africa furnish items going to show the loss of life in Africa as compared to the slaves obtained. Denham, the noted traveler, says, quote, "In one instance 20,000 were killed for 16,000 carried away into slavery," close quote. In another, quote, "probably more than double," close quote, "the number of those captured were killed by the captors." Dr. Holroyd, an African traveler who returned from Nubia and Kordofan in 1838, wrote under date January 14 to Mr. Buxton, quote, "There is not only a terrible waste of life in the attempts to capture the Negroes, but after they are seized there is so much of ill usage and brutality that I have been assured no less than 30% perish in the first 10 days after their seizure." Close quote. This from Buxton's African Slave Trade, page 84. The Reverend John Newton, rector of St. Mary's, Woolworth, who in early life was engaged in the slave trade, and afterwards published a work on the subject, after expressing the opinion that the, quote, "far greater part of the wars in Africa would cease if Europeans would cease to tempt them by offering goods for slaves," close quotes, adds, quote, "I believe the captives reserved for sale are fewer than the slain," close quote. Newton on the Slave Trade, London, 1788, page 30. Evidence of a similar character might be indefinitely multiplied, but I close with an incident related, from personal observation, by one of our own countrymen, Mr. Ashman, agent of the American Colonial Society, writing from Liberia in 1823, says, quote, "The following incident I relate not only for its singularity, for similar events take place, perhaps, every month in the year, but it has fallen under my own observation, and I can vouch for its authenticity. King Botswain, our most powerful supporter and steady friend among the natives, received a quantity of goods on trust from a French slaver, for which he stipulated to pay young slaves. He makes it a point of honor to be punctual to his engagements. The time was at hand when he expected the return of the slaver, and he had not the slaves. Looking around on the peaceful tribes about him for his victims, he singled out the Creeks, a small agricultural and trading people of most inoffensive character. His warriors were skillfully distributed to the different hamlets, and making a simultaneous assault on the sleeping occupants in the dead of the night, accomplished, without difficulty or resistance, in 1 hour, the annihilation of the whole tribe. Every adult man and woman was murdered, every hut fired. Very young children generally shared the fate of their parents. The boys and girls alone were reserved to pay the Frenchmen. Close quote. This from Ashman's Life, New York, 1835, page 160. Appendix 2, Note B, page 192. An act of general emancipation with appropriate preamble might be couched somewhat in the terms following: a bill to emancipate persons of African descent held to service or labor in certain of the United States. Whereas there is now flagrant in certain of the United States an insurrection of proportions so gigantic that there has been required, to hold it in check, an increase of the Army and Navy of the United States to an extent seldom paralleled in the history of the world. And whereas, because of the said insurrection, the execution of the laws for collecting taxes and of various other laws of the United States, heretofore enacted by the Congress in the just exercise of their constitutional powers, has been for more than 2 years past, and still is, obstructed and defeated throughout the insurrectionary states. And whereas it is the right and duty of the Congress to make all laws which shall be necessary and proper for carrying into execution these said constitutional powers, and whereas the said insurrectionary portions of the Union consist exclusively of states wherein persons of African descent are held in large numbers to involuntary service or labor, the white inhabitants thereof basing their insurrectionary acts upon the assumption that the security and perpetuation of such involuntary servitude require the disruption of the national unity, and the establishment, on a portion of the domain of the United States, of a separate and independent government. And whereas a large portion of the said persons of African descent, so held in servitude, contribute greatly, so long as such involuntary services are thus exacted from them, to the aid and comfort of the said insurgents, laboring for their behoof on their fortifications and for the supply of their commissariat, and otherwise giving strength and support to various insurrectionary acts. And whereas in an emergency so urgent as that which is now patent to the world, it is the duty of the Congress to place at the disposal of the executive branch of the government, for the common defense, the utmost power, civil and military, of the country, and to employ every means not forbidden by the usages of civilized warfare, and not in violation of the Constitution, that is placed within their reach, in order to repress and to bring to a speedy termination the present protracted and desolating insurrection. And whereas it appears from the above recitals that the existence, within any portion of the United States, of a labor system which recognizes the claims of one race of men to the involuntary services of another race, always a moral wrong, has now shown itself to be destructive of the supremacy of the laws and a constant menace to the government, and that the continuance of such labor system eminently jeopardizes the integrity of the Union, and has become incompatible with the domestic tranquillity of the country. And whereas it has thus become evident that claims to the involuntary service or labor of persons of African descent ought not to be possessed by any inhabitant of the United States, but should, in the just exercise of the power which inheres in every independent government, to protect itself from destruction, by seizing and destroying any private property of its citizens or subjects which imperils its own existence, be taken for public use from their present possessors and abrogated and annulled, just compensation being made to so many of the said possessors of such claims, not being nor having been public enemies, as may demand it, and as may by their loyalty be entitled thereto for the claims so abrogated and annulled. And whereas the President of the United States, by proclamation on January 1st, 1863, did declare that all persons held as slaves within the states of Arkansas, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia, certain parishes in Louisiana and certain counties in Virginia excepted, were on that day and thenceforth forever should be free. Therefore, be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives and Congress assembled, that the action of the President, as Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States, in issuing his proclamation of January 1st, 1863, as a fit and necessary war measure for the suppression of the existing insurrection, is hereby approved and endorsed, and the emancipation of the slaves thereby effected is recognized and declared to be an act just, legal, and irrevocable. Section 2. And be it further enacted, that from and after the 4th of July next, all claims to the service of labor of persons of African descent, who shall then be held to involuntary labor in any of the states of the Union, under the laws thereof, be and the same are hereby taken by the government of the United States, and the said claims are hereby abrogated and annulled. And all persons of African descent within the United States, who shall on the said 4th day of July next be held to involuntary service or labor, except for a crime of which the party shall have been legally convicted, shall be released and emancipated from such claims in as full and complete a manner as if the same had never existed, the said release and emancipation to take effect from and after the said 4th day of July, thenceforth and forevermore. Section 3. And be it further enacted, that the faith of the United States be and the same is hereby pledged for the payment of just compensation to all persons who shall, on the said 4th day of July, hold such claims to service or labor, provided that such persons shall make application for such compensation in form and manner hereinafter to be prescribed, and provided further that such persons are not nor have not been in law public enemies of the United States, and provided further that said persons shall have been, throughout the present insurrection, true and loyal to the government of the United States, and shall not, directly or indirectly, have incited to insurrectionary acts, or given aid or comfort to any persons engaged in the insurrection aforesaid. An act couched in the terms here proposed could not be declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court without a reckless reversal of principles as well established and of as high authority as any which form the basis of constitutional law, nor without an encroachment of legislative ground so flagrant that it might well subject those members of the court who should give it their official sanction to impeachment on the charge of usurpation. End of Appendices. End of The Wrong of Slavery, the Right of Emancipation, and the Future of the African Race in the United States, by Robert Dale Owen.